Hello, everybody. What is going on today? Day two of free agency is underway here. We've already got a few different things going on, and we're doing something different today. Never really done one of these before because we've been covering free agency on this channel, and Brandon's been covering free agency on his channel for a while now, but we've never done it together like this. So today's going to be a long stream, probably the longest we've ever done by a pretty good amount. And basically, we're just going to be tracking the latest and greatest news across the NFL until there's no more NFL to talk about. So I am Brendan. That is Brandon. How you doing today, Brandon?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Enjoying the free agency period here so far, and just interested to see what happens today.
All right. So basically, obviously, the format is going to be a little bit different because we are on the split screen here. But the idea is that we're just going to talk about things as they happen across the NFL. I'm going to have my eye on the news tracker. I know we don't break news around here, but I am going to do my very best to talk about things as quickly as possible after they happen.
Indeed, indeed. It's be interested to see how much action we get. It was pretty action packed yesterday, so
Oh, yes.
we'll see if it continues to do some of the same today on that. I'd estimate to a degree. So
Mhm. All right. So today may be a little bit slower than yesterday just because yesterday tends to be the day where everybody goes crazy. And I would say some teams definitely went crazy yesterday. I don't know about you, but there were some things that happened yesterday that caught me by surprise in terms of how much money these players were able to get.
yeah, I thought that it was a day where I got asked at the end of the day what was the teams that operated well, and went out there and what you could just see solid moves down the line. I really struggled to kind of do that because I just kept coming back to team after team of there would be inaction and then there would be too much action and stuff where you're throwing out money deals out there like the Jets are, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense what exactly you're doing other than just spending money to spend money. And that was kind of my impression on this one a little bit. I'm interested to hear where you're at on it with it, but it made me all the much more happier that Seattle, stayed in the pocket of what they wanted to do. They got a couple guys retained, but did not try to go hog wild crazy like some of these teams because I just look at those signings and I don't see a lot of smart signings.
There are not a lot of signings yesterday that I found myself thinking, man, I wish my team did that.
Mm-hmm.
There were not a lot of signings where I found myself like, oh man, we're missing out. I cannot say that there was a lot of that. There were a couple. There were a couple I would have been intrigued by for sure, I would say. I think that just off the top of my head, the Tyler Algier contract was okay. Like I didn't
Mm-hmm.
mind that.
Yeah.
You had somebody like what was the guy's name? Sorry, I saw so many names come across the ticker yesterday. I'm of course blanking a little bit,
Oh, no,
but
yeah.
there's somebody like I think that the Jalen Thompson deal was okay by Dallas, the Cardinal safety. That was all right, but a lot of it was just like the Jalen Phillips deal. I don't understand at all.
Mm-mm.
I'm thinking about like Odafe Owe, who I like. I don't like him that much.
No.
And you got guys like even down the line, guys like the Kolar guy, the third string tight end for the Ravens, who the Chargers got for 8 million a year, even though I don't even know who that is. Like I watch the NFL a lot. I don't know who that is. I was very confused by that. Zion Johnson getting $50 million. I don't, is he even good? Like I was under the impression he's not good at football.
No, he's available. He tends to
Mhm,
be out there, playing every game. So that's kind of that's when they speak about his value. That's what they start with.
mhm. All due respect to Linderbaum, I don't think Linderbaum is worth 27. I don't know if any center could possibly be worth $27 million a year, honestly.
No, I mean you're going. And another just that was one of the biggest points of it yesterday was that you have the next highest deal from the highest signing at that position goes 9 million average per year, not 9 million more in the contract, 9 million more average per season for Linderbaum than Creed Humphrey. That is funny numbers right there. There's increase and then there's just going to absolute obliteration of the prior contractual standard, and that's what that deal did. So I was the same way. I wouldn't have come anywhere near the vicinity of that. I didn't want to go to 22 on Linderbaum when I heard it was going over the market setting rate. It's like, no, that's what are we doing? No.
Uh-huh. So I'm good, man. I look at the two deals that we had, and I feel like the value's at least fine. Like
Mhm.
maybe you could convince me that we got Shaheed a little more money than he should have gotten. Maybe, but
Mm.
not by enough to upset me, not by enough to like make me uncomfortable. And of course, Job, I think, was actually, if anything, less than I thought. I thought Job was going to be a $10 million a year player. So I'm feeling like of the deals yesterday that were good and fair, that we had two of the better ones.
I'd agree all the way down the line on that. I think Shaheed is one where you probably went a little bit higher than you were probably wanting to go into it, but he provides a couple of different layers of value and what he brings to the table, and you took that into account a bit, I think, on this contract. So I'm okay with it. A guy like Mike Evans that the Niners signed, he's an X receiver, and all he's going to do is what he gives you as an X receiver. He ain't giving you fly sweeps. He ain't giving you any special teams value. It's just purely is just an X receiver. Well, Rashid does X receiver stuff, and he supplies that, and he gives you some of the fly sweep stuff too in addition to it. So I kind of look at all that stuff and I say, I get where you're kind of cobbled together the value to get up to 17 million, and it makes sense. And our special teams unit remaining one of the best in the football, if not the best in football, is going to be a big benefactor to us potentially having a chance to repeat, in my opinion.
All right. So I think we're both on the same page here. We're both pretty happy with things. It wasn't fun to watch Ken Walker go, but I expected it. I'm fine. I'm here. One thing I'll say about Kobe, and let me know if you agree or not. Clearly, McDonald thinks more highly of Kobe Bryant and values him more than I do, and it seems like you do. So there is part of me that's like, if Mike wants it, then I feel like there's probably something pretty good there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's part of me that's also like he's replaceable. I don't feel like this is some extreme, desperate situation where we should just feel like, oh, we have to have that guy.
Agreed. I think that you look at the last Super Bowl run, Brendan, and I think John would be smart from his standpoint of trying to, itemize where he can correct, or I went this direction back 10 years ago. I think I'd like to try to go this direction. And one of the things that stands out to me, I think, is that, almost everybody got kind of paid on the last run. There wasn't a lot of making tough decisions necessarily. Now, a lot of guys are in the contracts to get paid, and I don't have any problem with the way that they did it, but that you don't necessarily have to go that route where everybody gets paid. And these devalued positions in the NFL, safety, off-ball linebacker, and running back specifically, these three positions are devalued, and they're devalued for a reason. And it's one where you can find difference makers and all that, but you're better suited, especially for a defense like ours that's built to the front seven, in my opinion, to try to put the assets there rather than to the back end. And so I understand that he likes him, like you said, probably a little bit more than what we understand it to be. But, at the end of the day, I just I look at that and I go, I don't think you have to pay for that to get that performance. Ty Akata showed that last year. And that's why Akata's performance literally shows you why that position is so devalued, because you could make a very strong argument that he outperformed Kobe Bryant last year when he was in there playing.
It's at least close enough to where I don't think it's some disastrous outcome to end up with Okada instead.
No, not at all.
We do have a couple of early big donos. IAB 230 with the $50
Let's
on.
go. On your side?
That's my side, and he did the same thing on your side over here.
Oh, let's go, me. Get a couple of applause on that one, me. Awesome as ever, brother. Thank you for the big donation.
All right, so that is starting the day off on the right foot.
Let's go. Appreciate you.
Okay. All right, so we do have one little bit of news here, not a big one, but the Chicago Bears have signed Khalif Raymond, a wide receiver from the Detroit Lions. Not necessarily somebody I was thinking about. He's mostly a return guy now, and we already have our return guy. So I wasn't really thinking about him, but that is another guy who is off the market here. I guess he's reuniting with Ben Johnson.
We've also got another signing here that's a big one. The Carolina Panthers, Devin Lloyd.
Oh, yes. I saw that one, and he got less than I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to kind of wreck the market just a little bit here, but he did not.
We come back as it's kind of good timing on this because, I come back and say that I feel like safety, linebacker, and running back have been devalued positions. And I think that this Devin Lloyd deal at 3 years and $45 million, only $25 million guaranteed, only $25 million guaranteed. I think that represents the fact that this is a devalued position. That's a free agent. That's not that's not the Jaguars have him under some club control and can kind of like force him to the contract they want. That's them. This is the Panthers with him out there in free agency going to wherever he wants to go, signing a pretty favorable contract to the team to get that done. I really like Devin Lloyd a lot. So I kind of interesting to see that. Shows you that off-ball linebackers one still you don't want to break the bank for, man. You want to choose those three positions specifically to me to try to keep your costs down as much as you possibly can. Or if you're going to pay one guy, you don't pay two super amount of money at the same time.
Yeah, that's another thing I had with the Raiders offseason so far. They paid two linebackers over 10 mil a year. And I guess both guys are pretty good, but I didn't really, I don't know. It was hard for me to get hyped on that one.
Yeah, I don't get it either with it on it. I mean, are they good? They're all right, maybe a little bit better than average. But when Lloyd's getting this contract and they're getting that contract and they're signing first, I mean, some of it may have been that Lloyd wasn't going to go to the Raiders, and I think the Raiders had to probably overpay on a lot of these deals, especially Linderbaum. How can you not look at that deal and say, yeah, you're overpaying because he probably didn't want to go there? So there's probably a lot of that going down the line. I think the Titans ran into this as well with their signings, but. Raiders were another one of those teams you just kind of shook your head at and go, this is not the way to do it. This is not you're trying to do this fast a little bit rather than properly and appropriately. Instead, let's see if we can, speed it up a little bit.
Right. Like the Jalen Naylor thing. I like Jalen Naylor, but it feels like they couldn't quite get Shaheed, so they got Naylor instead. But they gave Naylor like 11 million a year. I didn't see that coming at all.
No, that's a pretty rich contract, and just another one of those many that were given out yesterday where you just shake your head and go, that's not good value. That's not good money spent. And you don't want to be one of those teams. And I think yesterday was a real clear representation, Brendan, for why John Schneider stays out of wave one. Because this is what happens in wave one. There's a collection of teams that come into it and they think they're going to go buy themselves not buy them a championship, but buy themselves into contention. And it just doesn't work that way. It's not, you want to supplement with free agency. You don't want to go hog wild like this in this manner. And I think with Titans and the Raiders, they kind of had to, because they ended up in that bad, precarious place where you have too much cap space. And now you're going to basically have to overpay because you got to clear the space out. You got to spend the money. So you just end up throwing it around to kind of wherever. But again, that's a bad representation of an organization without a plan, without a purpose, without just an approach.
Mm-hmm. We also do have a Seahawks rumor this morning. We haven't done anything yet, but there are some indications that the Seahawks are taking a look and thinking about getting Rachaad White, the running back from Tampa Bay, which, I mean, hey, there aren't that many running backs left.
Yeah.
So I know we can't be choosy here, but I mean, he can play, I guess. He can produce. He's been productive in this league.
Yeah, I think that it's I think it makes some sense, to be honest with you, because of the fact that as you said, all the running backs have been kind of pulled off the board here, and you do want to get a vet presence in here. You're probably going to draft a guy, but you'd like to get another vet who's steady Eddie and you can rely upon. And so, a guy in Rachaad White makes a lot of sense to, even if you're just bringing him in for eventually to be kind of a third down back type guy. He's a really good pass receiving running back out of the backfield. He's a really good screen guy out of the backfield, pretty good pass protector as well. So, he provides some value as well as giving you a little bit of that reinforcement. You double dip it. You get the reinforcement with a vet there to bring into the ranks, and then gives you a little bit of that third down ability in addition to it. Oh, you're muted.
My bad. Yeah, we'll see how things end up coming together there. But that is the main stuff so far this morning. I know the Packers cut Nate Hobbs 1 year into a 4-year deal. So I'm assuming he must just not be any good anymore. So I'm not really circling that one. But that was a notable piece of news earlier today, I guess.
Yeah, Packers as well as moving Rashawn Gary was interesting, with where they're at and what they're doing this offseason, because they're not being super aggressive. Not that you'd expect them to be so. That's just not their manner. But The moving of Gary was their only other valid pass rusher, especially after they gave up Ryan Clark in the Parsons trade. You're giving up now your only other secondary vital one. Yeah, I think they lost one of their linebackers too. That's one of the guys that signed with the Raiders. So the Packers kind of bleeding some talent here and not with a clear angle on how they're going to replace that talent outside of hoping they can draft an edge that's going to be productive for them instantaneously. Because this is a team that's primed to still go for it next year, you would think.
Yeah, last year really was their year. That was the year they went for it, and that's the problem with going for it. Sometimes when you miss, it hurts. It really hurts on the other side.
Yeah, you really can pay that price. And we kind of knew it when they made the trade because they signed with that contract, and everyone was kind of like, man, they got to get this year because their cap situation into next year is going to be dicey. And that's what they're running into now. So, they just better hope that they can create a super offense out there with Jordan Love next year, because I don't see how that defense is going to be that much better, especially Parsons coming off the ACL like he is.
Mm-hmm. A couple of donos here. Alex Schuss, thank you for the $4.99. I'd love to hear both your opinions. If you could see the Hawks sign 2 players that are left in free agency and trade for 1 player, who would you want?
Ooh-wee.
Okay, so I assume this is just anybody that's left in free agency. So, let me think for a minute here.
Yeah, this is one that it needs a little bit of contemplation to get this one figured out. Trade. Who would be a trade guy that I would be interested in? Okay, so Grenard would be the guy for a trade for me.
Probably.
I think going for him at this point, he's a different cut above edge in his availability versus the other edges that are available. I would then go get Jadeveon Clowney on top of it. I'd probably end up releasing Uchenna Nwosu. Mm-hmm. So I'd have DeMarcus Lawrence, Derek Hall, Jadeveon Clowney, and Grenard as my 4 stack off the edge.
And then, and I would throw in, because those would be kind of probably my 2 as well. I don't really know who else I would go with. Let me take a look at some of the options here real quick, because some of the running backs we could get are okay, but I don't know if I'd prioritize it. Am I really going to say Brian Robinson? I'll take him, but I don't know if I'm not exactly jumping up and down for it.
Yeah, we do get a little bit restricted here, I think, because this roster is as deep as it is in certain positions and parts. You are really narrowed down on where you're really looking. Especially after today, where you've got a corner coming back in, so you got your 3 starting corners. You got Nehemiah Pritchett. You could go get a Rasul Douglas kind of guy, as just another vet corner on the cheap. You could go get a cheap backup safety type, but like you said, it's like the Brian Robinson equivalent to the defensive side of the ball, where they're not high priority moves. They're just as much moves that you do to reinforce yourself for the draft. So you can pick purely for value in the draft, and you're not reaching to fill any kind of holes, in that way.
Maybe Nick Cross is like a 3rd safety. That might be my guy.
Cross could be interesting, yeah. 24 years old and some struggles in playing the pass, but he's a real good run defender, and maybe gives you a little bit of that D'Anthony Bell vibe of what you got off him last year, and that same kind of player in that way. So that's as good as any direction to go, because not looking at tight end, you're not looking at receiver at this point. You're definitely not looking at defensive line, not looking at linebackers. So it's a good problem to have, having everything kind of taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And Martin Lawrence, thank you for the 5, I think euro, maybe it's pound, I don't know. Not a huge fan of the Shaheed deal in isolation, but in the context of what receivers are getting paid this free agency, I'm good with it for what we're getting. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, it's one where it's definitely a little bit higher price than you like to pay. Part of this is the market cost. Part of this as well is the fact that he does have additional value he brings beyond just what he is as a wide receiver. We're breaking this down yesterday, and I think that this is a way of looking at it that makes it kind of a little bit more realistic, or not, makes it a little bit you can swallow it a little bit. And that is, okay, what if it's like this? What if you're paying $13 million a year for what he provides as a receiver, and you're paying $3 million a year for what he's providing you for as a returner, and then you're getting $1 million a year on top of that for what he gives you as a runner of the ball, that you can give this guy 20, 25, 30 carries over the course of a season, and he can get you a couple hundred yards in addition to that. Is that worth $1 million? It is to me. So if you kind of, to me, cobble it all the way through and then keep in mind the actual market prices that are at play, it kind of does make sense to me on that. And I think when you're talking about him being I think he's got a legitimate argument to be the best kick returner and punt returner in the sport. So putting $3 million aside to that is not the worst way to spend money to me.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I want to say real quick to everybody is that we are going to be looking through the chat for comments as the day goes on, but there are over 800 people in here right now, so we're not going to get to everything. So we're going to get to every donation. Just understand that I'm going to do the best that I can in the chat, but it's pretty thick in there. So,
and I'm seeing some of the questions too. So once we get through some of the donos, I'll be able to respond to a couple of your guys' questions on this as well. So we got 2 eyeballs on it. We'll try to catch as much as we can today for sure.
Alex, thank you for the $4.99. In a perfect world, in your opinion, what does the Hawks running back room look like next season? Perfect world, I'd say Achane. To me, that's the one guy who could really just like knock it out of the park for you.
Yeah, I wish I'd give you a different response to that one, Alex, but Achane is the one because of the fact that he's a different level of talent from whatever else you have available, be it remaining on the free agent market or even in this draft. Even if you were come hell or high water, you're going to take a running back with a 32nd pick. You're still not going to get a particularly guy that's going to in the same talent level to me of what you had in Walker. Whereas Achane does give you a little bit of a closer attribution of that, and I, the key on that one, Brendan, would you be worried at all if you've got to, trade for him? Let's say you have to give up a 2nd round pick for him or whatnot. Or let's do it this way. You give up a 3rd round pick, but you don't want to put him on a contract extension and you've got to agree to allow him to go in free agency next year without being franchise tagged. Would you do that move at that point?
So kind of like what we did with Clowney.
Yep. Exactly like Clowney.
I probably do that, especially because, Achane might be the difference between having a real chance to repeat and not having a real chance to repeat.
Mm-hmm.
So even if it's just a 1-year rental, if you win another Super Bowl out of it, you're doing just fine. So
yeah, I would be willing to do it as well. I don't got a problem doing the rental thing on that. So I think from John's perspective, he can find a way to just operate. As I've looked at the situation with the running backs and looked at the history, Brendan, of what we've done with it. If I'm John in his circumstance, I say, okay, look, spending money on running backs has not worked out well for me. And drafting running backs really high hasn't exactly really been a great thing for me either. But what I'm going to do is rather than doing both, let me pick one or the other. And let me try to go out there and put draft capital, let's say, to the position, but then I'm not going to spend money on it. And a thing like this Achane move would be a representatory of that. You're keeping the price still down, but you're still keeping it very dynamic, the position, and just kind of commit to that. And maybe you're giving up a little bit more draft capital then to make that work, but then you're not spending the money. So you're at least kind of parsing it a bit on how much you're actually putting in the investment side of it as we come back around to sort of that devalued position and how you can work around those parameters.
Mm-hmm. Jabrelian, thank you for the $1.99. Who in the draft can we get to be a number one now and number one running back? I mean, this could go a few different ways. I'm going to assume it's running back for a second here because I assume so too.
Yeah,
that's where people's minds are. Can we get like? I feel like Mike Washington has upper level talent to where he could be like a number one back, but he's got to work through a few issues if he's going to realize that potential. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that there's backs that definitely have number one potential or Jabrelian. Brendan just mentioned one in Washington, Jadarian Price, Jonah Coleman, depending on how fast he runs and if he's a fit to the system. I think one of the reasons that Algier was not brought in, Brendan, had to do with the fact that he's not really an outside zone cat and how he's built. So, it's one where those guys could be that. But as we were just talking about Achane, Jabrelian, me and Brendan both have the outlook on this of that the running backs in this class are not bad. Are they difference makers? You use the term number one. Or do I look at the film of these guys and go, that's a number one back? I don't. I go, this guy's going to be probably part of a rotation here. He's going to be a get him some touches kind of guy. So if that's the case, that's what leads us back around to maybe more making that trade, because this just is a draft to me with running backs where it's kind of weak for this class of backs. Jeremiah Love kind of soups it up a little bit from where it really truly is at.
Right. And maybe people were messing around. I don't know. I had a lot of people in chat yesterday asking, are we going to trade up for Love? And, there are not enough draft picks in the world.
Yeah, I was asked the same thing. I said, I think it's probably going to take you 3 first-round picks to move up to 4 with the Titans, because the Titans are probably going to take him at this point. So I that's a pretty high cost to have to go up there to go take a running back at that spot of things. And it just, that price is just too high.
Mm-hmm. Right. So one observation that some people are making is that Woolen is making some cryptic tweets. The Giants were apparently thinking about signing Woolen, but now they've signed Greg Newsome. So that's kind of the one subplot to watch here today. Woolen's market doesn't seem to be there so far.
Yeah, and people are talking about him coming back to Seattle. I can't see it being on a multi-year deal myself. I just can't see the sense it makes after you gave the Job 3-year extension, and you're going to be giving out extensions here to Witherspoon this offseason. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to put that much investment in for a guy that's going to be your fourth corner and not a starter at all times. You're not living in dime, right? So if it's a 1-year deal on some low end prove it contract, then hey, that'd be okay with me, I guess. That's good reinforcement of depth. And quite frankly, if we're talking about a Rasul Douglas or something like that, it's probably a 1-year, $4 million deal. So if you just went somewhere in that neighborhood of maybe $1 million or $2 million more to have that reinforcement at the position, and we don't have to draft it now, even though this is a good draft for corners, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. It would feel weird if he came back to me now. It seems so obvious that we don't really like him that much and we don't really covet him.
Yeah. I agree as well. I don't think that they're really big on wanting to bring him back, but I think the league's also kind of showing you where they stand. I mean, every corner in the league's freaking getting $10 million a year yesterday. And all those guys that got paid $10 million a year, be it Cordell Flott or whoever you want to go through, Brendan, Woolen's got more interceptions than all those guys.
He's much better in coverage than all of them.
Yeah. It's like, why, if anybody just can go out there and have a good couple of games and get $10 million a year, why aren't they showing Woolen the love on this? And it is a representation of the league's opinions, a little bit in alignment, I think, of where ours is at and where the team's at, which is that it's not a bad player and the potential is always still there with him, but he just hasn't realized it, and you just can't always rely on him. And that's where it gets hard to start giving guys big time money when you're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I got a quick question in here that was been asked a couple times. Is there any reason we shouldn't go after Clavion Chason at edge? So Clavion Chason is a guy both me and Brendan have looked at for many years. We watched him back at LSU. I'm very well acquainted with his game. Number one, he's a smaller edge. And I've said that I think that my opinion on this is that Mike Macdonald, as we go forward, is going to look for bigger edges. When you look at historically the Baltimore Ravens defense that this is all based out of, they've tended to look for the bigger edge types. Mike Macdonald has tended to gravitate towards the bigger edge types in Baltimore. And when he came here, he inherited Uchenna, he inherited Boye, he inherited Derek Hall. You brought in DeMarcus Lawrence last year, who is a big power edge that fits to this type. Clavion Chason's not a power edge. He's a quick, try to go snatch the edge as fast as I can. Let me bend around the edge. Let me flatten to the quarterback. This is his style. And I don't think that style of edge is going to work in this defense. It's a defense where you've got those guys aligned wide and you want them to crush the pocket. And Clavion does not crush the pocket. Never has, back to his LSU days.
Right. Okay, so a bunch of people in the chat are saying that Achane just got extended by the Dolphins. I'm not seeing it anywhere, but so many people are saying it must have happened. So
yeah, that sucks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was no reason to believe it was going to happen. It was always just a pipe dream. But that's a fun pipe dream. That guy's good. I think he's better than Walker.
He's a good player. And he might very well be on that side of it. So I would love to see. You never knew with the Dolphins because they didn't exactly have a lot of money to spend coming into this off season, but makes sense why they're getting it done there. It does. You're going to have to make a decision on him one way or another. Either you pay him or you trade him.
Right. Let's see here. So according to Corbin Smith, Seahawks looking for 1-year deals for a running back. They don't want to do anything multi-year, which I don't think any of the guys remaining are worthy of a multi-year deal, really. Like who? No. Like I don't know who. Like Brian Robinson's not worth a multi-year deal, not after the season he just had, where he never got on the field behind CMC. And
I don't.
Pacheco's not worth a multi-year deal.
No.
Joe Mixon will be lucky if he gets anything at all. Maybe Rashad White. That's the only one I can even think about, but not even then. Nick Chubb, no. So yeah, I mean that kind of feels like a tautology. Yeah, I think that's really about it at the moment. Amon-Ra is mourning the loss of Khalif Raymond to the Bears. That's his favorite teammate, apparently.
I'm still not seeing anything on the deal.
Yeah. And Trey Hendrickson has the worst agent ever, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Kind of he's in a weird place too because it's just he's not a fit for every defense. He is getting older. He wants to be paid because he's had to wait to be paid from his perspective. But who's going to want to pay him?
Yeah, and I mean, to be clear, I don't want him. A lot of people are asking about him. I understand why. He's probably the highest value free agent left, but too many red flags there. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I just can't sign up for myself on that.
Mm-hmm. So back to the running back thing real quick. There were two sleepers, like super sleepers, that people were bringing up in my chat yesterday. And I want to know if you have any thoughts. The first was Keaton Mitchell. A lot of guys kind of circling there. Do you have anything that you feel over there?
Yeah, he's I mean, if you're looking for kind of a poor man's Devon A-Chain, but albeit with a few more question marks to him, then that's what you would get in a guy like Keaton. He's an undersized running back that's really, really fast, big play guy. Injuries, as I understand, have been a bit of a problem with him, and remaining healthy has been a problem with him.
Big time.
Big time. So, it's, sure, on a 1-year flyer deal, why not? Because the talent is true there, and he actually, unlike some of these other running backs that are kind of like at the end of the road, or they're down to the last of their options, he is a guy that's got at least some legitimate talent to him and still is relatively young. So I would be open to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other guy, there's a couple guys who brought up Amari Demercado, the Cardinals guy, and I was looking at his numbers. His numbers are actually kind of crazy. He's got an insane yard per carry average in his career.
Yeah, I've watched their games at times, and when they've had some of the running backs they've had through there, wondering, especially when Connor would get injured and they would go with other guys. This is before Benson, wondering why they wouldn't go with more to Mercado, because he seemed to be their best runner at times. So he's interesting. Yeah, I mean it's all about the same kind of stuff on the Flyers. I mean, Mitchell's a little bit of an outlier because there is a little bit more talent there, and he's got a little bit more of the big playability, but all these guys are kind of in that place where you're to varying levels. It's just sort of a flyer. I mean, they can come in there and give you some touches, but none of these guys are going to be difference makers or anything close to it at the position. It's going to be like, well, you're getting by a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody in chat's asking about Austin Eckler. I don't think Eckler has too much left in the tank. I think that's a pretty empty tank.
Yeah. Another guy with a lot of injuries and old, not a combination you want to take the flyer on. Even on the 1-year deal, to me, if you're getting these guys that are in injury, well, give me the younger guy. He's got a little bit of injury because maybe that'll round out. But the older guy like him, it's not going to go into a better direction now.
Mm-hmm. A couple people asking about Tyreek Hill. Apparently, there have been some rumors there. No, no, thank you.
I couldn't see it with him. That injury was devastating. I don't know that he's going to be able to come back from it. Certainly don't believe that he's going to come back by the start of the year. If you signed him, you're talking about long down the line a little bit with him, and I don't see how that makes any kind of sense.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't seem to be the kind of guy that John would jump on if available. I think problems.
Yeah, it's a guy that I think there's some question with him on buy-in at this point, and a guy that's made his money, and just kind of, I feel like in a lot of ways he's just kind of happy to keep making his money and doing what he's doing down in Miami, but he doesn't, I don't know, doesn't elicit a much, for me on that. I think that injury is one where I'd be very surprised if he comes back. A guy too is getting older, undersized guy. Second, he loses any of his speed, which is absolutely very probable off that injury. He's already been a little bit diminished here in recent years. It's going to take him down even further. I'm seeing a little bit of some wondering about Sean Tucker. It's again a guy like on all these names. These are guys like I can unpack it for you and be like, well, you've got 1 year in 2024 on 50 carries where he averages 6.2 yards per carry, but then you come back in the last year and he's averaging 3.7 yards per carry. Now he got 7 touchdowns running, and he's a good little short yards back at times. He's an interesting guy, and going back to his Syracuse days, another guy that me and Brendan scouted coming out of the draft. But is he going to be a difference maker? Is he going to give you more than you would get from a Pachenko, or more than you're going to get from a Chubb? Or, I mean, maybe a smidge, but not significant.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, we're not going to be able to sign 10 lackluster running backs and then sew them all together into one good running back. But it almost kind of feels like that's what we're going to end up trying to do a little bit.
Yeah, we may have to kind of get by with the position at that. And I know that makes a lot of Hawk fans uncomfortable after having difference making talent at times in Walker and Charbonnet and what they brought to the position the past couple of years. But I think that you have done a good job of rectifying issues that had persisted with Charbonnet and Walker through their early time period here, being that you have the offensive line in place. You have the continuity of that offensive line. You got the quarterback in place. You got your passing attack that keeps defenses honest. You have a defense that gets the offense back on the football field. I think you got guys that can create holes in the running game. These are the things, Brendan, that the analytics have told us are the most important part to creating a good running game, not necessarily getting a star running back. Not that there's in value to that or finding the star running back, but if you can take care of those things up ahead of the stack, it's less of a requirement. And I think Seattle's reached that point, don't you?
They're getting there at least. And I think this is an experiment worth trying. You tried it the other way, right? Get the running back with no offensive line. So maybe you got to go the other way because you can't do everything. You can't keep everybody. Let's just be real here. Mm-hmm. You got to make some tough decisions.
Yeah, 100%. Got it, and smart to do so, especially for just creating the sustained winning aspect of this rather than getting a sense of urgency or desperation, which yesterday to me, if there's a word that rose up above anything else from some of these teams, it was, man, there's some desperation in some of these signings.
Mm-hmm. Kyle, thank you for the $1.99. What about trading for Chase Brown, running back from Cincinnati? I think he was the guy who tested insane. I think his combine was like inhuman a couple years ago, I remember. But I don't know how good he's been in the NFL so far, actually. So, I mean,
he's been good. He's over 4 yards a carry all 3 of his years.
Behind the Bengals offensive line. So
behind the Bengals offensive line. And 4.43, 1.53, 10-yard split, to your point on the combine, 40-inch vertical leap. He's 5'9", 209, so he's actually got some good weight on him too. I mean, the 209 is essentially the old 225 for running backs. Your 210, that's like a big back now. So he fits the markers as far as size, speed, explosion for the outside zone system. Got a little bit of that extra size you want to have on these guys too. So he does fit the marker as far as the type of back you would look to. As far as what the cost would be for him, I mean, that's going to be the hard part because I don't want to give up a 3rd rounder for him, and we don't have a 4th or a 5th rounder. So my 4th rounder would probably be 4th or 5th would be about what I would at most want to be giving up for him. And yeah, because he's going to be probably going into year 4. He's going to need to be paid here soon. So Cincinnati moves him because they don't want to pay him. That means you don't get much back in return, Cincy. You got to take what we're going to give you at that point.
6th rounder and Tyrese Knight.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. Jay Jusitalo. I am sorry. I think that's probably how you're supposed to pronounce that. Thank you. Do we still have Kenny, the Bulldog running back? We do. I would definitely curb your enthusiasm on him, though, at this point. He's had 2 devastating injuries.
Yep, we do. But he has had a couple of those knee injuries. So we'll see if he can remain upright, standing, and good here in the future, but he is on the roster.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like the Bills are releasing Larry Ogunjobi. Man, the Bills' cap space is worse than I thought. They've had to really get rid of so many players. Like they must be completely up the creek.
I don't get it either because, like, who are they really paying?
Allen, of course, Cook got the contract, and who are they paying on defense? I'm thinking about it now that you mention it. I don't feel like
Ed Oliver and Gregory Rousseau are the 2 big ones on D. But I mean, I'm looking at over the cap. That's all you got. You know what screwed them is that they've got DJ Moore on a $23.45 million deal right now on the cap hit. That was a dumb deal for them. And they do the same stupid stuff every year. They go for the old ass on his last legs, like wide receiver. And then they're like, that's our number 1 guy. I'm like, you guys know how this is going to end.
Yeah. Well, maybe this is the year for the Cookie Monster.
I don't get how their cap's in the situation it is. That is just bad mismanagement. They got Dawson Knox making $17 million on a cap hit. Yeah, how does Billy Bean still have a job, dude?
Yeah, they extended him today, so I'll bet that cap hit shrunk a little bit. But is Dawson Knox like good? I don't know much about him actually.
I don't think so. I mean, he was taken in the third round, but I'm looking through like his stats here, and 28 receptions, 24 receptions, 49 receptions, 48 receptions, 22 receptions, 22 receptions, and 36 receptions last year. That's his career since 2019. So, you know what? He's been in the league for 7 years. He's got like 150 catches. I guess he's a great blocker. Oh, they're
Yeah.
paying Josh Palmer 11 million per year. Boy, the Bills are awful, dude. 12 million a year for Palmer.
Yeah. Starting to feel bad for Sean McDermott when you put it like that, when you start listing this all out.
Yeah, it's you do, and Brady's not going to be able to accomplish much with that. There's still 13 million under the hole. I guess that Knox contract will fix that a little bit, but that is just silly.
Yeah, that seems pretty bad. The Lord's Disciple, thank you for the $2. I feel we have to kick the tires on Mixon. Well, you're probably going to kick it, and there's just going to be nothing there. Your boot goes right through the rubber.
You get the little whining air coming out the rubber after you give it the kick. Maybe give him the. You'd have to give him a pretty intense physical to see where he's at health wise. He had that weird injury that nobody. It was like off the field. Nobody exactly knows what happened, but he's another one of those guys I'd put in that same kind of package of guys that are flyer guys you're taking on Lord Disciple, where it's like they could be all right, but nobody's going to really do anything sensational. Just be functional, if anything, on that.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Let me see if there's anything else going on. Saw some people asking about Najee Harris. I mean, he'd be cheap, and he has been decent in this league before, but some people were saying he only has one functioning eyeball right now. I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I've never been a big Najee Harris guy. I never thought he should have gone in the first round. I thought he's always been just a tiny bit overrated. Not that he's held in high regard, but he doesn't do a lot for me. And again, a guy that's kind of a plotter at the running back position. He's not an explosion. Back to, again, looking for these type of backs that we want to see in the system is more of the explosive, speedy guy that can get to the edge, which is not exactly his game.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. So I think we're caught up.
Yeah, we got Danielle Hunter did just get extended, so he's not an option. He just got a one-year deal they put.
Wasn't it like 1 year for 40 million or something crazy?
Yeah.
I guess edge rushers just get paid like crazy, and we've got to deal with it. Like maybe Boye Mafe is worth 20 million a year. I don't know. Maybe this is just the way things work now. Maybe edge rushers are like quarterbacks.
Well, I think the thing with him is that he's just been so tremendously productive, and that even when he's come over there to them, I think he's given them really top end production. I'm trying to check out where his stats are at here. Why can't I see the Texans on this stupid thing? Where are the Texans? There they are. $27 million. All right, boom. I wanted to take a look at where he was at on that, because I thought when I looked at some of his numbers the other day, I was like, oh yeah, well he's been holding it down. So you look at what he's done here since just 2022, 10.5 sacks, 16.5 sacks, 12 sacks, 15 sacks last year. And that's with 15 TFLs, 17 TFLs in 24, 23 TFLs in 23. So, I mean, he's really been a good player. My man's going to be over 100 sacks here in his career right now. But he's been really good. And I think they probably too as well. Some of that was extending him so they could lower down the cap hit number for this year so that they could they lowered him down to the base salary of 1.3 this year. So this was partly done to give themselves cap relief too.
Right. Yeah, well, they'll get their money's worth, I suppose, or at least something pretty close to it. And their defense is going to be one of the best in the league again.
Yeah, agreed. They'll find a way it'll work still. Him and Will Anderson are a great combo.
All right, let's see here. What else is going on here? Cowboys trying to trade for Patrick Queen from the Steelers, apparently. So that's interesting.
Okay. Well, they do need to get their linebacker room figured out. So it does make some sense there. I don't think he's been particularly good for the Steelers since he's come over there.
Okay, yeah. More reporting that we're looking at Rashad White here. So feels like that, like we might go like Robinson, White, and then a rookie.
Yeah.
That's kind of feeling like where this is going to end up. And I'm not going to ask anybody to get excited for that, but that seems to be where this is headed.
Yeah. And that's just as much an extension of the fact that there's just not any really great options per se right now. I mean, it is what it is on the market with this. So you'd love to have there be some more spots you could go to, but outside of getting very creative, you got to just kind of deal with what is.
Mm.
You never know
Yeah.
with this too. This could also be one of those positions, Brennan, that, you know, last year it was wide receiver. We would have loved to have gotten a speedy wide receiver at this time of year or before training camp, and we didn't. And everybody kind of pointed to that saying, like, well, where's the speed at the receiving room? You lost DK and you got Cooper Kupp in here, and JSN, nobody was sure about his speed on that front of it. Well, then we turned around and we ended up making that trade deadline move. Is there a running back maybe that, okay, we don't have him out the gate, but then as we get down to the trade deadline, will likely become available, like a Chase Brown, for instance, at that point, if he hasn't been signed on an extension? You know, a guy that can give you a little bit of a moderate improvement at that time when there's a market opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I think the details of the Job and Shaheed contract are out. I'm going to see if I can find those. Maybe we can talk about those real quick just to look at the structure, because the Job contract, I think I saw earlier, and it's very easy to get out after 2 years. There's like a $2 million dead cap in the last year. So that seems totally fine to me.
Yeah, it looks like they got him on the books here. So you got Job here has got a $9.25 million cap hit in the first year. So to your point, there was a little bit more of the front loading of this deal than back loading it on how they set this up. So they didn't try to lower down the cap hit number in the first year in 26 as far as they could, right? And then stretch the numbers into the back two years of the deal. Instead, they went the inverse, it looks like, because while the cap number does go up, oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong on that. They did keep that low. My bad. So it does go up in that way. So I'm
okay,
off.
does this okay, can I zoom in
Over
on
the
this?
cap's got it.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me shrink this real quick. Over the cap. Aha, here we go. Okay, so yeah, second year, you could let him go after 1 year in theory. It's like you still save half the money. And then the last year, only 2.3 is guaranteed. So that's pretty reasonable. First year cap hit 4.5. Seems fine to me. It was, either this or you're giving you're hoping the Ravens release Humphrey and then you're giving him 10 million, probably
somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that seems like a pretty agreeable contract to me. And let me do Rashid Shaheed, see if Over the Cap has him yet. I used to be a Spotrac purist, but I'm actually finding Over the Cap's layouts more pleasant.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so this one, let's see here. This is almost certainly a 2-year deal. Most of the money in 2027 is guaranteed, but 2028, pretty soft landing, 15.5 savings, 6.7 dead. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a 2-year deal, essentially. I can live with it. The $19 million cap hit in 2027 does hit a little bit hard, but probably by the time we get there, it'll seem like nothing.
Yeah, you got the cap at that point, probably about 320, 330 million. So while it's at 5.9% right now, it's probably gonna be down to more of like under 5% once you actually get to that time of the year of that contract.
Yeah, the 49ers are going to be paying Mike Evans more than that, and after the substation has his way with him.
That's a weird deal, huh? That was a weird contract. I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, apparently there were rumors that he was going to get like 30 million a year from somebody, and he took less to go to the Niners. I feel bad for the team that was going to. I feel very, very happy for the team that was going to give him 30 because they got bailed out a little bit.
I bet it was the Raiders or the Titans, something like that. It was probably the one that was offering it.
Yeah. I don't see how he plays more than 9 games this year. I would be shocked if he played more, especially with Shanahan, who's probably going to throw him the ball 40 times a game.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I don't get the fit. I just don't see why you would make this move. And the Niners continue to be a team to me, Brendan, that they're not really fully all in. They're not really fully all out. They kind of want to make a run at it, but they kind of don't. They feel like a team that's driven by a couple of different people behind the wheel, and they're both kind of driving in two different directions at times. Just doesn't make any sense. What does that move do? Does that move take you over the top in any way, shape, or form? Is that the move to get you to the Super Bowl? As long as you can keep all of your health? Is that what you're thinking from a Niner perspective? Because it doesn't add up.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It feels like they just they can't let go of the idea of winning a Super Bowl with this core, even though they probably should. To them, it's just like there's no way we can have this core and never win a Super Bowl. We can't let it happen. But they don't have a great idea of how to make it happen, so they're just kind of like keep the guys and figure it out.
Yeah, well, and I could wrap my head around that being all right. Modus operandi, now you want to operate, but then own it. Go into it fully. Don't be dealing with like, how do we cut away bad money? We're spending too much, like last year where, the owner was like, well, you guys got to tighten the purse string. So we're going to need $100 million of dead money while our window's just about to come to a close. A year when we get to the playoffs where it's like, Brendan, if they hadn't eaten that $100 million last year and they actually had, found a way to, retain some of those players instead of just bleeding it all out, are they better for it? Do they have a few more wins? Are they in a better position? Maybe so. I just think you got to decide whether you're in or out on this. And they don't, this is the Evans signing, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of like about their only signing that they've made here. No, they did. They win. They got the left tackle as well, Venarian Lowe. So here's the other part of this is that you're probably going to be moving on from Trent Williams at this point, by the way that this is looking right now, this offseason.
Yeah, they signed Lowe, right? So that's probably what that is.
Yeah. And so you go, what are we doing? what? So Venarian Lowe takes over from Trent and we're going to be better forward to that. I know Trent's old, but like, it just doesn't have a lot of vision to it to me. This just all feels very reactive in what the Niners are doing right now.
Mm-hmm. Lord's Disciple, thank you for the $2. I wouldn't be mad with White and Tucker, honestly.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it would not be as good as last year, that's for sure. But you could do okay there. Like Rashad White has been, he had a 1,500-yard from scrimmage season a couple years ago behind a Tampa Bay offensive line that wasn't as good as it is now.
True. No, these guys they've got some functionality to them. They can give you a little bit of some juice. I'd be okay with it, and they're not going to cost a lot.
All these guys we're thinking about getting, though, is they're all fumblers, and that's going to be really obnoxious because we're so used to having backs that don't fumble.
It's true. That is a bit problematic.
Yeah, Spotrack just tweeted out, Dallas Goedert's contract will void today, leaving behind $21 million in dead cap. $21 million void year cap hit for Dallas Goedert. That seems really bad.
It's just getting started for that Eagles team. I mean, their cap situation and how they've set this out is absolutely redonkulous when you look at the void years and all that stuff that's going to hit. So, Dallas is the first one kind of coming forward, but this thing's going to start over the next couple of years to really lock in. So he's the only one right now that they've got, I think. Trying to double check. They've got a bunch of dead money already on the books at $52 million of dead money on the books right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2027, Lane Johnson, Michael Carter, Zach Bond, Brandon Graham.
Yeah, the Hurts dead money doesn't kick in for a few years, right?
No. I mean, even the A.J. Brown one doesn't either. Like, these are all like voids that'll kick in down. There's all these voids here, and then you got these voids kicking down, then you got your voids on top of that down at the end. I wonder if the Eagles eventually are just going to try to have like a year where they just own it and they just kind of just eat all the pain, so to speak, and then just get it around to the next, get it all turned back around again.
And you're going to have to. They won the Super Bowl, so, whatever.
Hey, you made it worthwhile. I get it, but nobody else in the league is doing contracts like this, not to this degree. Everybody's kind of starting to embrace void years a little bit, but not up and down your whole roster.
Peter, thank you for the $4.99. Thoughts on Nick Chubb? I think he's saying Nick Chubb.
Oh, okay.
Nick Chubb on a min contract with a split workload. I'd like to see if he has a little bit left in the tank. He used to be a badass. I think he's saying Nick Chubb. I'm not sure.
I think you're right, yeah.
I would not be upset about that. I think I could see Chubb being worth like a couple $1 million. I'm not against it.
I would just wonder about the fit on that. Chubb's not a guy, when you watched him last year with Houston, he's definitely lost some speed, some of those from those lower leg injuries. He's another guy that's had multiple throughout his career that have been pretty bad. Does he have enough speed anymore and enough juice anymore to get to the edge to run an outside zone system? I don't know that he does. But he's a fun runner. He runs as hard as any running back in the league. He's going to grind and he's going to finish runs, and every fan loves watching that. So, maybe from that standpoint it could work, but I do tend to think they're going to try to probably target in on more of those guys that have a little bit more of the juice to the edge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could be like an adequate Charbonnet replacement until Charbonnet gets back, and you'd only need him to give you some juice for maybe 2 or 3 months. I could see it.
Yeah, it's possible, and again, it's a couple million, so it's not a lot of risk to see what you can get out of it. It doesn't, just to take kind of a flyer on a guy, so to speak.
Kyle, thank you for the $4.99. Any reason Humphrey is still in Baltimore? Crosby and Lamar extension soon should push him out, right? Obviously, he doesn't want to be there. It feels like they're keeping him out of spite more than anything. I feel
it does. It does kind of feel like, oh, you're gonna go to the parade, huh? All right, okay, all right. Well, no, we'll release you. We're gonna let all the money clear off the books of these teams, and then we'll release you. It does feel a little bit like that to me too. Right? Just a tiny bit, because it doesn't make any sense why they're holding on. They're sitting right now just below below the Ravens as far as the second least amount of most of cap space in the league at negative 12.13. So they've got to do something.
Yeah, they're probably going to extend Lamar, which might actually free up cap space.
Yeah, he's got a $51 million base salary. So if you extend him, you're going to lower that.
Yeah, I don't know what else they can do though. I don't know. Did you see what he was tweeting yesterday?
Yeah.
It feels like, you remember the Seinfeld episode where George is trying to get fired from the Yankees?
Mm-hmm.
So he's just trying to do little things at work, or the Better Call Saul episode where Jimmy's trying to get fired from the law firm. It kind of feels like that. Like he's just trying to rock the boat until they just say, okay, just go.
It does. I mean, it was kind of just that you like that tweet and you were like, what? That's kind of an odd tone. He is who you think he is. Like, what is he? And some Ravens fan says he's kind of a big troller about this kind of stuff online, but it's a weird situation out there in Baltimore right now with him. I mean, it was weird when you heard him here at the Super Bowl parade, and you're kind of trying to make sense of that. You're like, he's still on a team, but he's over here. I've never heard of a player ever doing that before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Davis and Maine. That was the name of the law firm that Jimmy was trying to get fired from. Okay.
There we go. But yeah, it's a strange situation on Humphrey. We'll see what happens. It does seem like they're holding him off. He's got a $26 million cap hit, and I don't think they're going to want to sit on that.
Yeah,
but
he was not good last year. I mean,
yeah.
He might. I don't know if he's washed up or if it was a bad year, but he was not good.
He had a good year the prior year. It was just last year wasn't particularly good, and I think injuries were a little bit of a factor on that.
Yeah. Jaro Dede, thank you for the $1.99. No comment attached here, but thank you.
There we go. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit off topic at this point, because obviously this is settled. Would you have given up our first round pick for Brian Thomas Jr. instead of signing Shaheed?
No.
Because some people were buzzing about that, and I thought it was interesting.
I mean, Brian Thomas is a little bit of a reclamation at this point to me. Do I want to give up a first round pick for a reclamation project? No, I don't.
Even a crappy one? Like it's a pretty bad first round pick in this draft at 32.
Yeah, because I mean, I could have a Jennings dunker that's a foundational piece on my offensive line to finish off my offensive line in retrospect. So, I don't. I mean, a guy had 700 yards receiving, almost a 50% catch rate last year, 2 touchdowns receiving. He's been in the league for 2 years. I don't think that he necessitates. I know he had a 1,000-yard season in 24, but he had some toughness issues last year. He had some, I don't want to alligator arms. I don't want to make the tough catch. I don't want to get hit. When you have a football player that starts showing signs of not wanting to get hit, that's kind of freaky, especially when he's only in his second year as a pro. So I think that there was a little bit of some warning bells going off with Brian Thomas last year and watching him, how he was playing. And it didn't make any sense. He's on a team that's doing well. He's on a team that's going to go win their division. And they have to eventually go out there and make a trade for Jacoby Myers just because he's not footing the bill. Some of it obviously is the loss of the kid that they took in the first round last year, but a big part of it was the fact that Brian was like couldn't catch a football all of a sudden.
Mm. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But he is very talented. There is something fun in there.
Yeah, he is a good player. And that when I loved him coming out of LSU. I did, but that was a worrisome year last year. It wasn't just a play here and a play there. He was showing up all over the place, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me. But I don't know if that reverses course when it starts showing signs like that across the board.
Mm-hmm. Sean McLeodart, thank you for the $1.99. Starting at 35 every drive makes Shaheed worth it to me. That's very valid. That 35-yard line thing is huge, and I like that. That's a difference of 15 yards every drive that you don't have to even think about getting. And I do think there are a lot of teams out there that are still in the place where they're like, I'd rather just let them start at the 35 than risk messing around with Shaheed's return ability.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's just teams that don't value special teams, and then it rears its ugly head in moments like this when you go up against a team in Seattle that does value special teams, that wants to make it an elite aspect of their team, and then you just fall back in line of being like, just kick it through the back of the end zone. Let's just not even risk it. And that is what's awesome about that is it's not really as much of a trackable stat on that, is that doesn't get applied to Shaheed, but it's his effect that causes that, to your point, Sean. And that's where that added value comes into play on the Shaheed deal, where it's not just what he does as a receiver, but it's these extra little items that you throw on top of it. Not that they should carry all of the weight as far as what his value is to the team, but it is additional bennies that he throws on top, that.
Mm-hmm. We also have a new member. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah. Jenna Wealthy. Thank you for becoming a member. I was confused why the note popped up twice, but I think that it's just because I have the dual streams going, one for mobile, one for desktop, so it pops up on both.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's something like that.
Okay, let me see here. What else is going on? Dove Kleiman tweets, Rachaad White would be unstoppable in Seattle. He thinks everybody in the league is unstoppable, apparently. That's all he tweets.
Who did tweet that?
It was a Dove Kleiman. He's one of the NFL content.
His account's just like, okay, dude.
Yeah. Well, my favorite's ML Football. Do you know that one?
Yeah, that's another one that does the same sort of stuff.
Yeah, but they're worse. They were like, we project that Draymond Jones is going to get 4 years, $120 million tomorrow. And then I think it was Draymond retweeting. He's like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. It was pretty funny.
I think he's like, I wish there were those numbers. I think was his response or something along that line. I'd love to be those numbers.
Yeah. A couple people in the chat were asking about Alvin Kamara. That would have to be cheap for me to be willing to do it, but I guess you could do. I guess it could be worse. I'm talking myself into that one, but I don't know if there's a lot there.
The thing with him is that I was doing a little research on him before the start of free agency, and a lot of the feedback you're getting from Saints fans this year is that he was holding back the running game. His effectiveness as a running back and what he is as a runner is just nowhere near what he once was, and that a different running back in there could be more effective. In fact, I think the other running back they had out there versus him was more effective behind that offensive line, because they put some investment in that offensive line, and they're creating some holes there for him at times. So I would be a little bit hesitant at going back to him, as I think that he's reached that point. He got in the league in 2017. He's going to be around 31 years old by the start of the league. Just don't think that there's a lot there left that makes you really, he's a name, but more than being a name, there's just not a lot that he brings. 3.62 per yard per carry average last year, 4.2 the year before that, 3.9 in 23, 4.0 in 2022. He hasn't been a difference maker at the position for quite a bit of time.
Mm-hmm. We got another big one here. Catalyst with the 50.
Catalyst. Thank you for that, man.
Mm-hmm. John Schneider's discipline in free agency shows that our process works. Love the value with Jobs re-signing and bringing back Shaheed. Clowney signing incoming, maybe? Go Hawks.
Go Hawks there, Catalyst. Yeah, John's found good value in this free agent period and not overpaid. He's been able to and retain his own guys and played the compensatory game on the front of this, because when we didn't even talk about the Boye and Mafe contract, but you're sitting in a good position for how you've operated through this free agency so far. And I think, Clowney makes a lot of sense. I would love to see it as a deal, even if you're just flopping out Uchenna for Clowney. that's a massive upgrade off of what you have with Uchenna. And I'm not trying to knock Uchenna. It's not that he's a bad player, but just Clowney's a pure fit for this scheme. Uchenna's 6'2", 245. Clowney's that bigger guy that you want in the system. He comes in rotationally at that point. He's your third or fourth edge. Hard to do better than that, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tend to agree. Again, there were not that many deals yesterday that I thought were good value, and the Job was definitely one of them, and the Shaheed one is close, at least.
Yeah. She'd one you're probably paying a little bit more than you would, but you didn't. It's not a gross overpay, and it's not a funny contract like some of these. You mentioned the guy that the Naylor that the Raiders signed. I mean, you're 5 million less. They're signing Naylor, so I think Rashid's a significantly better player than that, and so you're okay with it, and you're happy with where he's operated so far.
Yeah, and we do have a signing by the Detroit Lions. Not a huge one, but this is going to take one of the best running backs left off the board here. Isaiah Pacheco goes to the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
The guy who I one of the more interesting running styles out there.
Yes, he does. Violent running style.
Right. So that means the top running backs remaining on the board that, according to Spotrac, would be Joe Mixon, Michael Carter, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, Najee Harris. Those are their top 5 guys left right now.
Not a lot left, man. It's getting lean. It's getting light. So
yeah, I wasn't a big Pacheco guy. I mean, if we had signed him as a short-term Charbonnet replacement, fine, but I wasn't a big Pacheco guy.
I wasn't either. I was kind of surprised. I was just checking his combine. My man ran a 4.37 at the combine. He does not look 4.37 on the field. Like, that's definitely one of those, like, your tested time is not fit to what I see from you on tape. He's like a 4.5 guy on tape. So, yeah, I'm in the same place with him. I mean, it's kind of a whatever on that one.
Yeah. I was thinking though last night, the Chiefs giving K9 that contract, it really shows how the NFL's in a different era right now. They never would have paid a running back anywhere close to that kind of money like 5 years ago. Like look at the guys they won Super Bowls with, washed up LaShawn McCoy and Williams. What was his name? Mike Williams, the guy who had the 50-yard run to seal the first Super Bowl win against the Niners. Looking at the guys they've always been a team that was like, we don't care about running back. We don't need a running back. We have Mahomes and Andy Reid. And now they're giving that money to K9. To me, that's the ultimate proof that we're in a different era right now for football.
Yeah, the big stat that stood out to what the Chiefs dealt with last year is that they were dealing with as little of stacked boxes as anybody in the NFL. And that was partly because of the inability of their running game to get going. But you're right. This does show you, and this is the transition we've often talked about over the past couple of years, is that it's wild because if you went back 7 years, everything in the NFL was driving towards spread concepts and pass happy. And here we go. And the college system's going to take over the NFL. And then the cover 2 shell came in and upended all of that. And the Chiefs were one of the main teams, along with the Hawks at the time with Russell Wilson, that completely got torqued by the cover 2 shell. I mean, it really took the teeth out of that passing offense of the Chiefs, forced Mahomes to play in a style that he was not accommodated to playing. He got a little bit better at it over time. But I think that this is just probably emblematic of the fact that they're recognizing that this is where the transition of the game's gone to, where it's back to more of kind of a brand of style of play that's like a little bit almost like the late 1980s kind of style of offense, where it's going to be balanced and play action and under center, and you're not living in shotgun 24/7. And so it just shows you this isn't going away anytime soon. We're not going next year back to the spread concept stuff. That might eventually come to be a couple years down the line, but this running the ball, this maintaining balance on offense, it's going to continue to be what smart teams probably do throughout the course of the league because it's what defenses are kind of allowing you to do.
Let's see here. Daniel, thank you for the $2. Thoughts on drafting Jadarian Price? Some people were saying, taking him at 32. I would not be super enthused about taking him at 32. And you might have to do that if you want to get him because he's probably running back 2 in this draft.
Might very well be.
Yeah. So I like him. I know he's got like the 4.4940, so he'd be okay on the outside zone stuff, but he wouldn't be great.
Yeah.
So I mean, it depends on where you get him, but I'm amenable to it.
Yeah, I'm about in the same kind of place you are with it, where it's like, okay, it's a relative fit. He's a little to me. There's a little bit of some stiffness to him on tape. He kind of reminds me a bit of David Johnson.
Mm.
Remember the Cardinal running back
Yeah,
they had? He's got a
the
little
guy,
bit of
the
that.
guy who got traded for Hopkins, right?
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember him.
and so it's he's all right. He doesn't blow me away, and I don't think he's gonna be a difference maker for the position. But he's fine. He's functional. He can come in and he'll be a decent back for you. You could probably do something like Brendan. You trade back, 10 picks, pick up maybe an extra third rounder or something, or an extra fourth rounder, and then take him at that point. You can maybe flip something like that too. So I agree with you though. You're not gonna be able to get him when you're picking in the second round, 30 seconds. So you're gonna have to kind of figure something out on that. But he's fine, Daniel. I don't know if maybe it's the CJ Pro size history or Audric Estime out of there of Notre Dame a couple years ago, because I get some of the Audric Estime vibes where it's like, yeah, he looks really big and he's jacked and all that, but he kind of runs stiff a little bit. I could have a little bit of this being kind of colored by some of the other running backs that have come through there a little bit and not wrapping my mind around it as much.
Martin Lawrence, thank you for the €5, I think. The Shaheed year 2 cap hit looks like a wide receiver 2 hit, which he could be by then. Cup will have retired. I know they're not the same type of receiver. Just my opinion.
No,
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And I think he's the kind of wide receiver 2 you want when you have a wide receiver 1 like JSN. Not somebody that needs big volume to contribute, not somebody who needs the ball thrown his way 8 times a game. Just somebody who can affect the game on limited targets with just his ability.
Yep. And it's next year because you're going the last year of Cooper Kupp's deal and he retires. You're going to save significant amount of cap space on that deal when that goes down. So it's like $14 million you save at that point, which would take you over $100 million in cap space as it stands right now for the Hawks. So, yeah, that's probably what they have in mind here.
Yeah. I see some people asking about why we haven't extended Witherspoon and JSN yet. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if maybe you can't do the extension until after the league year rolls over tomorrow. I'm wondering if maybe that's the case. I'm not sure. That may be what's going on.
No. The contract extensions given out for players like this is going to happen in June, July. It's not going to happen right now. And this is the thing that was like the DK Metcalf thing too. Part of the reason that DK Metcalf got moved was, we weren't necessarily willing to up the ante to the price he wanted to pay at $30 million per year, much less 5-year deal. But it was also that a big part of that was that DK wanted to be paid right now. I want to be paid right now. I don't want to wait till June. I want you to pay me right now. But the way that these extensions work is you get free agency done, you get the draft done, and then you get to the extension side of it. There are times that this can change, but I would estimate with these two guys where they stand on their particular contracts, just getting through 3 years in, they're going to make it a priority, but it's going to be down the laundry line a little bit on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. That, I don't know if every team operates like that. Like, we'll see if the Rams do that with Puka. I'm kind of interested to see that.
Yeah. Oh, well, they've got it themselves. I'm interested to see really what they do there with him, because that contract's going to hurt. And they've got a couple they've got to give it out. I've kind of been surprised, Brendan, to see the Rams as aggressive as they've been, because you got to give Kobe Turner the $25 million deal. You got to figure out Byron Young, get his deal done. And these are different from the JSN Witherspoon deal to me, because these are more of these are pressing contracts. With Puka, it's like, you got to get this done. He's not a former first round pick. He's a guy that hasn't made his money yet. Whereas a guy like JSN and Witherspoon, of course, have made their money. They were high picks, so they've actually made a little bit of money, that maybe less of the priority there to push. But do you think they give him $41 million? They kind of have to, I guess, don't they?
Puka? Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like.
I don't know how they avoid it, but I'm still trying to figure out how they're going to structure these contracts, because, Kobe Turner right now is costing you $3.9 million on the cap. You're going to sign him to probably like a $23.5 million deal when you sign him. Byron Young's cost you $5.7 million. You're going to sign him to, if Ode Adofe is getting 25, does Byron get 27? And then they just paid freaking OJ McDuffie over $30 million a year.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand. why they did that, but at the same time, it's like he's not as good as like Surtain or J.C. Horn, or
Nope.
he's just not as good as those guys. So it just feels weird.
It does feel weird. And oh, by the way, Avila on top of it. So Turner, Avila, Puka, and Byron Young, they got 20 million in cap space, and they've got to put all those guys on pretty monster deals. I'm sure that they're going to put a bunch of void years down the line and all that, but it ain't going to be easy to get these deals done as they currently stand.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. A Joss, thank you for the $4.99. I finally came around on the Linderbaum deal. They bought a best friend for Mendoza, franchise quarterback plus top 4 center, combined AAV 40.5 million. Not too bad. I mean, okay, I just don't believe that a center is capable of having such a big impact on a team that he's worth that much money. I don't consider it to be that kind of high leverage position.
Yeah, I think the center position is an important one in this offense, the Shanahan system, but not to the point that you're going to spend $9 million more average per year versus the top contract for that position prior. I mean, that's such a huge overpay to get to that spot of things. I need to have a real difference maker at the position if I'm going beyond that. And he's just not quite that. He's a really good player, one of the top centers in the league, but he's not a guy that's like a masher out there and just completely demolishing people. The other part of this, though, too, Joss, is, and I'm okay with it. I mean, like, at the end of the day, Raiders are going to have to overpay. They had to spend the money somewhere. I'm not going to rake them too hard over the Linderbaum deal, the overpay. It is an overpay, and it is a significant one. My issue more comes down to the JPJ aspect of this, because this is what bad organizations do. You just put a second-round pick on Jackson Powers Johnson. You have not given him an opportunity to play purely from the center position. So now what are you going to do on this? You're going to try to salvage him at guard, a position that he's not well suited for and has shown he's not well suited for, or you're going to give him away for a bag of peanuts? That's not a smart way of utilizing that second round pick that you just made just a year ago. You know, what doesn't make any sense to me on this one. And this deal, unfortunately, only reinforces all that much more that he's got no pathway to starting there for the Raiders, probably, unless they can somehow salvage the guard aspect of him. And I just didn't watch him on tape at Oregon and think, this guy's a guard. I never thought that in watching him. He's a big old center, and that's where he should be operating out of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like because in Seattle we had bad players at those positions for so long, there are some Seahawks fans that are like, oh, you just got to throw every dollar you have at centers and right guards and players like that until you fix the problem. I don't think that going the extreme other way is the right thing either. I think that there has to be some sort of more Aristotelian solution. Like I mean, look at how the center play we got last year out of two guys who counted for like a grand total of $2 million against the cap with Sundell and Oluwatimi.
Yep.
I don't think the solution is just spend a ridiculous amount of money on the position and everything will be okay. I think you end up with the opposite problem.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think the same thing. I get why the Raiders did it, and you know they can afford to do this, but this is not. It's really the JB. If JPJ didn't exist, I could even wrap my around. But that factor of this just means it's like you're causing yourself harm to make yourself improved. It's like you want improvement for improvement. You don't want the improvement, but they're also getting cut on the backside of it somehow. And this one kind of does that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Josh Parcher, thank you for the $1.99. Thoughts on the Miami running back Fletcher? I didn't think he was in this draft class. I thought he went back.
Yeah, I didn't think he was out either on this one.
Yeah, because I did my running back evals and I did not do Fletcher, so I didn't see him on the board.
Yeah, Miami Hurricanes star running back Mark Fletcher Jr. is returning for his senior season in 2026.
Okay, yeah.
So Josh, he's going back to the college. Part of why next year's draft is going to be more improved over this year's draft. A variety of different places.
That's why those comp picks are going to hit, man. Those comp picks are going to hit nice.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, although these other stupid contracts are going to mean there's no way we get any thirds, like the freaking Odafe Owe contract and the Jalen Phillips contract. We're not getting any thirds, but we can get a couple of fourths potentially and some fifths. It's going to be nice. Yep,
you'll get a couple in here at least, and I'm okay with that. Just work a couple picks if we can in next year's draft. That'd be good.
The Lord's Disciple, thank you for the $2. I think Brian Robinson Jr. would get you by. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's okay.
he's got
The thing,
familiarity.
he's a kind of a fumbler, though. I'm not thrilled about that piece of it.
Yeah. The fumble part's not great, and maybe that's what kept him from getting more carries with the Niners last year, because that's something I know Shanahan's not putting up with. But your offensive coordinator knows him really well, how to utilize him. I think he's functional. He's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Flory connection is relatively compelling.
Yeah.
Josh Parcher, thank you for the $1.99. If Woolen walks, should the Hawks get Nahshon right? I don't think we need that much corner anymore. I maybe we still need a corner, but I'm thinking more like somebody we draft, not really somebody that we got to give a bunch of money to, because I think Wright is going to be pretty pricey.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I mean, even if not pricey, he's going to cost you the multi-year kind of extension to get him done. And I don't think I want to be in the position of doing that. I think that you've got your extension set at this point. You're going to get Witherspoon done. You've got Job on a nice deal. And you're going to, eventually even Worry a couple of years from now is going to be on an extension himself. He had his one breakout year this last year. Prior to that, his prior three seasons, Nahshon hadn't done a whole lot. And so, do you want to pay for kind of a guy that's giving you just that one? And maybe the light bulbs kind of come on, but even the light bulb coming on, wasn't like a great season. He just kind of had a nose for the ball and an ability to cause fumbles and interceptions. And that's as much as kind of the claim to fame last year with him. But Job kind of removes this. This is also why with Woolen, I don't want to do a multi-year deal with Woolen. If you're bringing a guy in on this point, it's got to be, to me, a 1-year kind of deal. You want to reinforce the depth that way. You want to set up so you don't have to go in the draft and take a cornerback at that point. I'm fine with that. But I don't think you can give out even a 2-year deal at this point on top of the contracts you're going to have on the books for that whole just load balancing element of it. For the same reason you can't pay 2 safeties high watermark at the same time, or 2 off-ball inside linebackers high watermark money at the same time. It's not that you have to go completely cheap at the other linebacker, but you got to have like the Drake Thomas $4 million a year thing as you're balancing that up against the Ernest Jones making pretty good money at the Mike position.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't hate another corner. I don't think Wright's the guy. I think that's too much corner.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there'll be another place he's going to want to go to a spot too, where he gets a chance again to start, or maybe comes back even to Chicago. I don't think we'd be that landing spot for where he'd want to go as well, where he doesn't have a pathway to starting.
Little bit of news trickling over here. Zane Gonzalez signs with the Dolphins, so they have their new kicker to replace Sanders. So I know we're not really thinking about kickers this offseason for good reason, but yeah, Zane Gonzalez been around a while.
Yeah. Solid signing for them. I'm going to go to a cup of coffee here. I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good to me. Thoughts on Kobe Bryant, Bears fan? I think he's a good player. I don't think he's one of the best safeties in the league, but he was good last year. And clearly, one thing I will say, Mike McDonald thinks he's special. So in circumstances like this, I'm inclined to defer to Mike McDonald and say that if he thinks that Kobe's special, Kobe's probably pretty special. Okay. I'll get back to the super chats when we when he's back. I figure that most of the people who send in super chats want both people to be able to answer stuff. But yeah, I like Kobe. He's not one of the best safeties in the world, but he's been good. And the thing to consider is he's only been playing safety for like a year and a half. So there might be even a little bit more he can get out of him. Okay. I think we're all caught up here. All right, welcome back.
Hey.
Sean McLeodart, Jay Wright, 147 yards on 21 carries in preseason, future running back one. So this is Jacardia Wright.
Mm-hmm.
He was
Jacardi,
good. Yeah, he was good.
yeah, he was. I mean, he was all right. I'm open to it.
He could be like
You
Chris
know.
Carson, maybe. There's a little Chris Carson there.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Seattle Seahawks have had some success in recent years with John and both Thomas Rawls in the 1 year he had, and then Chris Carson you mentioned. You know, you've had as much luck as how many times you've drafted up in the second round and the first round on running backs. You've had almost equivalent amount of luck on actually running with some of those back end guys that weren't high draft picks. So it's one where I do wonder on John Brendan. I wonder if you think about the same thing on this of where he's gotten on his process of running backs. And, you know, if he started at one place 10 years ago and his understanding of them and when to draft them and when to put them as a priority versus now where his outlook might be for them, especially as you watch them right now, kind of slowly picking their way through, you know, one of these maybe vet backs, unwilling to pay the $15 million to Kenneth Walker. You know, these would seem to be somewhat of indicators that maybe he's kind of starting to wrap his head around the analytical system of the running back position and embracing that for all it is. I don't know for sure, but I just wonder it. How about yourself?
I think that's one of the positions you have to be willing to try that at. There aren't a lot of positions you can do it at. There were years where the Seahawks tried to do it at offensive line and it really didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it at some other positions as well, unless you have a very specific structure in mind. Like, I think when we had Carroll, we were able to get by with substandard corners for some time there. Guys just kind of plugged in and played competently. But running back is a position where we have seen teams do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's one where people have made this work. And again, it goes back to what the analytics say, which is that take care of those other things up in the front of it, and you can get by with the guy as the talent is so similar, even to those guys that go later on in the draft. Like, they've got talent. It's a position that's where it really comes from, as much as not that there's not good running backs. It's just that there's so many good running backs. There's so many guys that have the ability. And it's a position that just draws a lot of talented guys in general terms. So you don't have to necessarily pay top prices for it.
Right. Okay. So we do have two new minor signings here real quick. The Houston Texans signed, I'm probably going to mispronounce this, Kami Fairbarn. To a 2 years, 13 million. So not bad. And the Giants signed linebacker Micah McFadden, who I don't know too much about.
I think maybe he wasn't already there. Thought he was already there, but maybe he wasn't.
All right. So yeah, that's the latest as near as I can tell. So we are getting a little bit of action here. Nothing crazy yet. Still waiting on some of the big dominoes to fall, like a guy like Trey Hendrickson or Wright or even a Joey Bosa. But yeah, that is what's going on right here. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Seahawks monitoring Rachaad White. Thoughts? I think it's fine. I don't love the fit. I don't love the slotting in this offense, but he is a capable player. If nothing else, he's a good pass catcher. So there is value there.
Yeah, he's 50 receptions on 50 targets his first year, 64 receptions on 70 targets in his second year, 51 receptions on 57 targets, 40 receptions on 45 targets last year. So not only is he a guy that has a lot of catches, 200 catches in 4 years, but he's also a guy that's been very efficient on when you target him, he's going to make the reception. I was actually kind of surprised looking at some of his numbers here on how he's rushed. He came in, and I think it was his first couple of years that led me to believe that, like, he just doesn't run the ball well, but first 2 years, 3.7 yard per carry, second year, 3.6 yard per carry. And then the last 2 years, he's been able to crest up over 4.3 yards per carry. So not bad numbers. And again, a guy, if he doesn't give you a lot as a runner, will give you something as a third down back and a pass catcher out of the backfield. And that is something right now that we do have a need for when we don't know exactly what we're going to have as far as the timeline goes with Charbonnet or McIntosh. Both of those guys have that ability too, but he's got a little bit more so, and he's not injured or coming off a major injury.
Yeah. And right now, beggars can't be choosers. And I will admit, at that particular position, we're kind of beggars right now. George Halani would be running back one if the season started tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a little lean, so probably going to have to do something on it. And he shouldn't cost a lot of money.
Yeah, not at this point. I think most of the running back money's dried up. I don't see any of these guys left getting a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And he does have 5 fumbles for his career, but even, well, sorry, he's got 8 fumbles because he's
Yeah.
fumbled 3 times as a pass catcher as well. So that is a little bit of a thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why some of these guys can't learn how to hold onto the ball a little bit better. I'm thinking about guys like Tiki Barber, who had a big fumble problem in his career and then completely just patched it. Like I look at that and I go, there's definitely something you can do to fix this, and some guys just choose not to do it.
Well, with Tiki, if you watch Tiki, the ball went from this and how he carried it to this. So if you ever watch his highlights, he's one of the all-time backs that he's got that thing tucked right into his rib cage with the ball every time. And once he kind of learned to keep it right here, he was able to do it. But to your point, I think a lot of guys in their natural running gait and style have that ball start to go like this a little bit as you start to run. And that's where you have more of the opening to be able to punch it out then.
Kyle, thank you for the $4.99. Achane hasn't signed a new deal yet. Okay, so I don't know. So I guess that probably one of the content aggregator accounts tweeted it out, and then it started spreading around. Reports are he's being shopped, and the most talked about team getting him is the 49ers.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, I that would be one way to kind of start pushing them in the right direction here. They can move CMC to slot receiver like they're talking about. I guess I understand it on some level, and obviously they're a team that's going to be like, to hell with the draft picks.
It would be, again, another move where I wouldn't quite understand what the Niners are doing on, are you going for it? Are you really going? Is this partial go for it, or are you all in going for it? But you're right. I mean, you do look at the McCaffrey season and 450 touches or something last year, and you wonder about how much he's going to have left in the tank. So that is interesting. But then from a Niner perspective, Achane's going to want a new deal. You're going to give up high draft capital. Are you going to sign him and be paying McCaffrey at the same time at that point? Which is kind of weird, but maybe if you're considering McCaffrey a receiver at that point, the cost is worth it.
I don't know. I assume if you're trading for Achane, you're going for it. But if you do that, you're definitely not bringing back Trent Williams, right? Like,
that's the part. Yeah, he's going because he wants the new deal and how he's pushing for. So you go, okay, well, with Vendarian Lowe, we're going to have him as our left tackle. We're going to be a Super Bowl ready roster. You go,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Fairbarn is now the highest paid kicker in NFL history, I believe, because that's $6.5 million per year. So I think he's tied with Butker. So Jason Myers' cost just may have gone up slightly here.
Yeah, and that's why I think with Jason Myers, I think you're not signing him to an extension this offseason. Just there's no reason not to just wait until next year at this point.
Taker, thank you for the $5. I feel like we're going to have to be very pass heavy to start next season with the running back room in flux. Looks like no big or semi-big name is coming here. I don't know if being pass heavy is really something that we can adapt even for a short period of time. You might see kind of like what it was last year, where we would run our heads into a brick wall all game and just kind of live with it because we need to balance the offense. But we did do that a lot last season, and we still had success. We were still a good team. So it's not the end of the world if we're running the ball for 2.5 yards a carry, but we're still able to hit big plays over the top.
Yeah, I mean, you ran the ball like 51, 52% of the time last year, which compared to the rest of the league is pretty crazy amount in how you're trying to run it. That was the commitment that they had to running the ball. And like to your point, it wasn't always commitment to running the ball when you were effective at running the ball. It was that we are going to stay committed to doing this. So I think that whoever's in the backfield on this taker, they're going to remain committed to doing it. I think the team's also going to have faith in the fact that they've taken care of things that in the past they hadn't taken care of to make their run game run better. And having the 5 guys you're returning on this offensive line from a continuity standpoint will help. Returning back to your quarterback will help. Having your receivers all brought back will help. Having 4 tight ends and blocking tight ends at that all across the board will help. And then having a scheme like this outside zone system, which can just naturally be able to open up more holes in some of the other systems out there, like gap-based systems that are more reliant on the guys driving guys off the line of scrimmage. This is more about blocks interlocking at just the right time period, at just the right moment as the running back's going through the hole, It's more about those individual details than it is about your guy just molly-whopping the guy across from him. And at that point, they should be more improved into year 2 in those kind of blocks and executing this outside zone system. And then whoever the running back is then back there should have some effectiveness in what they do. Maybe they're not a difference maker. Maybe they're not averaging 4.6 yards per carry like Walker was. But can you get a guy that's averaging over 4 yards a carry behind a line like that with those kind of parameters in place? Yeah, I think you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really not going to, I don't think it's going to be that different than last year. Before the midpoint of the season, we were one of the worst running teams in the football. We ran the ball a lot, but we did not run it well. And we still had a great offense.
Yeah, I agree. The commitment will be there. I've got no doubt about that.
Let's see here. So I think we are caught up. I'm not seeing anything new. So definitely not crazy like yesterday was, but that makes sense. Yesterday was the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm most is asking about Kenny McIntosh. We're both hopeful for him. It's a bit like Charbonnet. Unfortunately, with their injuries, I think you have to look at him as more of kind of bonus, and you can't really just rely upon them coming back in and being what they were prior. And that sucks, but it is what it is. And you're smart as a team to more operate from that, I think, than hoping guys coming off a torn ACL are going to be able to be key parts to your rushing attack. It's great if it happens, but you just don't want to count on it.
Okay, so little bit off topic, but one team that I really don't understand here is Denver. I do not. Can you shed any light on this? I don't know what Denver's doing. They're bringing back a bunch of random guys from their team last year that aren't that good. They're not doing anything outside of their current roster. And this is the window. Like, Bo Nix is going to probably get extended after this upcoming season. Like, I don't understand what Denver's doing at all.
I would not be surprised if there's a little bit of a potential from Sean Payton of him looking and thinking that maybe they're not going to sign that extension when it comes up. And the reason being is, number one, Bo Nix was already an older player. But remember the whole kerfuffle with Payton regarding the surgeries that Nix had and him being unaware of all of the surgeries that he had? Because he said that he had a whole comment where he said, I wouldn't have drafted you if I had known he'd had all these surgeries.
Yeah, okay, I remember that. You're right. He did say that. That was an interesting thing to say.
And so maybe he's looking at it, or they're looking at it like that, like, all right, well, we'll get through with him this next year, and then we're going to, look somewhere else after this because we can't rely on the angle because it's going to probably come up again. I don't know. I do wonder a little bit about that on it. But yeah, I agree with you that they haven't done a lot of stuff here. There was rumors yesterday that they were going to have Nick Bonito on the market, which I don't think they are, but that was a weird rumor to come out of left field a bit. That doesn't look like they're going for it. That's for sure. And in that division, the Chargers are only going to get better. The Chiefs will probably be able to bounce back. So they're not going to have the same open door to be able to go get the division that they had this year, in my opinion. But yeah, I agree. Troutman, 3 years, $17 million. He's like a Sean Payton favorite for some reason, and I don't know why. What has that guy ever done that instills that confidence in him?
Yeah. When Bill Parcells was with the Cowboys, I knew some Cowboys fans at the time who followed the team very closely, and there were some guys on the team then that they said they're not there for Sundays. They're there for Monday through Saturday because they're friends of Bill Parcells. And they'll tell him about stuff happening in the locker room that people are trying to say behind his back. They'll tell him, oh, this guy's saying this guy's saying that. Basically, they're like his, rats on the inside. Maybe there's something like that going on there.
Could be. It's definitely a possibility to that makes some sense. And Payton's a guy that rubs a lot of guys the wrong way. So when he does have guys that are, in tow in that fashion, he probably wants to hold on to them.
So nothing happening yet, but I guess Gino Smith is expected to sign with the Jets. I mean, better than Justin Fields, I guess. I mean,
it could be something that's decent. That's a division that might be a little bit more wider open than it's been in recent years past. I kind of had liked Gino as the thought process of going to Minnesota. Yeah. But maybe Minnesota didn't want him.
I like the Chiefs play until Mahomes is back. I think that could be fun. Geno Smith with Andy Reid. Yeah. And now a real running back.
Yeah, I could see that working there too as well. You'd love to see Geno just have a spot where it's like something set up somewhat for him to be successful, rather than put behind an 8 ball. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, are the Chiefs just assuming that Mahomes is going to be ready to go for week one? Because I don't feel like he will be.
I don't think he will be either. But they seem to have some confidence in some of the moves they're making and the way they're going about their business this offseason. So they seem to be in that place, but hard to say. They also traded McDuffie there too, which is maybe a bit of an indicator on that this is a year where they're going to, not go as hard. They haven't necessarily, I know you do have the Walker deal here, but they haven't been super aggressive outside of that. I mean, 3-year, $21 million deal, Aloy Gilman to fill in for, and then they lost the other guy too. They lost Brian Cook.
Yeah,
too.
Brian Cook.
So, they're not necessarily, they've got some shorter deals here. Kelsey on a 1-year deal, Tyquan Thornton on a 2-year deal. They didn't break the bank on these deals. So I know the Walker one's a big one, but it's not like they go for broke after that.
Yeah. They lost Minshew too, so he's not going to be the guy. Like Minshew went to Arizona. By the way, I was reading about this yesterday. Apparently, they thought he tore his ACL, and then they opened it up and realized that he didn't. Like, how does that happen?
I don't know. You got an MRI imaging and all that stuff that's supposed to indicate it.
That's another reason not to trust doctors.
I guess so.
All right. Yeah, they're still talking about Fairbairn becoming the NFL's highest paid kicker. I guess he did break the Butker record by $100,000 a year. I guess he is good. Brandon Aubrey is going to get like $10 million a year, isn't he?
Oh yeah. If the Cowboys pay him, they put him on the tender things. They're trying to just get him on the 1 year. Jerry does. He's always cheap, so he's going to try to come underneath it. But yeah, if somebody did sign him, that's what you'd be probably having to sign him for. And look, Myers next year is probably going to be at 8, 9.
Yeah, if you bring him back, there's a world where he doesn't have a good season, and he's getting older. Not every kicker lasts until they're 58.
I agree, and it starts to get to that cost at $10 million per, and you start to your butt cheeks tighten a little bit, and you're like, I don't 9 million for a kicker.
Not something that I'm too excited to do.
No, not at all.
Stimpy, thank you for the member message over on Brandon's side. Thanks for all you guys do. Been listening all day today and yesterday in the background while I've been working. Go Hawks. Thank you, Stimpy. Appreciate that.
Go Hawks, Stimpy. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, let's see here.
30 months. Thank you for that, man.
Very nice. And okay, yeah, Micah McFadden was a Giant previously, so he is returning to New York. He was a free agent, but he is going back to New York. That's why I don't know anything about him. The Chargers have just signed a cornerback I've never heard of before named Dean Leonard. Never heard of him.
You got me on that one too, man. Dean Leonard. Okay.
I like to pretend I watch a lot of football. Maybe I don't.
I haven't that one. No, I don't got that one either. I don't got it either.
All right, let me throw that one up there.
Chris asked, did you guys see the beef between Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena yesterday? It was kind of strange.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about that one. I wasn't sure. I heard about it. I didn't see all the details. I don't know what to think about that, but Arozarena is not going to be here after this year. So I'm not really tripping too hard on it.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not much. It was made a bit of a big deal with it. I don't think it's probably much of anything really when it's all said and done. Rom's asking about Joey Bosa on a 1 year, $12 to $15 million deal. It might be a little bit rich for my blood. I don't know how much interest he has in playing the run anymore, Rom.
Yeah, and he's a hand in the dirt guy, and I don't know if that's what we're looking for. That's like a distinction here. I know Mike McDonald said we basically run the 4-3 because we're always in nickel. I still think you got to be careful about these edge rushers that want to put their hand in the dirt.
Well, it's also what he meant by that. So what he meant by that is that in traditionally 3-4 defenses, you're going to have the 3 down linemen and 2 outside linebackers outside of the 3 down linemen. So when he's saying that we're like a 4, he's meaning that you have 4 guys on the line of scrimmage. He's not meaning their alignment. He's not meaning their technique prior to the snap and how they're aligned. He's meaning just specifically, instead of it being 5, we have 4 on the line of scrimmage. So, the key on this becomes why you don't do the hand in the dirt guys, because we use widened out edges. So it's, you've got your 5 tech edges, your guys that's going to be heads up over the top of the tackle. You got your 7 tech edges like Trey Hendrickson is, where he's going to be just outside the outside shoulder of the tackle as an alignment, hand in the dirt. Then you've got the wide 9. Wide 9 goes even further out, and those are guys that stand up, and both of your edges stand up in a wide 9 look. So it's just one where if you ask a guy who's had his hand in the dirt and who's played the 7 tech, and that's been where he's operated, or he's been a 5 tech guy, 7 to 5 tech, depending on, and then you're going to have him now way out there and stand up, he's going to be a fish out of water. It's just not going to work. He's going to look uncomfortable. He's not going to be as effective as a player operating from that alignment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you have the injuries. There's too much stuff going on there.
Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an extra layer of that one. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I see people talking about maybe trading down from the 32nd overall pick. I think it just depends on what's there when you get to 32. I don't know what's going to be there. If somebody like Brandon Ceesay's there, I kind of want to keep the pick and take him. But if we get there and there's nothing I'm into, then yeah, I'm trying to make something happen. Because value is relative. There might be a team out there that really covets somebody at that slot that I don't.
Yeah, it all just kind of depends on who's the guy available, and then also part of it's what compensation am I getting? Am I moving back 10 spots to just pick up a late 4th round pick, or am I move back 14 spots and I pick up a late 3rd round pick? So some of it depends on that compensation you're going to get back in return. But I'm open to it for sure, especially if there's a player that somebody really falls in love with, and that they're willing to give you something. Now, God forbid we get a 2027 pick or something too. I'm open to that as well.
Yeah. Elijah Vera Tucker signed earlier this morning with the Patriots, 3 years, $42 million. I think he should give some of that money to the Seahawks because I think he owes some of it to us for what we did to that Patriots offensive line in the Super Bowl.
Probably so, man. Probably so. It's they definitely are trying to fix that thing whole hog. Moved on from their center. It sounds like Wilson's going to go to center, which is what he should have been from the down. Another indication too, Brendan, like when we see these centers and these coaches start talking about guards and we get up in arms about this is why. Because we've had Ethan Posix. Me and Brendan watched Wilson coming out of Georgia last year. Loved him a lot as far as a 3rd round valued guy that should be a center though. And they moved him out to guard from the jump, and you could just see he's not a guard. That's not what he is. He can do it, but he's not good at it. You got to put these guys in the position to succeed. You think this would be a straightforward thing for teams to do, Brendan, but they don't. It's like they have to be kind of like they have to get their hands slapped to realize it's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, so I guess the ETN contract got updated. It was reported at 452. It's actually 448, which is slightly better. I don't know if it's good, but I mean, it's better.
It's yeah, it's like it's less than it was reported. So it's still kind of funny numbers for him. I still would not have wanted to come anywhere near close to that, especially a 4th year on the contract.
Yeah.
No.
Do you think it's just because he's from that area, the New Orleans area or whatever? Do you think, and he's like a local legend or something? They love him down there.
I don't really know because Loomis spends money weirdly. He manages the cap completely ass backwards, and then he'll sometimes throw these contracts around that just don't always make a lot of sense. He's kind of had that, he's one of those guys that is like, I don't know if he's just best friends with the owner, so he gets a universal pass into perpetuity. But it kind of feels like that's the case. And maybe some of the local connection was a bit of what drove it a bit. But, I mean, even Walker couldn't get a 4th year. You could make the argument, a pretty strong one, the Walker's had the better career. I mean, between those two backs, he should have been the guy to get the 4th year over ETN. So that one's to me one where I just go.
Sometimes I think the players don't like the 4th year. They want to get back to the market quicker. And I don't know if that would apply for Walker because he's probably on borrowed time already. But generally speaking, I think players want the short-term deal so they can reset the market again ASAP.
I guess that's fair, but I just offer, like you said, Walker, he's 28 years old when he comes off this contract. Who's resetting the market for a 28-year-old running back who's got, at that point, something like 2,000 carries on his back?
I tend to agree, but I do wonder about that. Like, I know quarterbacks, they like to get the short-term deals because they can I can reset the market again in a couple years.
Now that would make sense because those guys play forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here. Missed a couple streams. How are we feeling about day one? I was happy with day one.
Yeah, I think we're really comfortable with what we're doing. I think both me and Brennan are operated from this distinction. Unlike, I think there's a lot of Hawk fans that wanted aggression and wanted to just do whatever you got to do to run this back exactly, and let's get this going. I think me and Brennan are more in the let's elongate out the Super Bowl window. Let's do things correctly and smartly because that's what's brought us here. That's what took us to the Super Bowl in the first place. Was not operating with a sense of panicked urgency, but operating with a sense of intelligent patience. And I think that the team has done that in day one, and that's definitely built a lot of confidence for me as we're going to go through this offseason for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm good with it. I'm not thrilled about where the running back situation is right now, but once you lost Walker and once Brees Hall got tagged, it was always going to kind of be that. So,
Yeah.
rocking a hard place.
Yep.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I think
Kevin Dillon's asking about anybody on the roster we're trading. I think, Kevin, you bring up the two names that potentially could be trade target items in Drew Lock and Tyrese Knight.
Mhm.
I don't think the team's going to actively look to move those guys, but if they go out there and they get an offer that makes sense, then they will probably jump on it at that point.
Carolina Panthers have released A'Shawn Robinson. I think he's a former Ram nose tackle or something.
That's right.
So, I mean, obviously we wouldn't be interested, but that's not a bad player. Somebody's going to be happy about that.
Yeah. No, that's he probably works somewhere. They've got kind of a glut of nose tackles out there a bit, so that does make sense why they would do that.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, okay, let me get that up on the board there. And don't worry, guys, I'll shorten the ticker as the day goes on. I don't want the world's longest ticker going underneath the stream all day long. But as we get more stuff, I'll start shortening it up a little bit.
Tezagaka mentioned something I think is going to be interesting, and part of that being patient in this approach too is the midseason trade next season is going to be crazy. I think that this is where you're set up well potentially with the way that these teams are going to spend money and blow their wad a little bit to be able to potentially have that chance and opportunity, whether it be training camp or whether it be before the trade deadline, to go out there and find a market opportunity. And I know people like to go, well, that's a risk, Brandon. They go, well, you're not getting it done now. It's a risk. But I just go with John's track record of success and making those kind of moves at that time of the year. There's always usually somebody available. It is a risk. But I come back to this too, Brandon, where I go, look, there's a risk in signing guys to big money too. There's no move in the NFL that's without risk. So taking a risk and saying we think there's going to be a trade available to us that we can take advantage of, the same type of trade that we did with Rashid Shaheed this year, the same type of trade that we did with Leonard Williams a couple of years ago, why can't that trade be again available to you? And I just keep leaning back onto that being the way, not that you can't be aggressive here and do some things, but just keep, as John says, your powder dry for that midseason trade. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a different risk. That's one thing that I always push back on my channel when people say like, this is too risky or this isn't risky enough. Even the act of trying not to take a risk is a risk.
Yeah.
There's no getting around taking risks. You just have to figure out which one's the best one and then go with it.
And things go from being smooth sailing to falling on their face in the NFL all across the board all the time. You can have a position you think is solid, and then you have a couple injuries and you're down, and suddenly it's empty. So it's part of also this NFL attrition thing that goes on where you're losing spots, you're losing places. You counted on this, but then this thing happened. You got a guy that's been healthy. You go for a Rashad Penny who's got the cleanest medical evaluation of any player that you've looked at, according to the Seattle Seahawks, and he's nothing but then injury prone the second he arrives. That's just the way this works. You can mitigate all the risk out as much as you think you can, and you'll never get it all away. So just got to embrace it.
Mm-hmm. GBHD with the $4.99 on your side and the $4.99 on my side. So
oh, that's kind of a GB. Thank you, man. Really appreciate you for that support. You guys are just wonderful, and all you guys do for both our channels. It's really, really much appreciated. You guys let us to be here on a Tuesday, going live, not having to go do a job, so we can just chop it up and talk about these Hawks and free agency.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if maybe you're a Packers fan. That's why the name is GB. But best of luck with the one-man pass rush this season, if so.
I think he's a Hawk fan. I've seen him in mine a couple times in here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. So I'm just checking the chat here. People are talking about the Gino thing. This is something I want to talk about. So 10 fumbles over the last 3 years for Mike Washington. Yeah, that's the main. I think that's almost the main reason why he's not a first-round pick, because the talent looks like a first round pick. He really does make me think of Darren McFadden. Like I look at Mike Washington and I'm thinking Darren McFadden, but I think the fumbles are the reason why you might be able to get him later than that.
Makes sense. I mean, that's a significant amount of fumbles for a running back. So and like you talked about with Tiki, there are these backs that have these problems in fumbling that don't get it corrected, that don't find that, oh, I'll just get the ball tied into my chest and it's now fixed. Some of these guys, it's always a little bit of an issue.
Mm-hmm. I think it's also about like your arms, how long your arms are. If your arms are tiny, it's harder for you to like cradle the ball. Like I remember we were talking about this with Melvin Gordon a few years ago, where his muscles were so big on his bicep that he couldn't really get the ball to sit on a comfortable place. It was always just like popping out. It's stuff like that too.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, I do remember that with him. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, he had the kind of the one where it's like second to go to his body, it's like ding, pops right up out of the, as soon as he tries to bring it high and tight.
Okay, we got a couple little moves here. Packers have signed Benjamin St-Juste, who I always thought was going to end up as a Pete Carroll corner because he did have that length and size that he seems to like. 2 years, $10 million there. And the Chargers have signed Cole Strange for 2 years, $13 million. So they're still trying to get Justin Herbert killed.
I guess so. Are they signing him as he's listed as a guard right now, or they got him as a center?
I'm not sure. I guess we won't find out until they start using him, but good luck with that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. So let me get those on the board here real quick.
Boo, thoughts on the Pats signing Vera Tucker? I think it's a great move for them. Obviously, it's a lot of money to give to a guy that's been as injury prone as he's been, but he's a significantly talented guy on the open market. And so if we come back to that risk, and that there's risk at all turns in all places, if you're going to take a risk for upside, that's not the worst of reasons to take that leap. And so going out there and grabbing him, a guy that can play probably left guard, right guard, solidifies their line, allows them to free up Wilson to go inside to the center position. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think that I got to give kudos to the Patriots in that you didn't take care of this offensive line prior to drafting Drake May. You did the thing the teams do, which is just take the quarterback and we'll figure out the offensive line later. Well, if you're going to take that approach, then you need to make it a huge priority as you get into the quick turnaround on that. You can't be like 5 years down the line and saying, well, we'll get this line figured out at some point for them, like the Texans are doing with CJ Stroud. So I do give him props for at least showing a willingness to get aggressive on this and actually try to deal with it and not just put Drake back behind peril again. Because as bad as the game was against us, Brennan, he was under a lot of that onslaught throughout the course of the year. He was just dealing with it better.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, part of the problem is there aren't enough good offensive linemen to go around. That's part of the reason why we talk about this stuff. So it's hard. I get it. It's not fun.
No, it is complicated and tough to, find necessarily straightforward answers. So you're always gonna have some questions somewhere, and it's better than probably just trying to draft a guy and hoping that guy can do it. At least Vera, the talent's true. Just got to keep him healthy.
And one thing about Vera Tucker real quick here, apparently 13 million of the 42 is tied up in per game roster bonuses. So if he doesn't play, he doesn't get paid nearly as much. So that's, the
Smart.
mitigating thing.
Yeah. Smart. I wish there was more of that stuff at times for some of these guys that are like that are injury prone, putting that into the contract. Because it's lame when you sign a guy and he plays like 4 games. It's like, dude, come on.
Super Gringo, thank you for the $20 on my side. Let's get this money flowing today. Brendan, go Hawks. That's your side. And then he did the same thing on my side.
Oh, let's give him a little applause there. Thank you for that, Super Gringo. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you for that support, man. That's very kind of you with $20 on either side on that. So thank you for that, man. Very kind of you, brother.
Hopefully we don't get in trouble for putting that username up on screen.
I don't think so.
I don't know if Gringo's a slur or not, or if it's just like, it's not. No, okay.
It just means a white guy.
Yeah, or for my people, it's always they go with a Wilo, but I don't know if that's a slur either, or if it's just a thing that people say.
Yeah, no, I think it's on the up and up. It ain't cracker, So
yeah,
I think it works.
Like, did you ever see that movie with Matt Damon, The Great Wall?
I watched a little bit of it. I couldn't. It
was funny because I remember going to the theaters to see that with my dad. For some reason, he thought it was like a serious documentary about the Great Wall of China. And then within like 4 minutes, he realizes what he's in for. And we spend the whole movie talking to each other, and the whole theater's just like it's like Mystery Science Theater 3000. It was great. It was actually great. I don't regret it at all.
I might have to give that movie a try at some point. Give it a full sit down through.
Yeah, and like that's the ultimate Wilo, isn't it? Like Matt Damon starring in a movie in China about the
He must have
well,
gotten well paid on that one. I'll tell you that. He
mhm.
must have got all the money for that role.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, like, I don't know if you ever heard this story, but he was offered the lead role in Avatar. Have you
I
ever heard
heard.
this before?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and basically James Cameron, when he made Avatar, he was like, okay, I'm going to cast a no name in the lead because it doesn't matter because I think this movie will be successful without a list actor. And he's like, except for Matt Damon, I think Matt Damon will add something to that role that will make people like the movie more. He offered him 10%, and Matt Damon said no because he thought the movie would bomb. Which that 10%, if he had kept it through the franchise, would have come out to about $900 million now. So they asked him about it recently, and he was like, what would your life be different if you had taken that role? And he's like, well, we'd be doing this interview on the moon right now because I would have a house up there.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, the only unfortunate part for Matt though is that he'd be doing Avatar movies for the next 20 years because like the main dude who's doing that's got like no time for any other movies because you're
Mhm.
just doing Avatar. You know, like was he gonna make 7 of those things?
Or something like that. The thing is, the guy they got is not a very good actor. Everything else he's
No,
done
he's
is
not.
like he's like Sam Worthington.
Yeah.
He was like the 7th lead in Hacksaw Ridge. I remember watching Hacksaw Ridge the other day. I'm like, wow, that's what this guy's reduced to now. That's rough.
It doesn't have a lot of emotion to him. He's not a for a guy that's an actor. There's not a lot of acting there. Just kind of deadpanned and
Hmm.
doesn't have a lot of charisma to him. You know.
Yeah, right after the first Avatar, I remember they tried to make him an A-lister. They did Clash of the Titans, the remake, which was terrible.
Yeah, that was awful.
They did Man on a Ledge, which was bad. They did Terminator Salvation, which I can't stand that movie. I think that movie's terrible.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then it was over. And then he's just like, okay, you're just Avatar guy forever.
pretty much. He's like, I'm just gonna lean into this thing.
Hmm. Taker, thank you for the $5. Did either of you ever see a game in the Kingdom? I've watched some old footage, and in my opinion, that was a hideous design for a stadium. Oh yeah,
A lot of games.
plenty.
Yeah, a lot of games.
I've been to the Kingdom many times to watch games back when it was up.
Yeah. Was it aesthetically the most pleasing of places to look at? No, it was a concrete jungle in there, but there was a charm to the place. The seating was pretty good. The view for being an older stadium like that, it wasn't you could see the action, what was going on. The noise that was created in that stadium was kind of unique because it just captured and held on to everything in there. But there was an ambiance to it. I'm not saying it was a special, but there was a little something to it where it had some personality to it. You know?
Yeah, and I think other teams hated playing in it for baseball because it was like the easiest thing in the world to score 1,800 runs every game.
Yeah,
I think,
sure.
and we wouldn't have had those 60 home run seasons from Ken Griffey Jr. without that stadium. I can't help but have affection for it.
Yeah, I do too. It had something to it that was kind of cool.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, we do have a somewhat notable-ish signing, kind of, sort of, from the Houston Texans. 2 years, 25 million to Braden Smith.
Right, Houston slowly but surely trying to figure out their offensive line, I guess here. So
Yep. CJ Stroud's running out of time, man. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but after that New England game, he was already in that post-game press conference talking about retirement. It was like,
jeez.
excuse me? I mean,
Jeez.
I know you suck right now, dude, but don't you still got money to make?
Wow. That's
Hmm.
that's wild. But look, the guy's gotten the ever loving tar kicked out of him too behind that line. So yeah, this is you can understand me maybe start to think about that stuff when you're just like, dude, I don't this sucks. And it's gotta suck from a quarterback position, just knowing you're constantly getting battered. I thought that by the playoff game last year, he was having that culmination thing where it's like after a certain amount of time of you having your quarterback get whacked over and over again, they start getting jumpy, they start seeing ghosts, they start, feeling pressure that's not there. And I don't think that that's their fault at that point. That's more about the organization's failure to properly keep their most valued asset upright, safe, and playing their best. So it's good to see them do this, but like these moves aren't going to move this needle. Braden Smith's not going to change the game on this. Eddie Ingram at 3 years on $37.5 million. Maybe he can play at the same level he did last year. He's been a guy there's some fluctuation to his play and what you get from him over his career. Trent Brown's done. That guy's, done. And you got him out there starting at tackle on a 1 year, $7 million deal. So it's not getting fixed next year at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even picking that high in this draft, so there's not a lot they can do there.
No, I don't. It's going to continue to be one where I think they're going to roll the dice and just hope it can hold on, and that they get Tank Dell back and the receiving core can be legit. But I don't get it. Why you got the quarterback, you did the hardest part. Now you're not going to reinforce that outside of kind of going cheap, inexpensive, or just getting by. Is how it kind of feels like on their offensive line right now.
Yeah. Jordan, thank you for the $4.99. Houston had the O-line figured out until they traded both tackles and didn't do much to address the interior. Yeah, they've made some interesting choices. Because they got rid of Tunsil, and now they've gotten rid of who's the other guy they traded
Titus
just
Howard.
recently? Yeah, Titus Howard. And Tunsil's really good too. That's like a top 6 left tackle.
He's probably top 8 or 9-ish, but he is a good left tackle. He's better than what they had. And they just signed an extension to Washington this offseason with Tunsil. So, they're still happy that they've got him. And it's not bad if you're going to trade him, you trade him, but then do you have an answer? I think they took Arante Arce, and he had a pretty good year for them. And he's going to be a good player, I think, long term, but you got to do more than that, than what they've done. And it's like you say, time's kind of running out on this, and they're going to have to decide on an extension with Stroud here pretty soon. Wouldn't surprise me if they end up getting around on this, where Stroud, after this year, potentially becomes a trade target or a guy that they consider moving. Not guaranteed they will, but I just wonder about that with their approach on this one a little bit.
But anyway, back to the Kingdom thing real quick. I went to 4 games in 1996, I remember, because I had an uncle with season tickets, and that year he could not go. So my dad and I, when I was 6 years old, went to 4 games that year. And I went to at least, I'd say probably 4 or 5 Mariners games in a few year span there. So yeah, I remember the Kingdom. It had a charm to it. I'm not saying it was a good stadium, but especially at the end when it was falling apart.
No, it definitely didn't last too long because it was just made in the mid 70s and it was already by the 90s starting to fall. To your point, but it was cool. It had, and there was some fun watching some of those Mariner teams there, 95 team, and I got to see Griffey at I think his 6th home run in a row. When I was in the house there, he put it off the 3rd deck in the Kingdom. And Griffey was an experience getting to watch him in person, and you can watch highlights on the guy, but just watching him in person, he always did something that was every game that just made you stand up out of your chair, whether it was in the field and defense or hitting the ball.
Yeah. I went to a game once when I was little where I think it was, we went back to back home runs, Griffey, A-Rod, Buhner, I believe. And that was something that was obviously pretty rare at the time. That didn't happen every day. It was literally 3 straight home runs in a row. And that was really cool. I remember that. And I went to some game where we scored 19 runs. It was fun times.
Yeah. No, they were cool teams. They were very exciting teams. And like you said, a lot of runs scored out there in the Kingdom when you were running hot with your offense, and Randy Johnson out there and Norm Charlton out of the pen. Very easy team to root for.
GBHD, thank you for the member message. Has there been recent news on D-Law with Max, Mac, and Phillips gone? What would you guys do? At this point, I would hope that the team knows what's going on with D-Law, because they can't really make decisions in free agency without having full transparency into that situation. Like if D-Law were to suddenly out of nowhere retire in a couple months, that would leave the team in a bad spot, because if they've been hanging in this limbo through free agency and the draft, that's kind of, I don't want to say I'm mad at D-Law because he helped us win a Super Bowl, but that's kind of not cool.
Yeah, I think that there's a point where the player's got to be honest with the team and what he's thinking. And you've had a little bit of time since the Super Bowl to turn this over. I would think that he would, even if you're not going to do the official announcement of whether he's retired or not, that he's told them his intention at this point. And then we would have been able to tell if they were really aggressive on the edge front, that this was something probably that was going to come down and happen. And so the fact that it hasn't happened and we're into free agency probably leads me to believe he said, I'm coming back. It's like you said, it'd be pretty cold blooded at this point to come into it and be like, oh, you spent all your money, all the edges are off the market, now I'm going to retire, and you don't have an answer to be able to replace me. And I don't think that the team would be doing what they're doing so far right now if that was the case. So I would lean to say he's probably coming back. Educated guess, but I think it's pretty solid one.
Yeah, like the only thing I think that would drive him to retiring would be if he just is tired and doesn't really love the game anymore, because he was so good last year. You can't tell me he's just going to completely fall off a cliff in one off season. I think he's got at least one more year of good play left. Maybe not at that level, but he'll be able to plug the run until he's like 42 years old if he wants to.
Agreed. Yeah, I think he provides value. And because you set the stage for putting this with a 4-edge group, you can manage the snap count on all these guys so well and keep him fresh. And that's a part of this that you bake in, is that we have you come back, but we're rotating you through and just run 100 miles an hour every time you're out there, and we'll keep you fresh throughout the course of the season. So yeah, I think he's going to be able to still be a key member of this edge rotation group, and put 4 strong guys out there. You don't need 2 great ones if you got 4 really solid ones all across the board.
Mm-hmm. I guess Connor McGovern brought a bunch of pizza boxes to the media room to announce his new $52 million contract with the Bills. Okay, I guess that's another relatively big Bills contract. They gave McGovern more than I would have. So they've
invested in that offensive line, man. Dawkins and Spencer Brown, and they've definitely put the money on the table for Allen in front of him.
Cyrus O'Torrence. Yeah, I know he hasn't got paid yet, but they did spend the second round pick on him.
Yeah, still significant assets you put into him at least.
Yeah. I don't know if O'Torrence has been good. I remember really not liking him that much in that draft, but I don't know if he's been good.
They go for those big, just like Deion Dawkins. If you look at him, and Spencer Brown's this big 6'7" hulking right tackle. It's part of what makes their running game work so well. But we're of course looking for those mobile, athletic offensive linemen. The Bills look for more of the, as you call them, the can of dirt dudes. Which is what Osiris Torrance was. Just guys that are big space eaters that are going to outweigh the guy across from them by about 20, 25 pounds, and they can just kind of beef up on them and get them rocked back. So there's a lot of that I think that they lean into for whatever reason.
Yeah. Pastor Simmons, thank you for the $1.99. Is there any right guard still worth signing? Well, the top guys left to me, I'll go with the top 5 here. So Mekhi Becton, who I don't think fits because he doesn't really move.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Falele, who Ravens fans swear is worse than Anthony Bradford in the low light category. I don't know if he is, but they swear he is. They swear he's terrible. Wyatt Teller, who I think is kind of old. Dylan Parham, who's that's not bad, but I don't know how much better he is than what we have. And then Kevin Zietler, who's 158 years old. So those are the guys who are left. So pick a fighter.
Yeah, and I think that none of them really do much for me there, Pastor. You got a lot of guys that are older, that are their best days are far behind them, like Teller or like Zeitler. There's just not really anybody out there that really fits. And you've got Christian Haynes behind Bradford. So I don't know what we got in Haynes, but I think the team feels pretty solid about what they have in Haynes as far as depth goes. So I don't think that they feel very drawn to have to address this in the same way. But there's really not a guy out there that fits either.
Yeah. You could talk me into a little bit of that, maybe, but you could talk me into Parham, I guess. But again, I just want to stress here, the upgrade you make needs to be bigger than the step back you're taking because of the loss of continuity. And people miss that sometimes because they believe that Bradford's the worst player in football. He's not. He's not. You couldn't just replace Bradford with anybody and you're fine. Like, there is continuity there that is valuable.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's and he has improved at least a little bit slightly. And while the low lights are tough, there is some highlights in there too. And it's not just completely an open door every snap with him back there. So it's you can get by fine enough at that, especially with the solidity of the rest of the offensive line positions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is just because of those content aggregator accounts on X that post like look at this funny video clip of Bradford tackling his own running back. And then that gets seen 8 million times on X and everybody's retweeting it. And it just kind of spreads out that, this must be the worst player ever. And it's not that simple. There are 1,000 plays across an NFL season that an offensive lineman's on the field.
Yeah, I agree. And you got to be careful about cherry picking here and cherry picking there. And I think just the bad snaps for him are so bad. And they're just such awful reps that they really stand out in people's mind. And of course, you and I have talked about this before with football, and that football just has a tendency to have you gravitate towards certain plays in a game and let those plays really carry a heavy amount of weight over the top of a game versus really looking at the totality of what played out over the whole course of the game. It's just kind of the nature of football a little bit, and then it can cause fans, everybody, to kind of have that happen. And with Bradford, it's not all bad. There is plenty of good in there, and you just won a Super Bowl with him as your starting right guard. Not to mention, he's a guy that's pretty available, pretty healthy, out there every single week, which is a value in itself too.
And we've got a little bit of something on the hook here. I mean, not the Seahawks, but of interest to us on some level, I think. The Raiders have traded Gino Smith to the Jets, sending Gino and a 7th in exchange for a 6th round pick. So the Raiders didn't even have to cut him. They actually just traded him. So good for them. They got something.
There we go. Okay. Gino goes full circle.
Yeah, just a little something there. I mean, hey, a couple years ago, we were talking about, hey, maybe one day we'll get to trade Gino Smith to the Jets for their 1st round pick. That seems like something we could maybe do to him, but didn't quite get there, but he's back in New York, man. And I think he's better than Justin Fields. So maybe he'll get that starting job and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, boy, you do feel for him. The guy just can never go to he gets his opportunities, but never going to a spot where he really set up for much success. And that's tough. But again, he forced his way a bit out of town last year. So he kind of signed up for this party.
He's getting paid. He'll be okay. He'll live. I mean, he's making his money, man. Money that 5 years ago, I'm sure he thought he'd never have a chance to make. I'm sure he thought he was just going to scrounge out a living as a backup for the rest of his life.
Agreed.
And we got another fairly big signing here. Again, not the Seahawks. I don't want to misrepresent here, but this is probably the biggest signing of the day so far. Romeo Doubs is going to the New England Patriots.
Ooh. I guess no A.J. Brown for the Patriots, huh?
Philly's not going to trade him. It costs more to trade him than it does to keep him. Like, that cap hit is devastating to a team that needs to win now.
I know, but they seemed like they were dead set on wanting to move him one way or the other on this one. So,
how good is Romeo Doubs? He feels like some generic wide receiver 3 that people talk about because he plays for the Packers. I don't know how good he is.
He's had a nose for the end zone, and he kind of is a guy that rather than... You okay? Oh, you're muted. You can't hear? You're muted. Okay. Hang in there, folks. Hopefully you're able to hear me okay here. We got little technical difficulties.
Is that better?
We're good now.
I don't know what happened there, but I just had to unplug the M track and plug it back in. And it's weird. Okay, it cut out everything too because it's also my headset. So I thought it was you, but it was me. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so Romeo Doubs. I don't think he's that good.
Yeah, I mean he's the tough part with the Packers is that they've stacked so many receivers over the last couple of years into that offense and they run the ball a good amount that there's not always a lot of opportunity for one guy to really ascend over somebody else. So he's done a good job of he's a number 2, basically at this point. He gives them a steady presence there. He can be a big play guy down the field a little bit. He's not much after the catch, but he's a guy that can be a good route runner and pretty decent hands. So 3 years, 60 is what they spent on him.
I'm seeing 4 years, 70. So I'm not sure which one's right yet. That's more than Shaheed got, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I would have done that. And that feels a little bit to me like the Patriots from a desperation state. They just let go of Diggs. They're probably not looking at this draft of really having a receiver that excites them to where they're going to be picking at 31. So this is probably as much this has got some whiffs of desperation to it, just a little bit.
Yeah, not a fan. I don't know. Romeo Doubs to me is just kind of like, I feel like you can throw a rock out the window and it'll bounce off a few different Romeo Doubs level players before it hits the ground. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's a little better than that.
Again, he's been all right, but he's not. He doesn't have a 1,000-yard season on the books. You're paying 4 years, $70 million for a guy that the most yards he's had in an NFL season is 724 yards. So there's some injury history there too. He missed 4 games in 22, missed 4 games in 24, missed a game last year. So I don't know. I think you're on kind of the right point. I think he's fine. I think he's functional. And it's one thing if you're paying that guy 10, 15 million per year, but you're getting up to a fourth year and 70 million, not even a 3-year contract. Cause that fourth year is also the significant one where you're not just giving the 3-year out and you get out after 2 years, but now you're going to be 4 years, which puts you even another extra year into that deal. So I don't think I like that from New England's standpoint of it. This felt more like they had that need. They wanted AJ Brown, probably couldn't get him. The receiver market's drained out. There's not a lot of options now. You're now going to have to overspend for what is left. That's what this feels like, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I guess New England got rid of Diggs, right? Because and they can't. I guess they had to get something. Ugh.
I guess so. And Kayshon Boutte's not been a good player for them, really. At the end of the day, he's not the answer there for them. And they have Matt Collins as their number 1 wide receiver by the end of the year.
Yeah, and they've got God, who's the other guy they have?
Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas. I just watched them against us in the Super Bowl. Why can't I remember these players? It's probably because they're bad.
Well, you got a lot of players' names in your head, though, too. So, especially this year when we got, you're the draft season, so you're onboarding 300 more names in your brain. It's like,
yeah,
they add up.
Okay, so one other interesting wrinkle here is that Gino Smith, the Raiders are paying almost all of his salary. So the Jets are actually only going to pay him about the league minimum, and the Raiders are covering the rest of it.
Interesting. Well, that makes sense because whoever you're going to release him anyway. There was no trade market to be had out there unless you did something like this. So it kind of means the same to the Raiders on the bottom line, and that they at least get like a pick out of this kind of thing or something. I don't know, that they can kind of like salvage a little something from it. But
yeah.
I like it from the Jets standpoint. He's better than Fields. I hope it prevents them from taking Simpson. I want to see him take Simpson so we have a better player available to us 32, but I think that they do take Simpson. And if he lasts to that spot. So maybe this holds them back from doing that a little bit, but he's got a little bit of a better offensive line than he had with the Jets the first time he was there. He's got Wilson to throw to on the outside. Breece Hall will be brought back at running back. So, it's a transitional team. It's not a good team, but there's a little something there.
Yeah, very pissed off Breece Hall because he wants out of there, and maybe he'll run angry.
Maybe so. Breece will be another guy too to take a look at as far as that trade deadline thing, right? They don't put on an extension, they play him out on it. They're bad. You get into the deadline, you need a running back. Maybe that's a guy you can make a run for at that point.
All right. By the way, we're getting conflicting reports on the Dobbs contract. I am seeing 4 years, 70 million. I'm also seeing 3 years, 60. So I'm not sure which one's right. Schefter says it's 470. Albert Breer says that it's 360. So we're going to need a little bit of time for clarification here.
Okay. I see.
Taker, thank you for the 2. What price, if any, would you sign Trey Hendrickson? I need a big discount because I just don't think he's a fit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be too significant off. I'm hearing in the chat that he's trying to hold to the 1 year, $30 million deal. And you're not getting anywhere close to that from a Seattle standpoint. I mean, you throw maybe 12 or 13 million at him. Again, with the Taker, he's a good player that you're now kind of forcing to fit into the defense from a stylistic approach. That's not where he's at his best. So if you're going to jam that circle into the round circle into the square, then you're going to need to get a heavy discount for doing that. Could he still operate and be effective within the defense, operating kind of from a left-handed approach from what he normally operates? Maybe. But I think that you're going to want to not be paying top of the market prices for that, the pleasure of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like pretty much any NFL player is worth some amount of money, but I just don't think anybody would enjoy that. I don't think we would like having him. I don't think he would like being here. I don't think our coaches would like coaching him. I think it'd be one of those situations where everybody just kind of ends up unhappy.
Yeah, I do too as well. It just doesn't feel, if I'm Hendrickson and I'm trying to go off a 1 year contract, I'm going to go a place where I'm going to be effective because I probably want to still play beyond this season unless this is going to be my last ride. So he's a good player. Don't get me wrong, Taker. He is. He's an effective player. He's the best probably pass rusher on the market right now. But you get him out of line wide. You have him standing up. You're just going to see a little bit of, I think, a fish out of water from him. It's brutal sometimes when you watch these big edges trying to stand up and operate out of a wide nine. Like you feel how they feel slower off the ball. They look uncomfortable. And whenever I've seen Trey Hendrickson try to stand up, I've gotten that impression from him.
Right. And by the way, we're now getting some reports that the Dobbs contract is actually 4 years, $80 million.
Well, this is turning into a roller coaster.
Yeah. So we'll see what the truth is. But if that's the case, I'm feeling pretty good about that Shaheed contract. I got to be honest.
I would agree with you there. Shaheed gives you a lot more than what you get from Dobbs as far as a player goes. Dobbs doesn't have anything he gives you as far as he's got 2 punt returns in his career, and he's got a couple punt returns in his career, but he's not anything special in that. No, not a kick returner.
Yeah, didn't he screw up the onside kick against the Bears earlier this year too? I think he was the guy who dropped it. Yeah,
that does sound right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, MJ Seahawks, thank you for the $5. Jets trade for Gino. I can't stop laughing. It is. I mean, it's a funny league sometimes.
It is a funny league, and interesting move by the Jets there with it, and we'll see what Gino can do. And the one thing is, when you tell me those contract parameters, though, just because he goes to the Jets doesn't mean that he remains there. And if there's a team like the Vikings that is a sub-contender team that isn't happy with their quarterback position, or there's an injury that happens out in the sport somewhere with a starter, Baker Mayfield goes down in Tampa Bay, Gino will be one of those guys that probably is looked at as being targeted at that point if it goes down like that.
Yeah. Jets are kind of going for it, though. I don't know if they think Gino's their best quarterback, they might actually be like, hey, we can be a playoff team this year. I don't think they will be, but they're going for it. They're rolling, they're throwing their dice down there.
And I mean this more in that trade deadline-ish, not at the start of the year, or that they would look at him as an asset right now. But to your point, if you get down the line and he's not, they're not getting it done, the team's what they've been in recent years, then maybe at that point, they would make that move there. But you're right. They've actually got, I like the DeMario Davis move to them. I think, that's pretty cheap. I think he's still been a solid player at his age. And they have done a good job. This might be the best offensive line that Gino Smith has ever been able to play behind in his entire time. I mean, Fashanu at left tackle, Armand Mabou at right tackle, Joe Tipman at right guard, Josh Myers at center. That's not too bad on that. And he's got some guys to throw to. Mason Taylor, the kid came out last year at LSU. We liked him a lot. Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. So there's something there. It's not, the division's kind of open. I mean, the New England Patriots got the hellacious schedule. The Bills did not look as strong last year. You never know.
Yeah, I think the Bills look ready to be pushed over here.
They
worried about that
feel
Bills
like
team.
Yeah, they feel like they're starting to teeter a little bit.
Mm-hmm. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $1.99. I know this is free agency, but the amount of bad contracts is mind-blowing. Yeah, mind-blowing. Yeah, it's kind of like this every year. I feel like there's always stuff that doesn't make any dang sense.
I feel like this year it's gone even more, though. I feel like the volume has been turned up. And, we were talking about what we wanted to see done in this free agency period. And I think a big part of why I wanted to be really patient and just kind of sit in the cut and wait this out a little bit is the anticipation of what's happened with these funky numbers across the sport here over this 2-day period. Because I don't want to participate in that. And I know that a lot of people are wanting to just, let's get this going again. Let's ratchet this thing up. But that's where we come back to, like, these are teams that are doing stupid things. It's that old thing with if your friend jumps off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge? Well, no, I'm not jumping off the bridge. So let them all go jumping off the bridge. Let them all blow out all of their cap space. And then let us keep a little bit of ours in tow. And then we can be in a place to really strike when the time is right, where John struck in the past, where you're not now competing with 15 teams for a middling player, but actually able to go out there and get a difference maker like we got in Rashid Shaheed, like we got in Leonard Williams. And I think that's where John's going to lean into this. And I can understand why he does, because I don't want to participate in this. I'm happy with it. I'm surprised that we got the contracts we've got, Brendan, considering how funny these numbers have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And apparently, by the way, speaking of which, it is 4 years, $80 million for Dobbs. Schefter's now saying that.
Never had a 1,000-yard season. I
never had an 800-yard season. And remember, he's working with LaFleur, who I think is one of the great minds in football. I think LaFleur is probably making him look better than he actually is. And the
Packers
lack of a true number one receiver in Green Bay as well.
are Packers the fourth place team in that division next year?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. No. Vikings are going to be worse. They've got McCarthy. They're cutting all these players. They can't afford to do anything. Okay, no. The Vikings are last.
I mean, I'm just saying. You look at they're losing their left tackle Rasheed Walker to free agency. Probably are the Packers. Romeo Dobbs, their number one wide receivers, now off the board. Josh Jacobs is getting another year older as far as him. They've got a lot of receivers, but on the defensive side of the ball, it's Micah Parsons, Edrin Cooper, Xavier McKinney, Evan Williams. Like those are kind of your only decent players on defense at this point. I don't know, man. They're gonna have to score a gazillion points, or Parsons is gonna have to set the sack record.
Pastor Simmons, thank you for the $1.99. What do you think of Zion Young? He's a bigger edge. I haven't done my full research into the edge group yet, but I do like him on a surface level. I do think he's an intriguing target, but I'm going to need some more time with that.
6'5", 262. He does fit to the Mike McDonald style of edge, Pastor Simmons, in that he's got the big bullying mentality. He's a power edge. He's very strong. He's got a couple of supplemental moves around him, but my comp for him is kind of like a little bit of a less powerful DeMarcus Lawrence. He's not got the talent of Lawrence. He doesn't have quite the dip Lawrence can provide at times as a counterbalance to his power, but he does have some equivalency as far as some of the power goes with him. And he's a good player and a guy that I could see them definitely targeting, Pastor Simmons. The only thing that I would wonder on this one would be, do you want to go through the elongated period that you tend to have to go through on these sort of second round edges to wait for them to get to being productive, that you don't get it in year one. Sometimes you only get it partially into year two. Now you sort of by year three, are going to see it click into place. Are we in a position to want to do that with the edge group? And I don't have an answer on this. I just wonder about that when it comes to Seattle and their outlook of the situation.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how stacked your edge room is going into the draft, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even beyond that, I think it gets hard because, okay, you got 4 edges going into the draft. I think to your point, right? And you go, well, now maybe I don't draft now I'm not going to probably draft an edge, but you could. But then are you informed by the fact that you kind of got 4 defensive tackles set up already on the inside? And does that affect how many that you can't have an extra 5th edge to the outside now? You got to go 4 and 4, right? And so that could dictate a little bit of that, to a degree on this one.
No, that's when you petition the NFL to expand the roster out to 55 players.
Well, they damn well should, man. I'm keep waiting for them to decide to do it. I guess they're going to wait till they get to the 18th game in tow before they finally let it click in.
Taker, thank you for the $5. I feel like the Jalen Milroe became the forgotten man on this roster really quickly after the San Fran game. No one was talking about him. What is year 2 like? I think Darnold's playing a little too good for you to be taking snaps away from him for a guy like Milroe is the thing. So I don't see much from him at all.
Yeah, I mean, they may try to bring out the Milroe packages again in year 2 and see if they can take advantage of it. But as Brendan just said, I was this way during the year when you brought it out because you could just feel how it just sort of threw off the momentum of your offense when he came out there. And look, this is a good thing. The development of Sam Darnold has, kind of neutralized Milroe in that way. And it doesn't mean Milroe can't develop or continue to get better, but you're set at quarterback. So there's really not a pathway for him to get out there. I think that they're going to run with Drew Lock again next year. So he's even not going to be really your de facto backup. But part of drafting him, and even with me and Brendan being kind of reticent to believe that he's going to reach that upside, part of the hope in both of us that he can reach that upside is that you're going to give him the 2 fundamental years to master the craft to being in a position to be ready to do that. And that it would take that amount of time to get ready because he's got so much things that he's got to clean up, as we kind of saw last year in the moments when he was out there on the football field, like the Packer game in the preseason, the final one he played, where you can feel the good, and you can feel the bad there, and you can feel all the work that still needs to be put in for him to get to a place where he actually looks like a starting functional quarterback in this league.
Right. Yeah, I'm a little bearish on Milroe ever doing anything as a Seahawk personally. I think that the timeline, and look, it's not a problem because we have a quarterback who is good, but I don't think that the timeline works.
If somebody offered you a mid-3rd round pick for Milroe in this draft, you'd jump.
I think so. Yeah, I would do that.
Me too.
Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $1.99. Gonna miss the Conehead Selly.
Yeah, it shows how lame I was. It took me a long time not to. I thought he was doing the crown move. I thought it was the old LeBron crown move for so long. But good of him to own it, embrace it.
Yeah, I never saw the Coneheads. That's not a movie that I've seen, so I gotta plead ignorance.
You should check it out. Chris Farley's is very funny in the movie as a side character.
Yeah. That's Dan Aykroyd, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because when I was younger, the only movie that I had ever seen Dan Aykroyd in that I really remembered was Trading Places, because I actually did not see Ghostbusters until I was a lot older. Oh. I've seen it now, of course, but I didn't see it at the time. So Trading Places, which is my favorite Christmas movie, actually, Trading Places. So I thought he was just like that. I thought he was this snobby guy who played a character like that and everything. I didn't know he was like a comedian doing like a bit. Mm-hmm. So it was very weird to me when I started seeing his other stuff, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's doing a bit in Trading Places."
Totally. No, he's he had a nice little run there in the '80s to Dan Aykroyd. But Conehead's a good movie. They did a solid job with it. It's actually not too bad. It's got some funny moments in it.
Yeah, it's like also when you're younger, you see Will Ferrell. I saw some of the kids' movies he did, like Kicking and Screaming, Elf, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a kids' entertainer. And then you grow up a little bit, you see his other stuff, and no.
No, he's quite mature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like it when that happens. It's always fun, like seeing Joe Pesci in Home Alone.
Oh, yeah. You love to see those guys extend out and go outside their just certain comfort range of what they do. And Pesci can be a really funny guy, so... You know, he's got what they got, that not depth, they call that range.
Yeah. I love Joe Pesci. I think he's incredible. I love that he got that one final Scorsese role in The Irishman, and he plays a completely different character than any other Joe Pesci Scorsese role, where he's actually reserved and kind of quiet and even acerbic. That was great. I really liked seeing that, because it was a side of him that you never saw in his other roles.
Agreed. No, I thought he was fantastic in that movie, and it wasn't a great movie, so his performance kind of helped it along in a lot of ways. I found De Niro distracting a little bit in that one.
I mean, he's the weakest of the three performances, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, because Pacino's great in that, I think.
Yeah, Pacino's good, but just something about just De Niro in that one just didn't work for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got a little some from the Panthers. They signed Isaiah Simmons, the linebacker, who was like the 7th overall pick and never really panned out, but he's panned out enough to stay in the NFL, I guess.
He's on his 15th team?
Yeah, he's he's trying to set the record.
He's been with a lot of them. I joke, but he's been with quite a few of them.
Yeah, let me. Okay, it doesn't say much about the deal yet, but he's a freakishly talented guy. Like, he was a linebacker, and then he played safety for the Giants, I think, and he could get away with that because he was such a good athlete.
He's a guy still very talented, so maybe they can find a way to tap into that.
Let's see here. Banker, thank you for the $1.99. Imagine if y'all were Jets creators. What was that?
Well, I get the Gino thing. Like, they get the Raiders to spend all the money on Gino, and you're getting him on basically a vet minimum deal. There's no risk from a Jets standpoint in making this kind of move. Now, there's stuff that the Jets are doing that I don't understand. The franchising of Breece Hall rather than deciding to pay him or not, I don't get that part of it. But I can see going after Gino as far as what are their other options at the quarterback position that they could look at. And he makes them more functional, like Brennan just said. Justin Fields doesn't make you functional as an offense. Gino can make you at least functional. He's not going to, move the needle on that Jets team as far as their win-loss record probably, but it makes them at least a little more interesting than it would have been otherwise. So I can get it from that standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're going to start moving your chips in, which the Jets are doing this offseason with the money they're spending, I'd much rather do it with a real quarterback. And Gino Smith is a real quarterback, and Justin Fields is not. Fields is a running back. Or a punter. Yeah. I don't know. One of the two.
It's going to be interesting to see what the Jets do as far as, if they land these picks right, because they've done a great job with the Quinnen Williams trade and the 2 first-round picks of the Sauce Gardner trade, especially getting a first-rounder into next year's draft. They've done a really good job of setting the table here. Now, can they now set this up right? Are they going to try to fast forward it? Are they going to try to skip the head of the stack on this? Are they going to make some silly moves? Are they going to like trade that first round pick, to try to offset? I wonder about that. So let's see if they can complete this process, but they've set the stage well. I mean, you fleeced the Colts for 2 first round picks for Sauce Gardner. And I think you kind of took advantage of the Cowboys and getting the first rounder from them. So for Quentin Williams with where he's at. So yeah, the Jets creators, I do know Jets creator Richie out there with Roundtable Sports. And we did a remote session with him out in LA when we went to the Rams 49er game. And he was talking to me. He's like, how is it covering a team that's actually good? He would be asking me stuff like that. So they're going through it. The Jets creators and those creators out there, it's been a rough road for them. And they definitely are hungry for a winner.
Mm-hmm. Who's the greatest Jet of all time? Is it Joe Namath or is it Darrelle Revis?
It's a good question. Darrell's probably got as good an argument as anybody to be made.
Mm-hmm. It's got to be one of those two guys, right? There's no one else.
Is Darrell in the Hall of Fame, by the way? Did he get the Hall of Fame nod?
I don't think yet. Let me check.
He's been eligible, hasn't he?
Let me see. Yes, Hall of Fame. He is in the Hall of Fame.
I feel like we're forgetting somebody off the Jets other than Namath. I can't think of somebody right now. What about the guy that set the sack record?
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but I can't even remember his name. How great can he be if I can't?
I know if I can't remember his name, he wasn't that good. Did you see, by the way, when he confronted Brett Favre?
Oh yeah, Mark Gastineau. That's his
Mark
name,
Gastineau. So a couple 2 years ago, folks, he's Gastineau and Favre were in the room, and so Favre allowed Michael Strahan to set the sack record by on the final game of the season. He rolled out right towards Michael Strahan and then fell down in front of him to give him the sack record. So Mark Gastineau, after that happened 15 years ago. And now Gastineau, this last off season, has Favre in a room and he confronts him. And Favre's just like, well, yeah, I'm sorry. He's like, no, you hurt me. You hurt me with that. You hurt me with, and he keeps hitting Brett. And Brett's just like, all right, dude, I get the point. Let it go. Kind of weird.
I kind of like it when athletes are defensive like that, though. It's refreshing. I remember Jim Brown when Franco Harris broke his record, and they were talking to him, and he's like, hey, do you want to congratulate Franco Harris for breaking her record? And he's like, no, that guy signed with the Seahawks in the final year of his career when he was completely washed up to break my record. I don't have any respect for that. To hell with that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Jim, you got a guy that retired early, so I can get that. Yeah,
screw that. And because, of course, it's now a thing where when a major record gets broken, there's always this video that gets played in the stadium from the guy who held the record. It's like, hey, I'm Brett Favre. Congratulations, Peyton Manning, for breaking my record. You're awesome. And it was kind of cool to see somebody actually be like, no, screw you. I don't like you.
And definitely in Jim, you have a guy that's he definitely had a little bit of a live wire into his personality. You've heard the Any Given Sunday story of him, right? Where he's talking trash to all these former players that are on the field as part of the movie. Mm-hmm. And one of them had enough of it, and they picked Jim Brown up and slammed him down, and his kufi went flying, and because he was messing with them too much.
Yeah, I like that Jim Brown guy. He seemed like a cool dude.
Good man, good guy.
I think he could have run for 1,000 yards at 70 years old. Throw him out there.
Might have. He definitely retired with still more tread on those tires. Hollywood was a calling though.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Steven Shetler, thank you for the member message. Most exciting Seahawks potential signing at this point. I feel like we'd get the most excited for a Clowney signing just because that's our guy.
Yeah, that is kind of our guy on that, and just really enjoy him. A trade for Grenard wouldn't, I know it's not a signing, but that would also elicit a lot of excitement for me, in that you were able to make that kind of move. So kind of like we're talking about with the Zion Young, there's really good edges in this class, but I think there's a little bit of not only what we had to deal with Mafe and Uchenna, or not Uchenna, but Mafe and Derek Hall. You see this with a lot of the second round edges. And basically when we're picking at the end of the first round, even if you take an edge, that's a second round edge at that point. The guys don't tend to be productive in their first year, and they tend to take a little bit of time. And sometimes it doesn't ever fully round into shape, like it never really did with Boye Mafe, despite him getting paid $20 million per year, like it hasn't with Arnold Ebiketie, taken in that same draft in the early second round. So, it's one where to me, it's a bit of a risk there to where there's some solidity on the open market in your Von Millers, in your Cam Jordans, in your Jadeveon Clowneys, where I know I can bring these guys in on a rotational basis right off the rip, and they're going to give me productivity. And I can't say that necessarily about a guy I'm taking off the edge into day 2 of this draft.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. And generally speaking, I wouldn't expect an edge to be able to do that in pretty much any draft. Like I think unless you're getting Will Anderson, don't expect an edge to do that much as a rookie.
No, and that's the one flip side is if you take an edge early in the draft, first round, that's a whole different segment. First round edges can be productive, can find some footing, but it's just not the same with second round. I went back and did some research on that a year ago, and it was like the data was startling, Brendan, about how few edges in the second round. I think I went back 10 years, and the most sacks a second round edge had in that 10-year period was 4 sacks in a season. That was the highest anybody had done. And there had been a lot of edges taken in the second round over that 10-year period.
Yeah. I think Max Crosby was a 4th round pick and he had 10 sacks. So sometimes it happens, but it's very rare.
Yeah, exactly.
And look how good Crosby ended up being anyway. He was a 4th round pick, but.
Yeah. And that's more of a random, to me, that's a more randomized one where it's like, yeah, there'll be a random guy into the depths of the draft you can find that will maybe round into something. But when you're talking about the second round guys, they have a bit of an archetype feel to them a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see.
I think too with Max, the thing with him is, does Max go in the 4th round? Even if you're playing at Eastern Michigan, does he still go in the 4th round if there's not the drinking and drug problems that's widely known in regards to him as well?
Yeah, probably not. That's a good point. And by the way, apparently the Dobbs deal is 4 years, 68, but it has incentives that can go up to 80. So at least he'll have to earn some of that money. I still don't love it, but
yeah, still quite a bit, but that makes it a little bit more feasible, I suppose. Give me one sec. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Do you guys like Takario Davis? He's kind of a Pete Carroll corner. He's a big dude. I like him, but I don't know if Mike sees Takario Davis as his kind of corner. Hard to know. Maybe. It could be. What if Seattle signs Joey Bosa for 2 years, $24 million? I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm just not feeling it. So far, nobody on my ticker has gotten signed today. I think one thing to keep in mind also that's worth noting is that Jadeveon Clowney may not sign until after training camp because he's a guy who probably doesn't want to participate in that stuff because he's older and he doesn't need it. So sometimes he'll just chill until after camp and then he signs, sometimes even after the season starts. Ooh, okay, we've got kind of a big one. Not that this is unexpected, but I'll wait for Brandon to come back. Yeah, the Daniel Jones thing, that's what I'm seeing too. That's what I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for Brandon to get back before I mention it. But who would you be more excited for, Clowney, Chubb, or Von Miller? Clowney and Von Miller are close. I like both those guys. Chubb, I don't know about Chubb. I'm not a big fan of Chubb at this point. There was a time, but not anymore. All right. We had a little something while you were gone. Not that this was unexpected, but apparently we don't know the details yet. But breaking news, Daniel Jones and the Colts have come to a contract agreement. So lift up the transition tag. Daniel Jones staying in Indy.
Do we got any numbers on that?
I'm waiting. Should be getting them anytime now, but we know that it's a long-term deal. That's all that's been said so far.
Okay. All right. All
I
right.
get it. I get it. I mean, I think that it's not a complete fluke what he did last year. I'm not blowing it off. I know some people are, but I'm not blowing it off completely.
No, I think he's in a good place, Indianapolis, to be successful, and he's a representation again of supporting cast for quarterbacks matters, and it's not about how necessarily just brilliant their talent is, but what they have around them to help them. Hopefully, um, hopefully at that point, realize the maximum of what they could be. And I think in the Indianapolis Colts, that offensively, their line and the receivers he had to throw to, and how the running game was going, it really set them up to be able to do that. And Brendan, they made their peace with this. This is the problem about making go forward moves, is that they decided, I think, a little bit too much prematurely. They were having a successful year, and they were like, all right, now's the time to go for it. And so they make that trade for Ahmad Gardner. And you look at that and you just go, yeah, that's you guys trying to do something and hit the fast forward button on this one a little bit, and it blew up in your face. And that's why you got to be careful about trying to hit that fast forward button, in my opinion. So you made the two first round picks trades. You're in the midst of it. If you don't go with Daniel here and you were to let him walk or try to make him play on the contract, like, what's the alternative quarterback you're going to go look for at that point?
Right.
You're stuck. So it's like, this is less a move about vision and more a move about, well, we've got to do it. Well, we just have to do it. And I hate being in those positions as an NFL team that you feel like you have to do this move rather than it's what you really want to do or what's the smart move to do. Don't you feel a little bit similarly on this one? I'm not saying he doesn't deserve the deal, but just that this is a little bit of them being impelled to do it more than it's just that they want to just do it.
Yeah, I think that they are kind of compelled to do it, and they probably don't completely love it, but I do agree that they do have to do it, and sometimes you just got to roll with it, and hopefully it works out.
Yeah. Although, back to it's all risk a little bit in certain degrees, but
yeah. And Corbin Smith just tweeted, "This is the slowest day 2 of legal tampering I've ever seen," and I kind of agree with him. It's been picked up a little bit in the last half hour or so. And I want to say that's one reason why we do these streams. We do these all day streams to keep people engaged and have conversations, even when things aren't happening at a million miles a minute. So I'm really glad that we're able to do this. This is actually a lot of fun for me. Even when things aren't flying, there's still things that can be said.
Yeah, there's a lot to be talking about. And we've got the draft on deck. Seatown fans asking about Sicario Davis out of Washington. What do you think about Sicario?
He's big. He's got size and he's got some athleticism. He feels a little like a Pete Carroll corner. Like Carroll would have really liked that guy. I don't know if he's a fit for Mike. I'm not saying he's not, but I'm not saying he is. I'd have to ask Mike. But I'm intrigued by the talent.
Yeah, I like him a lot as well. When I watched the tape on him, Brandon, I saw a little, not the physicality, not the bulliness, but I saw Brandon Browner in a little bit of how he goes about his business. Sicario Davis, big press man corner out there. That's where Washington with both those two corners, they just had him out in press all day long, which you can understand. The guys were big and long. Why wouldn't you? He's better of the two. He's got more upside of the two, just a little bit.
Yeah, Price Hawk's the other guy, right?
Right, Price Hawk being the other guy, and Price Hawk another long guy that's impressed, but just not the complete. He's a little bit more of a complete player, I think, in Sicario Davis. But I got a 4th round grade on him. You got the injury concerns with him as it stands in this one, right in the middle of the 4th round, just behind Davis and Big Dixon, the Ohio State kid. I got him just behind him, but he's solid. Seatown fan. He's solid, and if the injury is clean, he might be a fit here. I'm not as sure about him and being able to operate in zone, because with Mike, he's going to want guys that can go press man and off coverage in zone. You got to kind of be able to do both. And if you're a guy that's just a press guy or you're just an off coverage zone guy, it may not be as much of a fit for this defense, because you want to have a guy that can be versatile and do both.
Right. So intriguing. Labrador Hawk, thank you for the $2. Have you guys tried Resident Evil 9? I have not yet. I'm very excited for it, though. I've heard it's very good. I like the fact that the franchise is going back to the original cast. The thing is, I'm a little behind in that franchise. I still haven't played Village. And I also kind of want to play 0 before I play 9, just because that game is old and outdated. I don't want to get too far ahead in the franchise before I go back to that one, but I am definitely going to play Resident Evil 9.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out at some point or another. I'm more of a multiplayer guy myself on the video game front, but I'm open to doing the single players too.
Yeah, and the thing is, I just started The Witcher 3, and I'm not that far. That game takes like 800
I was
hours.
gonna say you're strapping in.
Yeah,
It's gonna
yeah,
take some time.
yeah. It's good, by the way, so far. I'm only like 4 hours in, but I forgot a lot about that universe, like The Witcher, because I hadn't played the first two games in quite some time. But I like that universe actually. The more I get back into it.
I've got to give it a try. Never done the Witcher video games, but I'm kind of
Mhm.
about due to. I've been waiting for something new to come out, and since we're not getting any new, real high quality games now coming out,
Yeah,
especially on the multiplayer front, I'm gonna have to start getting creative in my outlook.
yeah. It's hoping the Halo reboot or whatever it is they're doing ends up being good, which who
I just
knows?
it's all just remakes of remakes of. It's like the movies. It's like nothing is ever original anymore, and it's all just got the same mechanics. They're working off the. I mean, like Call of Duty works off of the same engine that it's been on for about the last 23 years or something. You know, it's kind of similar all across the board. They're all off that same kind of engine they're building games off now, and it's like everything looks the same. Everything is plays like the same. There's nothing unique or pushing the ball forward.
Yeah, and like they recently did, what was it, Marathon that came out like last week, and everyone already hates it. And like that's interesting because Marathon is a franchise that carries a lot of weight in video game history. That was one of the first person shooters ever.
Hmm.
And I was like, oh, they're remaking Marathon. They must really care. They must really like want to invest themselves in making this good because that's such an important historical franchise. And it's like, no, not really.
Yeah, it's a cash grab. It's like what they're doing with the Assassin's Creed and updating that. Like rather than create a new one, let's just re-clean up the graphics of the old. That's easier. That's cheaper. It's like, well, okay.
Hmm.
We should be in VR, working in virtual reality setups, standing up on like those things they got with guys that can like move around. Like we should be to that place as a standard issue at this point, not dealing on
Hmm.
25-year-old engines that can't be updated anymore or they'll break the engine.
Yeah. Everything in Unreal 5, which makes everything look the same.
Exactly. Everything just
Hmm.
looks exactly the same on that engine and they all use it. It's like,
Hmm.
dude, come on.
Yeah, and you're right. It's the same with like a lot of movies and TV shows. I hate the way things look now. Like, did you ever do Stranger Things?
I did the first season, then it gets repetitive after a while. It's just the same thing. You
Yeah,
just go, okay, I've seen it.
I
I got it.
the last season, which I have watched, you'll never unnotice it once you notice it. The whole season is filmed for TikTok because they're doing a billion cuts during every conversation. So the person speaking is centered in the screen. So that way, when you make a TikTok edit, it's easy because the guy speaking is just in the center of the screen. And when you go to vertical, and it's like, okay, that's really distracting now that I notice it. I'm actually really annoyed by that now that I've realized that's what they're doing.
Oh, it's like the Affleck was talking about the notes that they got from Netflix when they're making their Netflix movie, and he was saying how you have to keep repeating story references because audiences are casually watching and they're looking at their phone. So like they're building stories now to put repetitiveness in it because the audience member's distracted because what you're showing them is not engaging them enough that they want to look at their phone.
Yeah.
It's stuff's in a little bit of a rough territory right now,
Yeah, and
creatively speaking.
that's all over Stranger Things, by the way. They stop to recap the plot every 10
Yeah.
minutes.
It's a note that they give to all their people on that. If they're giving it to Affleck and Damon on their movie, then they're giving it to everybody. And that's
Yeah,
like stupid.
yeah, and I did watch the Affleck and Damon movie. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was fine. The Rip, it was all right. I didn't mind it.
Yeah. It's like the movie that just came out on Netflix with the guy fighting the robot from Reacher. It's like you're gonna watch it and 5 minutes after you watch it, can you
Yeah,
remember any real details of the film at all? Anything like
yeah.
no.
But another thing they said is that in the old days, you would make action movies and it would be like end of act one action set piece, end of act two action set piece, and then end of act three, your big action set piece. And he was saying, you can't do that now. You need to grab the audience in the first 5 minutes or
Hmm.
else they check out.
Yeah.
So, and it got me thinking, like, you couldn't make Die Hard now then because the first 30 minutes of that movie is just set up. Like
Hmm.
you couldn't do Die Hard now. There are a lot of movies you can do now, and I'm like, well, that's kind of depressing.
Yeah, because you stop having and the movie can be anything anywhere, and now it starts to have to be this cookie cutter fitting to these beats thing, and that's where it's not. You're removing the creativity out of it. That's why
Hmm.
everything's so much remakey and all that is that there's the creativity's just been drained out of stuff.
Yeah, and when they try to do something creative, it often doesn't do well. So I understand the frustration. And sometimes it's because what they try to do is not good. Like that the Bride movie that just came out, the one where they're doing
Yeah.
like the Frankenstein thing. Like, okay, that's different. It doesn't seem like
But
it's
even
good.
that, it's not different because it's you're just doing another riff off the Frankenstein,
Yeah.
which has been done to death. Like what are you going to add to the thing that's not already been talked about on the story? And so it's like it's another remake, it's another this. It's not got anything original on it. Maybe you're doing an original take on it, but it's still you having to ape on something that's already come before to make something work.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's everything kind of sucks now. It's too bad.
It
Things
does.
suck now. Hmm.
It does. Hopefully it goes in cycles. It'll turn back around. It's been like this
Hmm.
before.
Yeah. Kyle, thank you for the $1.99. Why is Miller telling everyone in media he effed up? I think he's talking about Vaughn Miller, if
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
well,
He's
because he did. I mean, he did F up.
Yeah, he tried to chase the ring to Washington. He tried to take a flip a coin. He thought Washington would be in a better position than Seattle. I can't blame him for that. Washington's coming off of getting to the conference championship game, and we hadn't even gotten the playoffs. So I get him making that decision. I kind of wonder if a little bit of it is Kyle is him kind of it's an overture to maybe Mike. Like, yeah, I turned you guys down last year, but I want to be back there this time. So come on, come on. So maybe a little bit of it feels like that to me.
Hmm. Right. I mean, I'd take him. I think he's can give you one decent year still. I think. I'm not promising it, but it's a thought.
If you weren't able to get Grenard and you've got Demarcus Lawrence and Derek Hall and you get Jadeveon Clowney and you get a Von Miller, that four stack to me is going to be more productive than the four stack that we tried out last year. And in generations and how they play the run and especially how they rush the passer.
Mm-hmm. Banker El Prez, thank you for the $1.99. Namath in today's social media era, GOAT status.
Yeah, he would have been. Yeah, he would have been. He was living it up, man. You know, he's one of those like Mickey Mantle New York athletes that took full advantage of being in that market for all that it was worth.
Yeah, or it would be a big distraction. Like I read a story once about how a guy was in an elevator with Joe Namath and he was drinking like liquor straight out of a bottle. And the elevator door opens and he realizes there's a bunch of kids there. So he shoves the bottle into his pocket on his jacket, inside jacket pocket, so he can interact with the kids because he's, trying to hide the fact that he's drinking liquor straight out of a bottle. And I don't know if it'd be so easy to get away with that these days. I don't think you could be hiding stuff like that very well.
No, I don't think you probably could either. I also think he's kind of a guy that's got into the Hall of Fame where I'm not sure his production elicited that. It felt like more of I'm getting the Hall of Fame because of my whole we're going to win the game, I guarantee it thing.
Mhm. He did do some stuff at the time that was pretty extraordinary. When he retired, he was like, I think the all-time leader in yards. There is some stuff there. Crimson Tide fans, the old school Crimson Tide fans, swear he would have been the greatest quarterback ever if his knee
Mm-hmm.
didn't get torn up in Alabama in college, because he
Yeah,
was taking shots his whole career in that knee so he could keep going.
makes sense. It makes sense. He was definitely a more mobile guy at Alabama and how he's rolling. They were doing the wishbone back then, so he was doing a lot of that stuff at that time. And yeah, he definitely that was before you got the ACLs fixed up and you tore your knee and it was toast. There wasn't a lot they could do for you.
Yeah. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $1.99. We'll get edge in free agency. Will first pick be cornerback or running back? I think it's going to be corner because I don't think there's a running back worth taking with that first pick unless you're trading down fairly significantly.
It's an exercise in logic a little bit, so it's not one that we know for sure what they will do, Warhammer, but we do know in John the last 3 years especially, he's operated in a value-based model for how he addresses the draft in day one and day two especially. So if he's operating that way, what would seem to be the highest value pick for where you're going to be picking 32? Yeah, running back does not seem like it would be it. You could move back 10, 13, 14 picks in a Jadarian Price. Now the value is right. But if you're just picking purely natively from the 32nd selection, cornerback probably is the leader in the clubhouse as being the highest valued player you have on your board when you come up to pick.
Yeah, and corner I think is going to be good there. You might have Chris Johnson, you might have Brandon Cisse, you might have what's the name of the guy who's really, really injured, who might be the Will Johnson of this draft in fall? McCoy?
Jamad McCoy. I think
Yeah,
he's the first one taken off the board.
even with all the injury crap.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know his medicals, so they could be looking at his medicals and he's got a little shred of ACL left or something. But when you watch him on tape, his talent is near
Yeah.
blue chip, and there's not a blue chip corner talent in this draft. So
Yeah. It could be a Will Johnson situation. I would not be
possible.
shocked.
Yeah, no, it's possible.
There's some juicy stuff at corner. I like this corner class as much as any class I've seen, which is saying a lot in this draft because it's not good.
Yeah, it's part of what's made me kind of surprised that the Rams went so heartily on the cornerback front, because you got the 2 first-round picks in this draft, and you would have thought that you could find guys that are pretty ready-made to step in and start for you, but maybe they're not as in on it as we are on it. But I agree with you. I like this cornerback class a lot, especially day 1 and day 2. That's where really there's some sensational value to be had.
Princess Jessica, thank you for the $2. Do we even attempt to go for Kamara?
I don't think so. I'm not so sure even that the Saints are in a position to be able to get out from under that contract, to be honest with you. That's the other part of this with it, where everybody's anticipating that since they've signed their guy that they're going to let him go. But if you look at the Kamara contract right now, I don't know if they can pull that off, Brendan.
Yeah, I wonder if they do it just to get him out of there.
I mean, maybe, but that's not a team with this. They're going to have to eat, it would look like to me at least. You got $7 million of bonus money this year, and then it all goes to void. So they're going to have to eat $7 million of void. They basically have to eat like $6 million plus for a team that doesn't exactly have a lot of cap space just to get rid of him at that point. And you can't post June 1st him because he's in the final year of his contract. So are they in a position to do that? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe is kind of where I'd be out on that too.
Doesn't seem like there's much left there, to be perfectly honest. So
no, he's really just kind of reached that point. He's 31, a lot of carries on that body. Just not the same player that he was a couple of years ago. He's just been kind of edging downwards bit by bit through the last, couple of years.
So let's see here. Lions just re-signed Malcolm Rodriguez to a 1-year deal. So I'm going to throw that up on the ticker real quick. I mean, not
That's
much
Jacob's
to say about
brother,
it.
right?
Oh, is he? Okay, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
I think he's Jacob's brother.
It's a common last name, but maybe.
Well, I think he played at the same college, I think.
Oh, fun. I like that. Is it going to be like there were those twins in the NBA? I can't remember what their names were, but there were these twins in the NBA, and they always played better when they were on the same team, and they always fell apart whenever they got separated. Maybe it'll be like that.
Yeah, it's former Oklahoma State. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I might be actually off on this. Hold on.
Okay.
Noted is the younger brother of no, he is the younger brother.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the twins. Somebody in the chat will know who I'm talking about, but there were these NBA twins. I think they were on the Suns together, and they always played well when they were on the same team, and then they got separated, and every time they got separated, it'd be like, it wouldn't be the same.
I could be wrong on this. I'm getting different things on this, so I could be off on this. I thought I read it somewhere, but I'm probably misremembering. I'm getting old.
Well, you type it into Google and AI will answer it for you, and you type it in 5 different times, you'll get 5 different answers. So who knows what's truth anymore?
What I'm running into a little bit, that's for sure.
Motoya, thank you for the 5. So I've been hearing that the draft next year is going to be really good. Is that true? It looks like it. I don't want to guarantee anything a year out, but it looks good.
Yeah, you've got 3 quarterbacks, Lascelles Norris, Arch Manning, Dante Moore. All 3 of those guys probably would have gone ahead of Mendoza in this draft if they had come out, or there'd been a good chance of it. Maybe not Lascelles Norris, but give Lascelles another year, potentially so. It is hard to predict this because there can be fluctuation, and we've seen so many players in recent years where prior players would always seem to be taking steps forward in their development, and we're seeing guys now sometimes in their final year that take a step backwards. But you got a minimum of 3 quarterbacks plus that are all going to be first rounders. You've got a generational talent in Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. It's probably the best wide receiver prospect that we've seen since at least Jamar Chase. There'll be some running backs coming out, some good defenders in addition to that. So on the surface of it, yes, but partly as well, Montoya, it just has to do with the fact this draft sucks so badly.
Yeah.
It's so weak.
Yeah. And by the way, a bunch of people in the chat pointed out it's the Morris twins, Maurice Morris. And
there we go.
Yeah. Okay. I was, I don't know if those guys are still in the league or not, but they were fun.
They're done. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, they were good.
Scott Dobson, thank you for the 5. If comp picks are a big part of John not tagging players, will it also be a reason he waits to sign free agents? Well, that's one thing I said when you were gone for a minute there, Brandon. Look for somebody like Clowney to not sign until after training camp because he doesn't want to participate in that and he doesn't need it. So you might get Clowney in like August.
You just got to wait till past June 1st. So
Mhm.
once you pass June 1st, Scott, the comp pick game doesn't count against you on free agents you sign. So with John, if he just waits on a couple of these, to Brendan's point, that would make a lot of sense. Because why not? What's to be lost by waiting an extra 2 months to sign the guy, especially if you can get those comp picks back in return? I don't think that John doesn't tag players because he wants the comp picks. I don't think that he believes in tagging players because I think that he understands that there's a price to be paid in doing that. You hurt your cap on the front end, number one, but number two, you create a situation in the locker room where are you going to reward your players or are you not? If I have a great season, are you going to just franchise me then and hold me back from being able to be paid? And then if you have a guy on a franchise tag, do you sometimes have issues with those guys as far as having them fully connect to the process? Like Walker, for instance, knows he's got a deal out there on the open market this year. We can go get $15 million per year, and you're going to franchise him on a $14 million 1-year contract. I don't think he's going to sit there and be happy with that. And now you've got tumultuousness. Now you've got a guy in the training camp that's maybe holding in. Maybe he's trying to press things. Now maybe you're in a position of having to now move him for nothing at that point to just give him away because you want him to hold anymore. It just creates problems, I think, the franchise tag. And I think bad teams are the ones that use it. When I look at the teams out there that are willing to put franchise, that's teams like the New York Jets. Pay Breece Hall or don't. Esser, get off the pot here. And instead of doing that, they're trying to grab this happy middle ground. And I feel like the Cowboys are a team that likes to use the franchise tag. It's like bad teams use the franchise team. Good teams reward their players and get out ahead of those situations.
Yeah, I feel like you can use the tag as negotiation leverage. Like, we'll tag you so we have a little more time to get a deal done. I think if you go into a season with a player on a franchise tag, you probably made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not saying that's always the case. Like, I think didn't the Seahawks have Sean Alexander on a franchise tag the year they made the Super Bowl?
No.
Okay. Well, what was it then? Because we hadn't extended him at that point. Was that
Well, he's just on his
last
rookie.
year?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
just on his rookie the last year of his rookie contract.
Yeah.
And he was a first round pick. So you were able to take, at that time, it was truly that you were able to get the first round picks through the end of their contract, where now, of course, the first round picks through 3 years. Because remember, that was where the CBA was different as well, where it wasn't negotiating after 3 years like it is now, because that's what you had to throw the players to be able to get things in line with the first round contracts, because those first round contracts used to be so expensive. So the way to counter that was to say, okay, we're going to make these less expensive. But then the player said, okay, well, then you're going to have to allow us to be able to go get a contract after 3 years then, that we can renegotiate at that point. So it was kind of the way they came to the compromise.
Right. But I feel like if you go into a season with a player on the tag, that's a sign that something went wrong.
Yeah. It's not an indication of a healthy organization that's operating in the right way.
Yeah. Or like what we did with Frank Clark, where you tag and trade. That makes sense to me too. Like, I like that kind of stuff.
That was always the intention on that one. You knew you had the market. You're going to let that settle out, and then you moved him. And I'm okay with it there on that one. That's a wholly different thing than trying to make the guy play on it. You just want to make sure you got the right value back.
Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $1.99. Takario Davis sounds like an NFL name. Good enough for me. It's more of an NFL name than the other guy. The other guy's got a fun name, Ephesians Prysock.
Yeah, never heard of an Ephesians before. That's a first. Of course, I've never run into a Takario either. So,
yeah. And look, when Takario was healthy last year, he was great in coverage for the most part.
Yeah, he's got legit speed for his size, and that's what stands out. Is you run press man like that, change direction at 6'4", can you do that? Stop and start, can you do that? Those tend to be the big worries about guys that size. He's really got some fluidity in how he moves, and he's especially got some makeup speed where you get him to stop and start or change direction, you might create a little separation, and the quarterback sees that opening, but he's able to close that gap. He's got that makeup speed to get on that as the ball's in the air and close that distance down. So he's a good player. If he was healthy, he'd probably be more into like even the third roundish range of things, but he's fun.
Jordan, thank you for the $5. I'm finishing the Resident Evil 4 remake, which is great. Resident Evil 7 is really good. Resident Evil 9 is a mix between the two.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think the Resident Evil 4 remake is phenomenal. I do wish they embraced the goofiness of the original a little bit more. I think they definitely kind of eased that out, because Resident Evil 4 has always been campy. And I feel like some of the recent games in the franchise felt like that's wrong. We can't be campy. We have to play everything straight. Everything has to be serious. I think that was a mistake. And Resident Evil 4 Remake had moments, but overall, I feel like they kind of really amped up the seriousness, which I think is a mistake. But the gameplay itself is phenomenal.
I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I played some of the original ones, so I've
Yeah.
definitely played it before. And those were great.
Yeah. It's just your tolerance for tank controls, which I like, but most people these days can't stand tank controls. So of course the modern Resident Evil games don't have tank controls. They've updated now to be over the shoulder, which most people prefer because it's smoother. But to me, the idea of the old Resident Evils was it's hard to control your character. That makes it scarier because you're less capable of defending yourself if you get attacked. And to me, that was part of it. But
yeah,
it's a little bit harder to sell that now. Like, I don't know how well you can sell that to Zoomers.
Yeah, that's true. I get it. But you're right. It does add a little bit more of the immersive aspect when you're at the different view on that versus over the shoulder third person.
Yeah, Zoomers just want to start towering up, and then they got this giant tower they're on, and then they pull out their revolver and hit somebody from across the map. That's what they're used to doing.
What's the fun in that?
Yeah. Yeah, and Resident Evil 7 is very good. I don't like the first person as much as the third person, but 7 was really good. And yeah, 9 I haven't played, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I'm glad that franchise seems like they're at least pushing the right buttons.
That's good to hear. So many are not doing that. So,
Princess Jessica, thank you for the 2. Any chance we grab Von Miller? He sounds like he's making a little bit of a play for it.
Yeah, I think that he definitely would like to. We know even off of last year that it's going to continue. He's going to want to go play for a winner and have a chance to go get a championship. I think that, you could flip out to me, potentially even a Chenna, and you're paying less for Von Miller at that point with the money you can save off a Chenna deal. So you're going to probably double down on the edge group here in this class somehow or another. But yeah, he makes a lot of sense. Shouldn't cost a lot of money at this age of his career. He's kind of going to be a pass rush specialist and how you bring him in. But playing 30% of the snaps last year for Washington, he had 9 sacks on a team that was playing from behind a lot. So it wasn't like he just got to pin his ears back and have a million opportunities to go crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One little bit of news here, not a move, the opposite of a move actually, but Adam Schefter's reporting that the Jacksonville Jaguars are not interested in trading Brian Thomas, and they're denying any rumor to the contrary. So read into that as you will.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they've got a little bit of an oddity unless they're planning on living in 3 wide receiver sets because you are 3 deep, and Hunter, is he going to be more of a cornerback going forward? Is he more of a are they going to try to do the dual thing with him and continue to do that, because that didn't seem like that was really working last year. So we'll see if this continues to maintain. Maybe that's also that they're not getting the offers that they would like to be given for Brian, because you're not selling high on him right now if you're moving him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're getting a first round pick, for instance, for him right now.
I mean, if you weren't willing to give up our 32nd overall pick, then you really don't think he's worth a first round pick. So makes sense.
No. Yeah. I can't see it.
There's some dumb teams out there though. Like if you're Denver and you've got Bo Nix throwing to little Jordan Humphrey, maybe that would be like the Brian Thomas landing place where you're just like, look, we got to get this guy a real receiver, because I don't like Cortland Sutton very much. I don't think he's very good.
No, I think he's just kind of a guy out there, and he's got a good amount of drops. Every time I watch that guy, there's at least 1 drop a game, it feels like, from him. I'm the same. They could definitely stand to improve that receiving core, and they've kind of been middling for a long period of time with that receiving core. So it could help out Bo, I think, tremendously, getting something a little bit better in there. Troy Franklin ain't anything special either.
Remy, thank you for the $2. Hey guys, new here. What running back would you like? Assuming you're talking about free agency, I think my number 1 guy at this point would probably be Rachaad White.
Yeah, we're going to be kind of in alignment here, Remy. That part of this is that there's just not a lot of great running backs available left on the market. It's gotten dwindled down. Yesterday, there was kind of a quiet run on running backs a little bit, especially the top end guys. And so I do think that Rachaad becomes the one that makes a lot of sense. He's competent, capable. He's good out of the backfield. He can at least be a third down back for you as a bare minimum to fill in that role, which you probably are going to need at least initially with Charbonnet maybe not ready to go right off the gate, off the rip. So I would look at him. Sean Tucker's another guy that's kind of an interesting guy out there to maybe kick the tires on. All these guys would be kind of vet minimum-ish sort of deals, or you're only giving them maybe $1 million over the vet minimum kind of thing. So they're all kind of equivalent a little bit on that. Nobody's going to be really moving the needle, but functional.
Mm-hmm. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Halo Combat Evolved Remake. They are adding 3 new campaign levels, which makes it worth a try for me. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that with like Halo, it's like same guns that have been in since 2000 in a lot of ways. You know, it's like you got the same stuff. It's just my thing with this is after you get to a place of 25 years of using the same guns and the same stuff and the same stuff and the same things and the same, we're remaking the same stuff with the same thing. We're going to remake again the same stuff. And we're going to remake that remake of the thing and the same stuff and the same games and the same enemies and the same creatures and the same, and you eventually just go, man, we can't come up with anything new. Like we got to go back 25 years. And it didn't always used to be this way. You know, when we grew up, my era of video games, I was growing up in the 90s and going through, games constantly evolved and kept getting better and kept improving and kept, their new titles came out and new stuff popped out. And now we've hit this place where it's just all got to be this whole remake constantly. And I got to say, I'm just not impressed. You don't blow me away by just keep carbon copying something that you came up with 25 years ago. You don't blow me away by operating off an engine that's almost 30 years old. Like, do something to push the ball forward a little bit, you know? But I like Halo. I'm not Jordan trying to say I don't like Halo. Halo's a solid game. It's good. But if I popped in there and played like multiplayer with Halo right now, I'd probably last about a half hour before I get bored. Because I've played that game how many hours of the same games and the same gameplay and the same shields going off to the, you know, bop. It just, you can only do the same thing in a game so many times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also what I would say to that is Halo's campaign is not that good. So I don't know. I like the original Halo. And the reason why I say that is because they did the thing where, because there wasn't a lot of room on the disc and they were trying to put together a campaign that would fit on the disc. The second half of the campaign is backtracking through the first half of the campaign. Like literally the end of the game, several levels are just the early levels in reverse because you're leaving the facility when you're that you spent the first part of the game going into. So I don't remember the Halo CE campaign super positively. I think that game is much more associated with playing on Blood Gulch and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was the multiplayer experience. Man, I did like the single player campaign at the time. I think it's one of those things. You mentioned Die Hard, and you go back and watch Die Hard now, and all these movies have copied Die Hard, and so it doesn't have the same sort of originality it had when you first watched it. Halo the same way. That campaign, when it came out, there was nothing really like it out there as an equivalent, even with you backtracking in the way that you did, the open kind of worldish nature of it to that degree. But now we're 25 years later and it's old hat. All these games have done this. And so just doing that is not enough to, you know, move the ball as far as being exciting goes. At least not for me on that.
Yeah. And I think that Halo 2 and 3 had better campaigns because they added, you know, being able to wield 2 different guns at once, which was cool. That was different. That I felt like added a dimension to it. And there was not as much backtracking. So, okay, 3 new campaign levels. That's intriguing. And I'm going to play the game because my best friend is a big Halo fan and he's going to want to co-op it with me, I'm sure. So I'm definitely going to play it. And I'm probably going to stream it too, because I stream everything I play now. But it's one of those things where I just kind of feel like I definitely prefer to get Half-Life 3, which we're never, ever going to get in a million years at this point. But while we're wishing for things that aren't going to happen, I'd much rather get Half-Life 3.
There we go. Mm-hmm. Maybe some point. At this rate, some point, maybe.
Mm-hmm. The Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2. Fury is one of my favorites. This is a movie. That cast was insane. And yeah, I saw Fury in the theaters when it first came out. I haven't seen it since, but that is a good movie.
Yeah, a movie that really is, especially through the early part of the film as they're going through, does show you some of the brutal nature of war and not romanticizing it and showing you the fact of those guys as they're going through it. And, you know, I had a brother that served 3 tours out there in Iraq, and it's, you know, it's not glorious. It's not, you know, where it's something that's just super cool. It's brutal. It's tough. Has an effect on your psyche. And I thought that movie did a good job of really showing that, because you pick up with the guys and they've already gone through hell. You know, they've already been through it.
Yeah. And I think it's on Netflix right now, because recently I watched Lone Survivor, which is another war movie. And because I watched that, Netflix recommended like every war movie in the book to me, because that's how their algorithm works. I think Fury's on there right now, so that's not bad.
I do believe they are. Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
remember seeing that over there.
Yeah. Lone Survivor is interesting to watch now, by the way, now that you know the truth behind that whole situation. It's a little bit tough. It's
Yeah,
still good, but now that you know that he made everything up, it's a little bit different.
yeah. And sometimes with some of these movies in Hollywood, they come out with the war movies. They do get onto that line of propaganda ish, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the movie was based off the book, and the book was made up too. So it's not necessarily their fault. Like the guy eventually admitted he made everything about that story up, but I get what you're saying.
yeah.
Mhm. Levy the Men, thank you for the 2. Have you guys seen Sinners? It's phenomenal. I haven't yet because I think that's something I'm going to need to focus on when I watch. And lately, most of the movies I watch in the background when I'm editing my videos. So I
I
want to
liked
lock
it.
in.
I thought it was solid. I didn't think it was quite like a classic like others had maybe thought, but I thought it was a solid vampire movie. It was well done and loved the music in it. Really, really well shot, well acted. Good, solid film and an original one,
Yeah,
which I appreciate about it. I
yeah,
mean, even though you're doing the vampire thing, it's at least an original vampire story.
yeah. It's from dusk till dawn, right? Basically,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
very similar, but I know it puts its own twist on it, and that is kind of cool. But like I did see One Battle After Another, which was the other really, really hyped movie from 2025. And I thought that was okay. I wasn't crazy about it. I think that was overhyped like crazy. So I need to see Sinners.
I think Paul Thomas Anderson makes movies of nihilism. And I think there's a lot of directors out there that operate like this, where, you know, they want to put movies together with characters that you don't really want to root for or have redeeming qualities to them, are kind of crappy human beings. And then they want to concentrate on them for like 2 hours and have you just be face to face with these creatures for 2 hours for some reason and people love it. I kind of don't want to sit there and watch an a-hole for 2 hours operate with no redeeming qualities that doesn't learn anything after 2 hours. Like, no, you know, there will be blood. You know, what's the
Yeah,
redeeming part of that? What is this?
yeah.
What's the story being told there about redemption of anything? Like, it's just, here's a horrible man doing horrible stuff who's just awful. Okay.
Well, I will say I think I love There Will Be Blood. I do like that movie. I think it's a character study. I think it works on that level. And I like Boogie Nights too. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. That was one of his
Yeah.
early ones. That's a good movie.
Well, it's a good movie, but again, it's centered around crappy characters that are horrible human beings. And you're right, character study is a good way of putting it, but another way of putting it is that you're making me watch a horrible human being for 2 hours. Is it
Hmm.
interesting because he's being horrible to people around him and that there's an entertainment value to that? I guess. But what's the point of that? What am I learning within that character study? You know, what is it that you're, because it's not necessarily, I mean, Daniel Day-Lewis's performance is entertaining, don't get me wrong, but what is that story really trying to tell? And that's why I come down to, it's like, really, he just wants to operate in kind of a nihilism kind of mindset a bit. And that gets kind of depressing to me
Hmm.
when your movies just sort of operate from that manner and tone, even if you're very talented, which he is very talented. But I think most of his movies, if you look at it, have a lot of those type of characters that are kind of hateful characters you don't really like. I just find myself there. So I can't even get the interest to watch the recent one he did.
Yeah, I mean, my issue with it is it's one of those movies where the main character has nothing to do with the ultimate resolution of the story.
Mm-hmm.
That was my main issue. Like the film is well put together, it's well acted, well directed. It's one of those movies where the main character has no impact on the resolution of the plot or story.
Mm.
And I think something like that works well in a comedy like The Big Lebowski,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it works so well in a movie that's trying to mostly be pretty serious.
Yeah.
I feel like then it's kind of like, well, I don't know if this works because like The Big Lebowski, the joke is that there's no point. Everything was just they were completely wrong. They misread the situation. That's why that's funny. That's
Yeah.
the joke. But then in something like One Battle After Another, the main character has nothing to do with the resolution of the plot, and it's like, well, that's not really a joke because it's a more serious film.
And you're rude for the dude. We come back to, again, the redemption quality. If I have a center main character here that I want to follow and or you're having me follow along for 2 hours, have it be at least a decent human being that's not irredeemable in every way. Like,
Mhm.
that's also a big part of that too, is that you root for the dude, you like the dude. It's you're with him on the journey for that reason. You know, you're right there riding shotgun with him. And when you get a more of a, it's less of that of a person and more of one of the irredeemable qualities, I just think that there's something fascinating within it to a degree, but it's just that when that's your kind of one note with Paul Thomas Anderson and even Boogie Nights, the center character is kind of an irredeemable center guy that's not easy to really root for. So it's like it's the same wash, kind of rinse, repeat approach he has on these kind of characters over and over again that, gets tough for me to watch on that.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen that many of his movies now that I think about it. I haven't seen Punch Drunk Love. I've seen like a little bit of the Royal Tenenbaums, which
He's not Royal Tenenbaums.
No, that's shoot, you're right. That's Wes Anderson, isn't it?
Yeah, and Wes Anderson's great. I like Wes Anderson. So.
Okay, but yeah, I actually haven't seen that much Paul Thomas Anderson now that I think about it.
Yeah, he hasn't done. I mean, he's done a good amount of stuff. He's got the Magnolias or whatever that other one was he did.
Oh yeah, okay.
Forget the name of it, where he's got frogs at one point falling out of the sky in the movie.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, just to say real quick, I am keeping a track on the feed. Just because we're talking about this stuff doesn't mean I'm not watching. Not much is going on. The Cowboys restructured Kenny Clark's contract, so we're just having some fun right now. This is a long stream where there's not going to be 6 hours worth of nonstop action. So I am watching. I promise. I promise I'm watching.
It is true. We're keeping an eye. We got a side eye here.
Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $1.99. Have y'all seen Blitz's tweet? I've heard about a tweet. I haven't seen it because I don't think I follow Blitz, but people are saying that he's kind of hyping up something's about to happen, something's about to go down.
Let me look at this Blitz thing. This is like the Pete Carroll. Remember the Pete Carroll draft clues?
Yeah, I remember those. Those were fun.
I'm trying to look up here. Blitz the Seahawk. It's got to be him right here. Oh, okay. So he's got an emoji. I don't know. That emoji's not encouraging from 1 hour ago.
I mean, he might be saying, "Be ready to be knocked off your feet" or something. I guess. I don't know.
He's got the like concerned eye emojis with the. I don't even know what those emojis mean. What do those emojis mean?
Wow. Like whoa. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's the mascot. I don't think he has inside information, so I definitely would not be putting my emotions in the control of a mascot.
You wouldn't. No?
I don't even know if he can speak English. I've never heard him say anything.
It's very true. It's very true. Well, he's stirring the pot. That's for sure.
Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $5. I'm seeing Who's Stopping This Squad with Niners and everyone just posting substation pics and replies. I mean, the players seem to think it's a problem. The players believe it.
It's in their heads, man. It's thoroughly in their heads, and they're not going to do anything about it, which means it's not going away anytime soon. And is there something to it? Is there not? I don't know. But once it gets to the point where the players believe it's true, it almost doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Kittle, the way he talks about it, I'm starting to think he actually believes it's a problem. And, his career might be over now. And I guess he can kind of feel like, well, I don't really care if I say this stuff. What are they going to do about it?
Yeah. I think the players are, I don't know if they're onto something with it, but you just do wonder about it with it, where it's like, especially like one of them talks about the trees out there that they had originally planted out there, and the trees all got like rotted out being close to electricity and stuff. Like it literally had an effect on just the nearby trees that they had between the field and that. I don't know if there's anything to it, but it's like, they definitely should be looking into it. And if it is a problem, you should be moving it. But again, that's where you get sticky, because even if they do find that out, Brendan, if you acknowledge there's a problem, then you're getting your ass sued.
Yeah, that's a little bit dicey here, man. And they've spent enough money on players over the last few years. They don't need another thing to spend money on.
If a player sued them for a substation injury that cost them their career, should that money count that they get paid out off the cap?
It probably would be, right? The NFL's not that mean. Although
they wouldn't count it. They probably wouldn't.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Actually, fun fact, the NBA forced the Boston Celtics to carry Len Bias on their salary cap for 3 years after he died.
Oh. Well, hopefully at least the family got paid out then.
Yeah. I don't know who else it would have been. It must have been them. But sometimes these leagues do not give an F.
Yeah. Well, especially the football. I mean, NFL is like, yeah, we don't care. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, the substation's real. Julian Shermer, thank you for the $1.99. And thank you for the $4.99. Did you see Blitz the Seahawks tweet? Yeah, we were just talking about that. I don't know what to think of it.
I don't either. I mean, like, are you making the call to blitz as you're about to make a move? Is he finding out in the halls? Is he just walking in the halls in his full outfit and like he's hearing we're going for this guy? You know, I mean, hard to think that that's the case, isn't it?
No. Okay, I got it. Because he doesn't have hands, he has a wing. It's true. Really hard for him to tweet. So he's tweeting about the Shaheed signing yesterday, but it took him that long to actually.
There we go.
Like that. That's probably what's going on here.
That would make sense. That adds up. 38 people have retweeted that, by the way.
Jay Mulfair, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Blitz Schefter announcing something big. Well, maybe. I mean,
maybe so. I hope so. That'd be great. It's been a quiet day so far, so having something come down the line that'd be exciting would be cool.
Okay. The Bills look like they're circling the wagons around Trey Hendrickson, so we're about to get something there. That's the latest. Dove Kleiman tweets, Buffalo would be unstoppable with Hendrickson.
Dove, there's Dove again coming in with his who's stopping this Bills defense?
Any team with a running game that can keep that offense on the sideline, probably.
Yeah, exactly. It's
any running back that makes more than $3 million a year.
What's he going to do so much further beyond what Bosa did? Like he'll be marginally better than what Bosa gave you last year, and that had almost zero cumulative effect on your defense actually being even close to legitimate. Mm-hmm. It's not like Hendrickson likes playing the run. I think he's okay at playing the run, but he wants to get after the passer just like Bosa.
He might be washed up, by the way. He's 31. He was not that good last year. Like he might be shot for all we know.
Yeah. I good on the Bills. Good for you guys. I'm glad if we're passing on that one though.
Yeah. KIJ, thank you for the $1.99. Would Dre Greenlaw be a good addition to our team? Off-ball linebacker. I don't feel like that's a thing for us.
I think it's the tough part here is you just re-signed the Drake Thomas deal. If you didn't do that, you'd probably be open to potentially that. The other part of this is Tyrese Knight, who really actually, he had 300 snaps last year, so he was out there on a couple games to start here and there, and he was your highest graded off-ball inside linebacker on the team. So you got to feel like from a team standpoint that you're solid 3 deep. In Tyrese Knight, you have a guy that can both play the Mike and the Will. So I think that the team probably sits there and says, we're fine where we're at. To me, the Greenlaw going back to San Francisco would be the move that I would think would come down. Though some of this depends on the cost and the price and what he can hope to get and what San Francisco is going to have left over to spend.
For Denver to cut him, I feel like he must just be on one leg, basically. Like that was really weird. I was shocked they did that.
I was too, because then I went back and looked at some of the grades and how he's played, and he had a solid year when he's out. He's still playing at a very high level when he's out on the football field. But I do know that when he came in there to Denver, there was still some of that, how it goes with that Achilles thing where it's like the year after the Achilles is healed, but then there's all these like soft tissue injuries you're getting, like hamstring pulls and calf pulls, and like your body's sort of reintegrating back to where now the Achilles is at. So it's like, it's always, you got in like a second year, you got to kind of get through for it's kind of to full health. He had that initially, but he was solid last year for him.
Mm. Yeah. So I don't know, but I don't think Greenlaw does much here. I'm going to be a little annoyed if he goes back to San Fran and gets back to Pro Bowl level though. That would not be cool.
No, I like much better having Winters or Eric Tiny Martin out there. And that's the part with Niners that you'd have to basically then punt on your Martin pick if you're bringing Greenlaw back saying, yeah, he wasn't good enough. Yeah, he really was a 5th round value like you guys had him at.
Mm-hmm. Warhammer guy, thank you for the $1.99. Which of our restricted free agents do we keep and for how much? Let me take a look here. I do think we'll keep Bobo eventually, but there's no urgency there. There's no market for him.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Okay, so Cody White, I think we keep. Brady Russell, I think we definitely keep because we like his versatility. I don't know if we have room for Peely. AJ Finley's gone, and Chris Stoll's going to be back because he's a long snapper and he's been good.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's it.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward on this one, Warhammer guy, because there's not so many of them, and so Bubba comes back on a vet minimum deal, but the rest are about true to how he said they play out there.
Yeah, I think we really like Russell's versatility, and he's our most trusted special teamer. So sure.
Yeah, makes
Mhm.
sense.
Boo, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Best music 90s, shows 2000s, video games 2010s.
I'm with that. I'm completely with that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, shows that was like the golden age, right? That was Mad Men. That was the start of Breaking Bad. That was, I think, that was when Game of Thrones started, Walking Dead started. That was like the TV golden age. So I could get behind that.
Yeah, I'm completely with that across the line there, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Like now the only currently running show that I really liked got shut down a couple of weeks ago. So there's
Which one
nothing
was
left
that?
for me. It was a Smiling Friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it didn't get shut down. The creators said we're gonna basically retire it because we don't want to run it into the ground like The Simpsons did. But they've only been on for 3 seasons, so I respect it. But it's also a bummer because I feel like there was more to do there.
Mm, that's interesting. Yeah, there's not a lot of that I'm watching right now. I've been kind of out of the loop though.
Yeah. Well, Smiling Friends was really, really special because it's adult comedy, adult animation, right? But I don't really like what happened to adult animation over the last 10 years. Like everything became really nihilistic and BoJack Horseman, Rick and Morty. Like it was
Yeah.
like too much. Smiling Friends is just about having fun and
Huh.
absurdist humor, and it was great. It never tried to get preachy. It never tried to like teach you something. It never tried to get on a soapbox. It was just like funny stuff happening.
I like that a lot better. That's more my vibe and my speed.
hmm It was just something to watch maybe when you get high or something and you can just laugh at it. It's not trying to guide you along here, and it was great. That was special. I
I'll
don't
try
think
to.
you'll ever be able to recapture that again. But yeah, and 3 seasons. I mean, it's still 3 great seasons, but I wanted them to go a little bit longer.
Well, I'll try to check it out if I get a chance.
Mm.
And hopefully,
Yeah,
maybe with all this AI stuff, it opens up for more creativity and people to be outside the box on stuff a bit.
yeah. It's all on HBO Max. So if you have Max, you got it. And Max is probably the best streaming service right now. They have actual good stuff.
Yeah, no, they do. They're a good streaming service.
Pancho Honcho, thank you for the 2. Do y'all play Arc Raiders? I have not played that one yet. I've heard a lot about it, but I have not played it.
So I've played it, and I enjoyed it. It does get hard with the rat strategy that's out there, and that there's people out there that are playing to just be trolls, and you go through like 3 straight games, and you've gone out there and you get all this loot, and every time some dude comes through and hits you upside your head when you don't see him coming because he comes bouncing out of a bush, it can get a little bit dissuading to keep playing it. Where you're losing all of your gear, and you're like, bro. So the trolls on there make it hard. But I like the PvE aspect of it. I don't like as much the PvP because it's hard to work as a team within the PvP aspect of things in that game. You get separated very easily. You're trying to loot. Guys can just kind of like lay in the weeds and pop out, and you can't anticipate it. You can't really, counter it, and you're just dead. So there's a little bit of that frustrates me to it, but it was a fun game.
hmm Yeah, and like the last multiplayer game I played, and this was a co-op game, was a Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
They ruined that. Like nobody plays it anymore because Sony tried to cash in on it by making it okay. We're gonna make it so if you want to play it, you have to have, I think it was a PlayStation Plus account, and
Hmm.
the game just died, and it has not recovered, even though they tried to rescind that, and that was tragic because I liked Helldivers. I was having a good time with that.
I enjoyed it too. And there's some arc raiders within Helldivers and what you're doing. It's more open world ish than Helldivers are kind of just stagnant here to here to here to here. This is a little bit more. You
hmm
can kind of go around and, but there's some elements to it
hmm
in that in arc raiders. But boy, it sucks when some of these guys, these PvP, like they'll let you go get looted up, and then you go to you go to exfil and you hit the exfil station. They're just sitting there behind a wall, just hard scoping you as you hit the button, and then boom, boom, you're dead. And there's like,
Yeah,
you could be a good shooter coming back, and there's nothing you can do to counter it.
yeah. It reminds me when I tried to play Grand Theft Auto 5 online, and as soon as you load in, everybody just swarms you and kills you because you don't know what
Mhm.
you're doing and you have nothing. And
Yeah, it's
that,
exactly
that
that.
I couldn't get into GTA Online because of that.
No, it starts to the division. Remember, do you ever play the division?
I skipped that one because I heard people say it wasn't good, but
It's the
I
same.
know the
Like you have
kind
the
of game
same
that it
time.
is.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. You'd have these open world areas and it's a free for all out there. And the free for all turns into rather than everybody working together to take down the bots or the bad guys, it's like, no, we're going to shoot at each other and take your loot.
Hmm.
And it's the way this stuff always devolves when you have those kind of open world PvPvE kind of things.
Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $1.99. Zelda series tries new game style often. My favorite. I did like the last two Zelda games. I'm not the biggest Zelda fan in the world. I'm not a lot of people my age grew up with like the older Zeldas and they live by that franchise. I was not one of them, but the last two Zeldas were good. I don't like what they did to the video game landscape where now every game is kind of trying to do the same thing that Breath of the Wild did with the open world stuff. And I like open world, but I think we've definitely gotten to the point where video games mistake having an open world with a lot to do as actually having a lot of content.
Agreed. Yeah, especially as they get into the repetitive aspect of those open world
Yeah.
environments, where you're just doing the same thing over and over again, gather
Yeah.
these, gather these, gather
Yeah.
these. Ugh.
You need to go get 15 boar penises and bring them here, and they copy
Yeah.
all over the map.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit of the arc raiders thing they do too. It's like, you want to upgrade this, go collect this, and then go collect over here, and then go find these. And where can I find these? And okay, I grab these. And it gets a little bit less fun and more work like at times.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why Ghost of Tsushima was good, and that's a PlayStation exclusive, I think, still. But basically, it was like each side quest actually tried to have a story with substance and meaning, so at least you cared about what you were doing because you felt like you were helping people and resolving a situation. That was nice. I like that.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Mhm. I am J Key. Thank you for the $5. Like/update reminder. Also bring back NFL Blitz. Go Hawks.
Oh yeah, Blitz was fun. I think
Blitz.
he's hitting the like button. If you guys can hit the like button on either side of it,
Yeah.
Brendan or my side, do that if you can for us today. We got people looking for hot content, so
Mhm.
you push them in our direction when you do that, and get subbed up on both of our areas here. It's free, doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, and I think we have competition now. Like last few years I did this, other people weren't doing it, but Hawk Blogger's doing it now. So
Oh, is he?
I don't know. I'm a trendsetter, I guess.
I guess so, man. I guess so.
Yeah. NFL Blitz was the one where you could intentionally injure players, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just the crunching hits and the all of that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Little something here. Browns re-signed Tevin Jenkins. No word on the contract yet, but that's not bad.
okay.
All right, let me get that up on the board here. Don't know what the money is, but it's probably very cheap because he basically didn't play last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Boo, thank you for the 279. Scott Pilgrim versus the World GOAT movie. I did not see that one.
It was good. It's another director I think is really interesting because he's got his own unique style to him.
Oh,
But
Edgar,
I liked it as
yeah.
Edgar Wright. Yeah,
I like Edgar Wright. I like the way he approaches things.
I do too. I think he does a really good job. So it was a good movie. Very creative. Very unique.
Yeah, I even like the last movie that he did, which no one really seemed to like that much.
Was that which one was that?
The-
Not Baby Driver, but
Running Man remake.
oh, the Running Man remake. Yeah, I don't know. I got to get that one and try it. That actor kind of is hard for me on.
Yeah, because I had just before I went to go see that, I watched the original Running Man, and it's directed so poorly. I feel like some of the things in it that I liked got lost. So I really liked it being in a little bit more of a competent person's hand. Because like I couldn't make out a lot of what was going on in the Arnold Running Man, and there were cool concepts in that movie, but I don't think they were executed that well. So I kind of liked seeing something like that.
That makes sense. I don't have anything fondness necessarily for the Running Man Arnold's version. It was all right.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. And have you ever read the book?
I haven't. No, I've done a few King books, but not that one.
Yeah, that's the new movie is much closer to the book than the Arnold version. The Arnold version was very broad strokes. This one is much closer, which I actually kind of like.
Yeah, well, that's good. You should stick to the content with King on state of the source material. If there's one author that you really want to stay on with, that'd probably be the one.
Yeah, the less he likes the adaptation of his book to a movie, the better that adaptation probably is, by the way. I've noticed that. Like he hated Shawshank, the adaptation. He hated The Shining. Or well, he didn't hate it, but he didn't like it.
I didn't know he didn't like Shawshank. He didn't like Shawshank, huh? I know
No,
he didn't like The Shining, but I thought
No, I don't think he liked. I don't think he liked Shawshank either. I don't know what he thought about it. But for whatever reason, there's an inverse correlation there.
Well, he's directed some of his own movies, so it's like, hey, he's made some stinkers himself off of his books.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here. Lord's Disciple. Have you seen Hostels with Christian Bale? Another one of my favorite actors. After I saw that role, Christian Bale became one of my favorite actors. I think I did see that in the theaters. That was the one where he is like a former Wild
Indian
West,
hunter.
yeah, Indian hunter, and then he has to escort some Native Americans to this place, and he's like battling with his own hatred for these people and trying to put that to the side or whatever. I liked it, but I don't remember it very well, so it didn't leave a huge impression on me.
Yeah, it was a good movie. I liked it. And Bale was very good in the movie, but he's always very good in everything he's basically in.
I don't agree with that.
Oh yeah, what was he about in?
Public Enemies.
Oh yeah, that was not.
I think he sucks in Terminator Salvation.
I mean, it's just
it's a bad movie.
Nobody was
I know.
good. It's a bad movie. It's a bad concept, bad everything, you know. But I guess that's true.
That was the movie where he had the rant on the set where he's screaming at the light guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then like after the movie, after that, he's like, well, I'm sorry. It was a really intense scene in the movie. I was really into it. And then I watched the movie and I'm like, I don't see any intense scenes from you in this movie, buddy. I don't think so. Mm-hmm.
He's usually good in most of everything he does.
Yeah, he is capable of being very good. Let's hear. Jacob Garcia, thank you for the $1.99. The Blitz tweet could be for Gino. Okay, I could maybe see that. I look, I still have affection for Gino. I still like Gino. So if there are other Seahawks fans and Seahawks adjacent people that do, I got no beef with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's very possible it could be that. It's very nebulous, I'll tell you that. People love their nebulous tweets, and that one's definitely one that's, you know.
All right, we got an interesting one here from the Chicago Bears. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not the Bears, the Jets. The New York Jets have signed Nahshon Wright. Only 1 year, $5.5 million. That's a lot less than I thought he was going to get.
Okay.
That's a pretty good one, man. That's I'm not a big fan of everything the Jets are doing. That I can get behind.
That's a solid move for them.
Mm-hmm. Like that seems appropriate for a potential one-hit wonder guy, right? Because that's what Wright could be.
Yeah,
because he was nothing before this last year.
That's not funny numbers like we've seen on some of these contracts. So that one makes a little bit more sense on this one than some of the others. Definitely.
All right. Yeah, that's a good deal. Okay, maybe Aaron Glenn's got something after all. At the very least, they're going to get at least one interception this year now.
Or one fumble caused.
Yeah.
He's good.
Can you believe that, by the way? Aaron Glenn's coaching a team and they can't get a single interception in 17 games. Like they're going to talk about that one forever.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And poor Aaron inheriting that team and where they're at. It's just, nobody's going to get anything done with that team. It's just so much work to be done. It feels like when you look at the Jets.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm not going to eat lunch today. I ate right before the stream started. I'm fine. So if you need to go eat something, I can just go solo for a little bit. So don't worry about asking for that. That's totally fine by me.
Yeah, I'm probably okay. I'm going to maybe get a little yogurt here in a bit, but I'm all right for the moment.
All right. Starburster, thank you for the $1.99 Canadian super sticker. I'm not sure what the super sticker is because of StreamYard, but I'm sure it was a really good super sticker.
Thank you for that, Starburst. You're awesome.
Parks, thank you for the $5. Favorite show, Breaking Bad. Favorite movie, Unforgiven. It's possible to make good stories about bad people, but I agree that Paul Thomas Anderson ain't it.
Yeah, I think with the Breaking Bad and Unforgiven, the thing that those characters have, and that it's a good comparison on that. You're not necessarily with like super likable characters that are easy to root for, but they're always torn in what they're doing, and so like when they operate in a bad way or whatnot, like Walter White does, it's a process of like he's not just leaning all the time into it. He eventually leans into it fully and kind of embraces what it is, but it's a process that takes him there, and he's got redeeming traits. Like look at how, for instance, he supports Jesse in that show. And even at times where he's getting into that alter ego of being, Heisenberg, and he doesn't care about anybody and maybe not even his wife, but yet he always still came back around for Jesse on that. So there was like redeeming qualities. or in Unforgiven, how he goes back into town to, his buddy Morgan Freeman gets tortured to death by this guy, and he comes back to enact revenge at the expense of he's probably going to lose his own life. He's walking into a room with 30 guys and he's the only one armed. He knows he's probably going to die to go and enact that revenge. And I think that that's where you get at least some redeemable traits back to the main character that can be enough to bring you along. But when you have that character that's just completely unredeemable, that's kind of hateful, that's awful, and you're like, now watch him for 2 hours and enjoy yourself. And I think P.T. Anderson does do that a little bit. And that even as you get to the end, these guys haven't necessarily, Dirk Diggler didn't learn any lesson by the end of the film. Maybe he stopped taking drugs, but he didn't become less of an egomaniacal, awful human being. And so that's kind of what I think you do get with his movies is it's sort of, you get those guys that are just completely irredeemable, and it is like sort of just nihilistic, just, in that way.
Yeah. I mean, villain protagonist stuff, that's all over the place. Like the Sopranos, obviously, that's the big one, right? That's another one where it's like, it's clearly a bad guy who is the main character, and your tolerance for that will vary, but I feel like there are some layers there.
Yeah, I think there are some.
Yeah, Mad Men too, honestly. Like Don Draper's a terrible person. He's a terrible human being, but I think there are some layers there. Unforgiven, William Money's not a good person. I actually watched Unforgiven like less than a year ago, so I remember it pretty well. But pretty much everything he does in the movie is noble. At least he's trying to accomplish a noble cause. So I feel like that's different.
Yeah, you got the one moment where he's gotten beat up, and the woman's like, the one of the prostitutes like, "Do you want a freebie?" And he's like, "No," because he's like, "I'm married," even though his wife's died, and he's still honoring his marriage. Like, there's some redeemable traits within that character, and I think you got as a director, if you're going to ask an audience member to follow along with a person through 2 hours of a movie or through a mini series or through a long series, you got to put some redeemable traits in there. Otherwise, what are you trying to accomplish? And character study is a good enough term, but what does that mean? I'm doing a character study of an awful human being. I'm learning awful human beings are awful. What's the lesson in that? What's the grand vision in that? What's the storytelling that you're bringing to me that makes that interesting? Because when you go to character stuff, you're also kind of at that point saying, yeah, plot's not really the main thing I'm worried about. Yeah, telling a cool, interesting story is not the most important thing. I'd like to more just have this super character that we're just going to kind of concentrate on. And that's fair enough. There's movies that are made like that, but then when it's all around a person that's just not very particularly fun to follow, it gets hard.
Yeah, it's funny because I've watched. I was watching a week ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I watched a Good Time. Have you ever seen that one?
Yes.
Yeah, and I watched it. I liked it, but I had rented it for 48 hours. So I told my dad, "Hey, do you want to watch this? It's on the account for the next 48 hours." And he watched it, and he hated it. He couldn't stand it. He was like, "I can't believe you like that movie." And his complaints are very similar to yours. He's like, "These are all terrible, awful, dumbass people. I hate all of them. And I don't know what I'm supposed to want or root for in this." And he had the exact same thing because that's a Safdie brother film. So we saw Uncut Gems, and my dad didn't like it for the same reasons, basically.
Yeah, they do the same stuff.
Yeah, and he kind of liked Marty Supreme, not as much as I did, but he kind of liked Marty Supreme, but he kind of had the same thing, I think, where he's like, I don't really know what the point of that movie was. So I get it. Like, you're definitely not the only one who feels that way.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm very much in alignment with your dad on it. I want there to be a point in when you're making a movie. I don't want to take 2 hours out of my time and watch something that has no point to it. That's just horrible human beings being horrible to each other. I don't think that there's any real value in that.
Yeah, and I followed an amateur film and TV show reviewer way back in the day. He's long since retired, but I remember that's how he felt about Game of Thrones. And this was back when everybody loved Game of Thrones. He was like, I don't like any of these people. I don't care who gets the Iron Throne. I hate this show because of that. Like, who am I rooting for? I hate all these people.
Yeah, I mean, there were some people on that I thought you could root for that were, again, back to noble and weren't operating with the cutthroat mentality of other characters in it. It had a high proliferation of characters that were cutthroat. And that's a story about as much the toxicity of chasing after power and what it does to people. That's less of a character study and more about something that we see day to day in our lives with anybody that's trying to ascend to power and how it can kind of corrupt them in that way. But you had your Ned Starks and you had your Jon Snows in that movie. I mean, all the Stark kids for the most part were pretty relatable and were pretty able, you could root for them in their journey and what they went through, especially because a lot of them had to go through some of the real tough times to get to where they're going. But there were plenty of also characters in there, especially at the end, they were like, I don't This is awful, Kara. This is horrible. Man, there's no redeeming qualities to Cersei or even the Dragon Queen.
Mhm.
Like she was she was kind of like by the end pretty hard to
Yeah.
be like. "Rrr."
Mingley, thank you for the 4.99. Appreciated y'all. Enjoy the show. Wondering what your thoughts in our division after Rams getting both new corners.
Mm.
They're certainly better. I mean, that I was looking at some numbers of like yards per target when opposing teams against the Rams targeted a wide receiver last year. It was by far worst in the league. So
Yeah.
they needed to do something. I don't know if they're going to get their money's worth, but they might have improved themselves enough to win the Super Bowl, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I think that they're improved. They're in the window closing. And when you're getting to the point you're in your Super Bowl window, but that thing is starting to shut down, you got to maximize the last of the space that you've got to operate with. And I think that that's what they're doing here. Stafford could be retired after this year. He just came off maybe the best year of his career. I think all indicators should be that you're trying to get guys in here who are ready made to go. I was kind of surprised they didn't go with maybe just two corners in this draft and roll it that way, but I can understand with the thought process being, no, this is about next year and we've got to maximize next year because there might not be a year after that where we're as strong. So that part does make sense to me. And I always say a team's got to identify where they're at, Brendan, to know whether or not they should be aggressive or not. And they've done that and they've made the right decision on this. It's a lot to pay. You're going to have to bleed down the line on this a little bit, but considering where they're at as an organization, how could you not kind of look to make these kind of moves?
Yeah. And I guess they owe it to Stafford. He's coming back after he clearly considered retiring this offseason. And maybe they owe it to him to just say, screw the future, let's go win now. And that may backfire. It could go really badly, but that doesn't mean you don't do it.
It also doesn't help when you've had your division rival go and win the Super Bowl and do so on your back too. I mean, that's probably a little bit of a motivating spirit for them as well.
Yeah, and from that Rams team, I get the sense that they did not take us that seriously. They didn't think we were on their level until the time had run out in the NFC title game. I think they were very surprised.
I agree.
They lost that game. That's
they
the sense
sort of had decided they were going to get there. Yeah, I agree. They did. They'd kind of thought that, oh, this is just going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Anthony, thank you for the 5. John Candy in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is great. I've seen that a couple times. That is a good movie.
Great movie. Yeah. John was great. Great chemistry with him and Steve Martin. Just a well done, hilarious movie. Still holds up to this day. Those aren't pillows.
Yeah. When I grew up, there was a radio station that I listened to all the time when I was riding in the car with my parents. And the bumper they used for the lunch hour was an audio clip from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles where he's trying to buy him food. And he's like, I'm kind of picky about what I eat. So I would hear that clip constantly when I was a little kid, and I didn't really know what it meant. And then it's from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I see it one day. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Interesting.
John Candy was the guy who had the short appearance in Home Alone, right? That is John Candy, right? The guy in the van who helps the mom get home.
Yes. Yes.
Right, okay.
The Polka King.
Yes. Okay. Right. I'm trying to think because I actually haven't seen that much with John Candy in it. But
so you Spaceballs? Remember Spaceballs?
Yeah. Okay.
He's the dog in Spaceballs and Uncle Buck. If you haven't seen Uncle Buck, you got to see Uncle Buck.
Okay. I've seen Vacation. I'm looking at the list right now. I saw the first half of Little Shop of Horrors, but then I forgot to finish it.
He's not in Little Shop of Horrors, I don't think. Or he's barely in it if he is.
Okay. Apparently he's barely in it. Oh, I've seen this movie. This is not a super well-known movie, but you've probably seen it because it's a sports movie, Rookie of the Year. Yeah, he's in that. I forgot about that, but I've seen that one.
I think he's the play-by-play guy in the deal on that. But you got to, if you haven't seen Uncle Buck tonight, check out Uncle Buck or check out Uncle Buck in the next couple of days because that's maybe his best one. John at the height of his power, so to speak.
Oh, he voiced the male rat in The Rescuers. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, he's in JFK. I forgot about that.
Great performance in JFK. He does a dramatic turn in JFK as a Louisiana lawyer, a smarmy Louisiana lawyer, and pulls it off great.
Oh, Cool Runnings. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I actually have not seen very many of these. I have seen Spaceballs. I know that one.
Uncle Buck is the one you got to check out. That's the one that you're gonna be happy you did so.
Oh, he's in Heavy Metal. He does some of the voices in Heavy Metal. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to upset somebody. I have never seen the Blues Brothers, so I don't know that one, but he's in that.
It's a little overrated.
Mm.
It's not that good of a movie, really.
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of passed me by. I think a lot of the things in the 80s that were big, I just missed on because I was born literally the last month of the decade. So there's a lot of stuff from the 80s that doesn't really resonate that well with me.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Like I like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not
Stuff
Cameron
like
Crowe's
that.
best movie. It's fine.
Let's see here. Green Earth, thank you for the $5. Seems like no news about the team sale is coming out. Either they are running an extremely tight ship or this is going to be a story for a long time. There's probably not much to say right now. I mean, really the process started, what, a month ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, potentially it could be going on in the background and then it just came out a month ago. The baseline I tried to take off this Green Earth was looking at the Denver Broncos situation. Denver in late January, I believe, was announced as being for sale. They then were sold by June. So that if we're fitting to that timeline of when you announce it is when you're probably going to come out with it pretty quickly after that, then it should happen within the next couple months and before the start of the football season. But these are all unique and you never know, they could be taking their time. The other thing that we do know about this, when you talk about tight ship, the team does keep things under wraps. There's not a lot of leaks that come out of Seattle in any way, shape, or form. So I don't think that we should expect that the change of ownership, especially as big a deal as that is, should be any different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you theorized that they already kind of know who's going to buy it.
Yeah.
And that may be true. I could see that.
Yeah, I think that it's just this is a process that I think that they wanted to get past 24 of spring to make sure that they didn't have to pay the profit margin. You let it get a little bit further past that so the city can't come by and say, well, you guys game the system here. You guys just waited until after this date to sell a team. So you give it a little bit of extra time beyond that, like a year, and then you sell the team, or 2 years as they're going to be beyond that mark. And so the city can't come back and be like, yeah, squawking about it. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they've already got the person in tow or the group in tow that's going to buy the team. But it's just now the whole process. It's probably a long process to get a team sold and all the boxes you got to check and all the things you got to make sure of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just hope we sell to the right person. That's all I can say. And we're not going to know if it's the right person or not until after they've owned the team for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a Ballmer guy, I think that type of guy, you're going to know they're fine with. But if it's a group or it's somebody that's kind of a left field option, then that's definitely going to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, as of right now, the Seahawks are getting a 4th round comp pick for Boye Mafe, 5th round pick for Walker, 5th round pick for Bryant. Has not moved yet. Hopefully that holds. Hopefully those don't get bumped down by some of the bigger deals.
And there is the offset. So got the offset that we've got to keep in mind if they do sign out for agents or way past the June 1st. We'll just have to see. Maybe they just do it through trade. But we'll see on that one.
Yeah, I still think Woolen will sign for a significant contract elsewhere, so I think we will get one for him. Maybe we lose it because, like you said, but Josh Jones is probably going to get like a 7th round pick or something. I think that guy's getting non-trivial money.
Yeah, I was estimating at least $6 million per year on like a 2-year deal, and if it's that, and then it's Woolen's deal gets like a 1.8 or something. Or 1.7, you put those combinations and you can pull one extra comp pick out of it. Maybe it's not a prime time comp pick, but it's still one more extra.
Yeah. And look, hey, this team has done well with some of those picks recently. I mean, it's not just a meme. It's not just me saying it to try to hype up something that isn't hypeable. That's where, you've gotten guys like AJ Barner in that area. You've gotten guys like Riley Mills in that area. So don't sleep on it.
Yeah, don't sleep on it. And know too that the other part of it is that you've got more of it. If we look at the trade deadline, which from my standpoint on this, Brendan, be it the training camp or the trade deadline, when I think about making one more extra splash trade, one more Rashid Shaheed type addition, one more Leonard Williams kind of addition to take you over the top, I look at that trade deadline and or at the training camp and say that, just have the means to be able to get that done, both the means from a salary cap standpoint to have it done, but also draft capital. And if John's looking at this next draft and he's like, okay, we got down 2 picks this last draft, I will be down 2 picks next draft, but I'm getting these compensatory picks back. Now I'm willing to, throw these out here via trade because I'm getting the return back. It's not just a complete loss. So it's where that can have an effect on that too and carry some weight to me, Brendan.
Yeah, yeah, and it's worked out well for us in the past. We've gotten some good players that way, and it's panned out.
Yeah.
Even somebody like a Clowney. I know we didn't win a Super Bowl with Clowney. I understand that he was only here 1 year, but I don't hate the way that trade turned out.
I don't either. It was a success for us. I mean, if you didn't have Clowney that year, you don't get to the playoffs straight up.
Hmm.
So,
Right.
his effect, the problem was you didn't have a deep enough roster built around Clowney. Instead of him being a final piece, you were trying to make him as one of the base pieces that you were adding at the final hour before the start of the season. So, that's the problem with that deal, but you didn't overpay for it. He was a good player for you. Spent the whole season being double and triple team too, Brendan, because you didn't have any other pass rushers. Teams could just afford to constantly chip and double team him. So, that's the nice part about bringing back like we would now, where you're just giving a bunch of single blocks.
Yeah. Apparently, by the way, the Daniel Jones report is completely false. Schefter's come out now and said that. So Jordan Schultz, somebody's got to shake him up. I mean, it's bad enough that he comes from that family, but now he's tweeting false info. It's not good.
Come on, Jordan. Come on, man.
I shouldn't say anything bad because Jordan actually has DM'd me on X before, and we've talked before, and he actually seems pretty cool. But he's still
same with me.
He's still a Schultz.
Yeah. Well, he's got to understand with his dad. I mean, he's got to know the reality of it there with him. So it's like, you got to own it. Your dad did something very naughty. And, it's not on you for that. And he's also DM'd me. He's a good guy. So,
yeah. Yeah. And look, he was breaking some of the Russell Wilson stuff before anybody else when it was clear it was headed to a divorce. I got to give him credit for that. Nobody else was on that but him.
Yeah. It's true. True. He's been on some of the stuff with that. So,
Jake, thank you for the $1.99. Have you played either High on Life game, Brendan? That is the game made by the guys who made Rick and Morty. I've seen people play it. I've watched people play it. I have not played it. It looked okay, but I feel like it was kind of a game for people who liked Rick and Morty to play because they could kind of feel like you're playing a game with a similar sense of humor. And I am not a Rick and Morty fan. Every time I watch clips of it on YouTube, I don't understand what's supposed to be funny. I don't understand what I'm supposed to like. And so I never played it. No.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out either. We had a comment in here from Sunny Evening Media. Come from what family? You're a joke to real media, Brandon. What do you mean by that, dude?
Comes from the Schultz family. They're the guys who sold the Sonics or whatever. Come on.
Yeah, Sunday evening. We're talking about Howard Schultz. That was the reason that our Supersonics are out of town. So when we talk about the family, that's what we're speaking to.
Yeah.
Sorry if you're not aware of that.
Yeah, I don't know where that comment comes from, but I thought everybody knew that. He is his son, by the way. I'm not making that joke just because they have the same last name. It is literally his son.
There we go.
Anthony, thank you for the $2. Did you guys see JSN with Steve Ballmer courtside? I did.
Ooh.
I did see this.
Ooh.
He was at the Super Bowl. Like that means something too. He's not at every Super Bowl.
No, he was being, you saw too, he's being asked about the NBA as he's walking up to the deal and he's like, go Seahawks. So, it'd be cool, man. He's kind of my front runner that I'd like to most see, the team buy. I really would. So he'd be the guy that I think it's local, the connections, just kind of an extension in a lot of ways of what Paul Allen did, operating from the same sort of mentality. I'm totally with it.
Yeah. To me, he will always be the developers guy. Do you remember that speech he gave?
Yeah.
That will always be Steve Ballmer to me.
Yeah.
Man, that was 2000. That was early 2000s.
That's right.
Love it.
Right. Joseph Miller saying that Clowney screwed us. How did Clowney screw us?
Yeah. I don't know where that comes from. It led to the Jamal Adams trade. That's like a butterfly flaps his wings in Monaco and hurricane.
Yeah. I don't know how, like, Jadeveon came here and the agreement was that you weren't going to franchise him after this year if you brought him here and he could go test the market, and he went and tested the market and wanted to go and make the highest contract he could make, which can't blame him at that point because he was coming off of his rookie deal and you just franchised him the year after he came off his rookie deal. So I feel like, he didn't do anything wrong on his side. There's nothing wrong with an NFL player ever trying to go out and be the highest paid he can be paid. You can't blame these guys on their typically short careers for trying to get the most they can get. But I don't think he does dirty.
Mm-hmm. Rashid Shaheed just posted the Wolf of Wall Street clip on Instagram. The I'm not leaving.
There
So
we go.
that's good.
Let's go.
That's a good thing that's happened today. I know that people are getting a little bit antsy because the Seahawks haven't done anything yet, but this is how it goes sometimes. Sometimes your team chills, and when your team chills, sometimes that you're able to avoid giving Romeo Dobbs $80 million.
It's true. And it's overall, it's been a pretty quiet day compared to especially yesterday. So a lot of teams today are kind of just easing back, chilling out, relaxing, letting the market play a little bit more out, I think, based on what we're seeing. So Anvil asked about Cam Akers. He's not under contract, I don't think, after this year, but maybe they could take a look at him. They may find some value in him if we're talking about just kind of these flyer guys on a vet minimum kind of contract. Might be a guy that they take a look at with that.
Daxon, thank you for the $1.99. What's a sneaky player / position we may draft round 1? Does safety count? I don't feel like that's really sneaky at this point.
No, I think that's sneaky because you're talking about, could it be an Emmanuel McNeil Warren, that you look at there? And I don't think at this point Dylan Thieneman is going to last to you.
Yeah, he's a little too, he had too good of a combine, damn it.
Too good of a combine, but McNeil Warren, I think, is a guy that could be a little bit one that's a sneaky position that we're not anticipating that they could go after. I would also say that, like Anthony Hill in the first round too, as a guy that doesn't make a lot of sense in respect. You don't have a need there, but they could just fall in love with the kid and love his upside.
Or CJ Allen, the Georgia guy. He's like 20 years old still, I think.
He is. He's still a young guy. They might like him too as well. So it's a possibility with both of those two. Wouldn't think it would be likely, but you're looking for kind of an outside the box possibility. Those would definitely fit.
What if you just decide you want to keep stacking defensive line talent and you get another tackle? Like,
well, what'd you make of the Jalen Carter rumors?
I can't take it seriously. There's no way. There's just no chance. I don't buy it. Ain't no way.
Yeah, I have had a hard time with understanding how the Carter thing was going to work at all. It just didn't seem to make sense to me. I could see them this year going with the nose tackle because there's a lot of good nose tackles in this draft. And so a Darrell Jackson Jr. or a Dominic Orange or a Dante Corleone, to one of these guys potentially be a guy that they really like as being able to fit into that nose tackle role and maybe free a little bit of Byron Murphy up. You got Leonard Williams probably going last year of his deal, Jaron Reed going last year of his deal. So while you wouldn't typically hold the 5 defensive tackles on the roster, maybe this is the year that you're considering being willing to do that because 2 of the guys won't be here after this year.
Yeah, and we have 0 depth at safety right now. I literally think our third safety is Eman Wari, who we clearly don't think is a safety anymore.
Yeah.
We're treating him like a corner. I think it was Mike who even said we think he can play outside corner, so don't sleep on that. But yeah, I think there's some wiggle room here.
I do too. You got some varieties you can go after.
Mark, thank you for the 5. This is classic John Schneider approach. He's keeping his powder dry. Let the other teams overpay. Do you guys think the Cards are tanking for next year? I agree on the JS thing. And this year, I think it's probably the right thing to do. We just won the Super Bowl. You're not in some big hurry to get back to the top or else you're going to lose your job.
Yeah, agreed. And we know how hard it is to repeat, I think partly, Brendan, because not just because of the fact you lose players, but I think a lot of these teams that try to repeat, try to just keep all of their guys. And rather than doing so it smartly and we got to let this guy go, we got to keep this guy. This guy's not smart to keep. They just go, well, we got to bring the whole band back together. And as much as we like to think about it being just everybody gets signed and you lose all these people because all of the NFL wants your guys, that's a part of it. But I think there's a part of it too that's just as much of a trapping of this, of you deciding that you have to run all of the same guys back and that you have to double it. I don't think that's the right way to go because every year the NFL changes. And every year the roster you put together last year is not necessarily going to work this year in the same way. It all kind of resets back to 0 every single year in a certain way. So I'm okay with this too. I think this makes a lot of sense in their approach.
As for the Cardinals, yeah, I guess that would be a good way to put it. Tanking, that I think that's a reasonable way of putting it. They re-signed LJ Collier. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, but they did.
I did. How about that? LJ finding a second life with Arizona, huh?
Keep getting them checks, man.
Hey, NFL career's lasting. It's lasting. Look, they were going to eat the dead money on Kyler Murray, and they're going to eat it in full. I like that versus trying to do like what they could have done, which is try to post you and first him and then split the cost up and then now try to still go for it this year and try to go for it next year. And how are you going to go for it this year? How are you going to look at your team and say, we've got an opportunity, not even just get in the playoffs, to do even make any noise, but to get out of the fourth place in this division? I mean, they are slotted in there and they are hard lined into fourth place. Maybe they can claw and scratch and fight their way to get into the third place, but they ain't getting above that. And they certainly aren't making the playoffs this year in a best case scenario. So if that's the case, eat all of the Kyler Murray contract, save some of your money into next year where you can spend it more freely. Start building up the base of this team to where you can get things set up ahead of time now for your quarterback of the future eventually. I think that's a smarter approach by the Cardinals rather than trying to, keep up with these teams that are some of the best teams in the NFC, period. Say nothing of just this division.
Yeah, sometimes you can't chase the night. You got to sometimes just let the night go.
You do. And I look, it's not the worst of things going into next year if they're going to kind of tank and they're like, look, we're going to be fourth place in this division. Maybe we win 3 or 4 games and we're going to have a great opportunity to land one of those top 3 quarterbacks probably in next year's draft. So it's not a bad, as well as from a Cardinal case, I've thought with this too. It's like the Rams are going for it this year. How much longer do they have with their window? The Niners see their window ever coming closer and closer to closing. They were going to get a turnaround on this to where if you're a Cardinal team now that's a year or 2 down the line and you've actually now stacked together the young talent that's good to go, better time to maybe maximize that to go actually make some noise rather than when the division is as just tough as it is right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like what blue chippers do they have right now that they would be obligated to go all in around? Like Marvin Harrison, Paris Johnson Jr., and Trey McBride. That's it. And I don't know how good some of those guys are. Like, is Paris Johnson Jr. a blue chipper?
He's all right. I don't think he's a difference maker at the position. And they've
We got
signed Trey
questions about-
McBride.
Yeah, we got questions about Marvin Harrison too. So I still think he's really good, but some people are like, maybe he was overhyped.
It's still on him to kind of prove it. And even once you had Kyler Murray go out, I thought Kyler Murray was the big problem there because Marvin is an on-time, on-script kind of receiver. He's going to run his route perfectly. He's going to be in the right spot. You need a quarterback that can deliver to that spot on time. And I thought once you had Murray leave the team as a starter and then had Brissett in there, I thought he'd get more of the opportunity to do that because that's something Brissett can do, as evidenced by what he did with Michael Wilson. But still, Harrison wasn't able to really take off even once Brissett went in there, even with them throwing 60 times a freaking game.
Yeah. Yeah. And they got nothing in the way of blue chippers on that defense, I don't think, unless you really like, what's the guy's name? Walter Nolan.
I don't.
Yeah. Or Will Johnson, who's probably going to have a 2-year-long NFL career with the way they talk about his medicals, and Buda Baker's on the wrong side of 30. So I don't really count him. Like, there's not a lot.
No. Josh Sweat's probably their best defensive player right now.
All right. So the Cowboys signed a nose tackle that I've never heard of, Otito Ogbonia. I don't know who that is, but 1 year, $3 million.
They love their $10 handle of a name nose tackles. They got already Ogi Osua. How do you do the Osua?
Diggy Zua?
Ziggy Dua, Suga Dua. They got some tongue twisters there on that defensive line.
They had a Quentin Bohanna. That's a little easier, but it's not a common name.
I'll step flip your mouth around a little bit. I'm trying to speak it right. Give me 1 sec here. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Ballmer is a good owner. I think he's a good owner for the Clippers. The Clippers have been way more successful with him than they ever were before him. Shenna has the most sacks on the team. I see some people in the chat talking about Nwosu. The thing is, a lot of his production came early in the year, and I think he broke down at the end of the year. And if I'm right about that, that's kind of 3 years in a row where he's been crippled by injuries. So if that's the case, I don't think there's much you can say anymore. welcome back.
Hey.
All right, so check this out. Gino Smith, Matt Sims, Michael Vick, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Bryce Petty, Josh McCown, Sam Darnold, Trevor Siemian, Luke Falk, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson, Mike White, Josh Johnson, Chris Streveler, Aaron Rodgers, Tim Boyle, Tyrod Taylor, Justin Fields, Brady Cook. Now back to Geno Smith. That's every quarterback who has started for the Jets since they drafted Geno Smith.
It's a mess out there, man. It is a mess of an organization. And hopefully Geno can find, I don't want to see him do bad out there, and just, it's God help him out there. Maybe get a little bit of something going. You never know.
Who's their OC, the Jets? Jets offensive coordinator. It's not still Hackett, is it? No, Frank Reich. Oh, I don't hate that.
You love Frank Reich.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Okay, I mean that there's something there. That could be fun.
Yeah, it could work. It could work. And they're coming along. That talent's better now than it was when Geno walked in there on the offensive side of the ball. So it's night and day difference from when he went in there as a rookie. So and better than what he had with the Raiders last year. So there's something there to work with. It ain't great, but there's a little bit of something there. Yeah. Brian Judge asked Brandon, if we aren't signing a vet right guard, are we drafting a new right guard this year, or are we looking at Haynes Bradford to run off again next year? I think that the fallback is Haynes Bradford, that they're not, I don't think the team's going to be necessarily super motivated to have to do something here, especially with the restriction of picks in this draft. But I will say that if a guy like, it wouldn't shock me if they were to fall in love with a guy like Jennings Dunker and look at him as a guy that could play 4 different positions on that offensive line and be a quasi difference maker at wherever he settles in at, and say that that's our long-term answer there. And that gives us insurance this year for Lucas. I like Dunker a lot. So it wouldn't prevent you from doing that. Keon Rutledge is another guy. You don't have to get him as early on, I think, as you would have to get Dunker, but another guy that's a really good player, right? Just more of a pure right guard, less of a, rotational kind of guy on that. But you could find some of those guys in this draft too if you wanted to go that route. Wouldn't surprise me if they drafted a guy, but I think that they're not impelled to feel like they have to do it.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And also, I still stand, I know some people don't like it when I say this, but right guard to me is one of the lowest leverage positions in football. And I think the fact that we won the Super Bowl with Anthony Bradford starting at right guard kind of proves that. Like, however bad you think he is, we had one of the better offenses in football that was really good during the postseason as well. It's not like it fell off a cliff in the postseason with Anthony Bradford out there. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. No, I totally get you on that. I'm with you on it. Right guard's definitely the most devalued of the 5, and you can get by at that position a little bit, as far as it goes. Joseph says, Jadeveon Clowney held out for a long time. We offered him $18 million and he signed for less than what we offered. I might be misremembering this a little bit on that one, because he was a free agent after the year, Joseph. So you can only hold out if you're under club control. That's the only way you can hold out. After the franchise tag, part of the agreement in making the trade for Jadeveon Clowney is that once we made that trade, he was going to be able to be a free agent and go test the market out and find out what he could go get on the market. So I was not aware that he got $18 million less than what we offered. And that may be very well the case, but when he's a free agent at that point, he's not under any control then, or he's not under any responsibility there to be connected back to the team at that point. The whole point of him facilitating that trade was to say, I want to be a free agent after that franchise tag year. I don't want to be under your control at that point. So, I don't think that that's unreasonable on his part.
Yeah. I don't know. It's this sour grapes thing with some fans. And I see this with every team. It's not just Seahawks fans, but sour grapes of players that leave us. I don't like it. I think it's toxic. I think it's weird. Like, I've seen a bunch of people now over the last couple of days going, like trying to bag on K9 for leaving for a bunch of money in Kansas City. I had one guy was like, man, does anyone feel like he just couldn't wait to get out of here? How quickly he changed his PFP on X? It's like, can you not do this? He just won Super Bowl MVP. Stop it.
Yeah. I agree with you. I don't think that the NFL is so hard on players to earn their money, and it's so hard to go get paid, and your career lasts so short. I just don't think you can hold any of these guys to account that they're not trying to go out there and do everything they can possibly do to maximize themselves in their playing career. And, when it comes to Clowney, he's been proven, Joseph, very smart in his approach, as that guy's made as much money in this sport as anybody else with his approach. So I don't have any issue with that. I mean, so I think it's if a guy's free agent, I don't got a problem. If you got him under contract, that's a little bit of a different tale.
Let's see here. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the 10. Ballmer will be a great owner. He has some controversy because of the Kawhi Leonard deal. If you don't know, look up Pablo Torre, and he covered it all, but it's tame compared to other possible owners. Well, I mean, the players will probably have an appreciation for that. I mean, if you can get away with it, I mean, Robert Kraft got away with it for 20 years. Like, everybody knows what the TB12 system was, but apparently nobody can do anything about it. So,
yeah, I mean, it's one he got caught for. Are there a lot of owners probably doing some of this stuff? Yeah, he was just being pretty blatant about it. Do I worry about that in the least with him buying Seattle? No, not at all. And if anything, I don't look at it as a negative because it's just an indicator of how much he would be committed to wanting to create a winner. And that's what I want from my owners. I want a guy not sitting here looking at the profit margin every year. I want a guy that's striving for championships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, didn't the 90s Broncos violate the hell out of the salary cap to win their 2 Super Bowls? And I don't know if they got punished for it or not, but either way, it's like they still have those 2 Super Bowls last I checked. So
Indeed.
I kind of get it.
Well, and that's the Niners did the same thing in the late 80s before the salary cap. DeBartolo Lowe was paying everybody and their mother as much money as you wanted to pay them. And, that's part of what brought in the salary cap of the NFL is teams were like, this is ridiculous. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some people in the chat were asking about the TB12 system. It was, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like some kind of workout program or fitness program that Tom Brady put his name on, and Kraft would dump a bunch of money into it as supporting it. But what it was is it was a way to pay Tom Brady under the table without having it go on the salary cap. It was like money laundering, and everybody pretty much knows it, but nothing was ever done about it because I don't know.
Yeah. It's one of those ones that was just kind of out there and known, but they got away with it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why, we need a SD14 system to be set up in the next year or so when that time for the Darnold extension comes out, right?
There we go. Ballmer, get that set up.
JSN 11 system. I mean, I want to learn how to get fit like JSN.
I do too. I'll put in a membership on that one.
Mm-hmm. Christopher, thank you for the $4.99. With no running back left except really just White, don't you think that's a sign we get Achane or go big splash since running ball is main focus for our offense? I mean, I think they'd like to, but if it's not there, it's not there. Like, for all we know, Miami won't trade Achane for a first-round pick. We have no idea what Miami's thinking right now.
Yeah, I think maybe they're moving him or not. And the thing with this is once you get past Achane here, Christopher, there's not really another running back out there at that point to pivot to, even in the draft, even to try to take one high. So, I think they would love to make a splash, but is there going to be a splash there to be made? That's the hard part to say for sure with so many limited options as there is out there on the market. We might be a little bit stuck when it comes to the running back position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thrilled about it, but at the same time, I recognize that it was either that or give K9 more money than you think he's worth. And I know some people out there think K9 is worth that money, and that's fine. But I think that if you objectively look at his whole career so far and you kind of project out for a slightly older and more battle-worn player, I don't think that he is. I think that right now we're looking at him through the lens of what he did in the last 4 games and not the last 4 years. So,
yeah, I think with that, if you're making an overpay on a running back, you have to have a full meal deal of a skill set they're bringing to you, meaning that I can trust him in pass pro. I can trust him as a pass catcher. I know his injury history is going to hold up well. And then I know he can run the rock really well. I need to have kind of all of that if I'm going to make you one of the highest paid of the sport. If I'm going to give you the biggest free agent contract for a running back in NFL history, I need to have all of that in tow. And with Walker, the injury history is real. The pass catching is probably average. The pass protection and having him in on third down situations and why you've had to have Charbonnet out there is because he's kind of a nightmare in pass pro. So you're really then just paying all of this money at that point for what he does is running the rock. You're overlooking the injury history, which is kind of trepidatious territory to enter into because what we know about running backs is if you're a highly injured running back before signing your big market money deal, you're going to be even more injured after the big money market deal. It doesn't go through the inverse on that one.
Yeah, and not to get all conspiratorial on you, but it's also more likely that when you get those injuries, you're kind of like inclined to go sit out. You're a little bit more likely to take the injury seriously rather than when you're in a contract year and you're like, okay, I need this, I need to go out there, I need this. Like, I think that is a thing. Remember Jacoby Ellsbury on the Red Sox and then later the Yankees outfielder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was always injury prone, always missed a ton of games in his career after the first couple seasons. And the contract year he had with the Red Sox, he was out there almost every game. And then as soon as he got the contract with the Yankees, he went back to being really injury prone.
Yeah.
So it was probably something there where he was like, okay, it's my contract year. I got to lock in. I got to play through the pain. But once he got paid, it was like, maybe I'll sit this one out.
It hurts. It really hurts. I agree. I think that this is a mentality that exists. And when you're talking about guys that are multimillionaires, right, that you've got millions in the bank, that's the whole thing that I'm always surprised about is how these guys can still remain motivated at times, even after they have all of that money in a sport that asks so much of them, that asks you to play in constant pain. And you can understand why there's a little bit of a drive mentality wise to be like, I think I'll sit this time on this one. It's a little bit too beat up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here. So, okay, we've got a couple of things here. Green Bay re-signed Darian Kennard, offensive lineman, 1 year, $4 million. Cardinals signed Matt Pryor, another kind of reserve offensive lineman, to a 1 year deal. And the Steelers re-signed their punter that looks exactly like Bill Burr.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Cameron Johnston. And all the aggregator accounts are just posting pictures of Bill Burr's face, like AI'd onto his body, and seeing how many people notice.
Probably not many.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, I think, are we caught up here? Let me scan through real quick. Okay, I think we're caught up here. All right, cool. But let's see here. So I see people in the chat talking a little bit about Charbonnet. I would expect him to be back around early November based on the timeline. And I don't know if I would expect him to be that effective that first year because it's a big injury and it takes a while to come back from.
Yeah. It's such a late time of year to have that injury be sustained. And it is one that they're getting better at in the recovery times and the turnarounds. And he's going to be a hard worker, but I think November is a probably realistic place, and that you hope by playoff time that you have him fairly close to getting back up to full strength. But these kind of injuries, you never really quite know.
Mm-hmm. And remember, they had to wait over a month to actually do the surgery because there was like swelling and they had to wait for it to come down, something like that. So he didn't get the surgery immediately. That's what happened with Jordan Brooks, because Jordan Brooks tore his ACL and was back for week 1 of the next season, even though he got hurt in late December. But that was partially because he got the surgery like the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, November sounds about right then, as far as the timeline goes.
And we might be better off assuming he isn't able to positively contribute for us in 2026. We might just be better off saying, if he's there, great, but you got to prepare for life without him.
Yep. I think that's the way you got to operate with both McIntosh and him. I mean, if anything, we've seen this, that we've got to go 4 deep in our running back room as it is anyway. So why not just operate with that standpoint of those guys being essentially 3 and 4 in the pecking order at this point, and kind of bonus by what they give you.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, McIntosh, we already talked about him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Woolen thing, guys. They're saying Green Bay might be interested in him, but I know the Giants were interested in him, but then they signed Newsome, so I think the Giants are out. I do wonder if maybe the taunting penalty by Woolen in that NFC Championship game is just stuck in everybody's mind, and they can't get past it.
I was talking about this yesterday on my channel a little bit, and that would have been an all-time moment. That would have been an all-time brain fart. What the hell are you thinking? Doesn't matter, not just football, but for any sport. That would have been one of those all-time moments where, like, you cost your team a Super Bowl, what we would know to be a Super Bowl win. Because if the Rams come back and win that game and then they go to the Super Bowl and they win it, you're looking back at that play going, boy, if Woolen doesn't do that, we not only get to the Super Bowl, but we win the Super Bowl. And so it is one that's going to stand out in people's mind when they think about it. That was a horrible moment to have that happen. And let's not forget with this, that wasn't the first taunting penalty from Riq Woolen this year.
Yeah, exactly. I think he led the league.
Yeah. Which makes it much worse. Like, you had already had up until this point moments of like, ooh, I just cost my team on that. Maybe I should figure that out. And you went over the top in that moment after a season of having that happen. That to me is one where I just can't, as a coach, and that's why I can understand Mike being frustrated on the sideline when he's mic'd up and they're like, Coach, I'm trying to get you that number on who that penalty's on. He's, I know who it's on. I know who it's on. And it's like, yeah, I'd be that same way. Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, that was when he's making peanuts. If you pay him big money, like what's he going to do now? Is he going to be like J.R. Smith after every play?
As it's been said, in football especially, this is the case, right? You only become more of what you are once you sign the contract. If you're diva-ish, if you're self-centered-ish before you sign your big deal in the NFL, you're going to become more of that post that. And not to say that that's who Woolen is, but I struggle with this one and being able to trust in him.
Yeah, and I mean, it is too bad. He is very, very talented. I think that you could justify just based on his play giving him $20 million a year, but are you getting that play if you give him $20 million a year? I don't know.
Yeah, agreed. It's hard to take that risk.
Mm-hmm. But I think somebody will give him. I don't think like people were joking. I think they were joking, talking about getting him back for the veteran minimum. It's funny to think about, but somebody's going to give him something. Like he's too talented.
Yeah, he'll get a minimum. I think he gets $6-7 million on a low bare minimum deal. Maybe not a multi-year deal, but he'll get something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So apparently Cal has talked about the Randy Rosarina thing a little bit, and he's trying to say, it's not that big of a deal. I was just locked in. So hopefully that goes away because that would be an annoying thing to have hanging over our heads.
Yeah, it is kind of weird anyway. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah. It's like sometimes you're locked in and you don't notice your teammate trying to shake your hand. It's like Tiger Woods in his prime. There were moments where he would be locked in and he'd have one of his sponsors or one of his, not bosses, but somebody who he was working with come up and try to talk to him, and he's just like, get out of here, go away. Like I'm not engaged. Like he wouldn't even engage with him. He would just look right past him. It was like that intensity of being in that moment. Like I get it.
Yeah, I do too. You're competing. You're literally on the field about to catch the ball. Like you're not out there in practice before the game. It's literally middle of the game. So I don't think it's any big deal. It's being overstated a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. The punter thing was the last thing that hampered. His name is Cameron Johnston.
Cameron Johnston,
the Bill Burr looking punter.
Eric, on Troy Horton's update, he's not going to be practicing throughout OTAs. So I would imagine that they're trying to make sure this thing's fully healthy. We're going to have to check back in with him once we get into maybe even training camp as far as him actually being up and running fully.
That really worries me because when the injury happened, it was supposed to be not that big of a deal. They didn't even IR him initially, remember? Mm-hmm. It was like, it's not a big deal. He'll miss a little bit of time. And then it's like, oh, well, we're going to put him on IR. And then, he's not going to come back this regular season. Then, he's not going to come back in the playoffs. And now he's not going to practice or be able to do much of anything all spring. Like, did they accidentally amputate his leg or something? I'm a little bit concerned.
I don't know. I haven't really heard of a leg injury that's kind of been like this in recent history. I get the impression that there was some kind of fracture there and that essentially probably got a little bit worse the more he tried to play on it. And at that point, that's when they kind of shut him down. But they haven't exactly given us all the information or details on the injury either.
Yeah. Hopefully it's like an Ernest Jones situation where it was something that had been nagging him for years, and then he gets it taken care of and he's all better. And he's ready to just go. And that's what happened with Ernest, basically. I know he missed a couple games last year, but it wasn't because of the knee.
Yeah. I hope so. Mm-hmm. I absolutely do hope so.
Miguel, thank you for the $1.99. Asked yesterday about White. Do you think we get him? It's feeling that way. We got to get somebody. I don't think we can just sit here on our hands and not get anybody with a run-first offense.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you're going to want to get a vet in here and Brian Robinson's another possibility here, of course, too. But you're going to want to get somebody in here that's competent, has been in the league, hopefully maybe even some familiarity with this type of offense, and that you're not going to have to just completely go with a young rookie and ride and die with that on that. That's probably not the best of ways to go. So especially for a guy in White that you could really itemize him into the third down role, and that all of the little details within that third down, blitz pickup, pass protection, catching out of the backfield, some of those things that probably having a vet that's been around the block to do it versus a rookie trying to be locked in on those details would probably be a bit better.
Right. Yeah. it's probably not going to be the offense that we dream about having this offseason, but that's how it goes sometimes. That's how the NFL works. You pluck from the good to give to the bad teams. You take away from the good teams, give to the bad teams. You don't have good teams just, oh, we're just going to keep everybody. Like that's not how this league works. The league is structured for that.
Exactly. It's built to tear you down in every way. Once you're successful, that is.
Yeah, and that's what makes the league great, parity, right? There's the opportunity for anybody to be good.
100%.
Okay, I think we are chilling right now. I think we are all caught up. Yeah, the Shaheed thing, I already mentioned that. So, yeah, just kind of a slower day of free agency. But again, that's part of the reason why I do these. We can stay engaged even through the slower days.
Yeah, and you never know when stuff's coming down the line. So it's, it's
one issue, Seattle's a West Coast team. So sometimes they do things late in the day. And you got to fight through those early hours.
It's true. Yeah, we do tend to be a little bit later acting on that type of stuff for sure.
Yeah. So, some people are talking about how the Rams have bypassed us because they've actually done some crazy stuff this offseason and we haven't. I mean, I don't think that's an unfair judgment, but I also think it was always going to happen. The Rams were always going to be more aggressive than us. And at the very least, they would look better after the offseason than the Seahawks. They have more picks than us. They have more capital than us. They have more urgency behind their desire to win a Super Bowl now. So to me, it's just like it was always going to go that way. This team was not going to go nuts right after winning a Super Bowl, even with cap space. So I think everybody should just accept that, we're going to lose the offseason Super Bowl. We're not going to be offseason champs, but there's a more important thing than being the offseason champs.
And the real key here has got to be on this, that you're cracking your window open and you're doing so on the back of having just won the Super Bowl. The Rams are seeing their window slowly closing shut. The Darnold retirements happened. Stafford's going to be moving into the last of his points. Not that they aren't going to still have talent. They're not going to have a clear pathway to their next quarterback. Devontae Adams is not long for this world. So, they're going to be willing to be more like, who cares about tomorrow's cap? Who cares about tomorrow's budget? Let's get this done today. I guarantee you this is going to be a team burying void money years. There's no way they can get the 4 deals done they have to get done with Avila, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, and Puka Nacua at $40 million with the cap space they currently have. They're not getting that done unless they bury void years. So, that's not something that we're in as much of a position to have to do at this point. We don't need to do it. They have to do it. They don't do it, they can't put themselves over the top. So it's just two different organizations operating from two different kind of states, and this is the Benny behind winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's better to win the Super Bowl than have these problems than not win the Super Bowl and then not have these problems.
Yeah, exactly. First world problems.
And also, look, I don't think the Rams are going to suck next year, but how often does the offseason Super Bowl winner not actually be that good during the regular season? That happens all the time.
More often than not, you go, well, much more often than not. In fact, just about every single time that one that wins the offseason is the one that doesn't quite get to that promised land.
Like last year, the Vikings probably won the offseason, right?
That's right. Wow, I think that's fair.
Remember the Dream Team Eagles? Nnamdi Asomugha, Vince Young. That crew.
Been a few of them. There's always, it seems every year, there's some team that tries to do it, that tries to talk him into himself that this will work for us. It hasn't worked for anybody else, but it'll work for us. And Rams aren't being bad with these moves, but you are spending a lot of money. You're spending a lot of money before you have to get these contract extensions out. Like, we've got 2 big extensions we've got to get out, but I think part of the reason that we're being careful with our money is that make sure that our budget can operate appropriately with JSN and Witherspoon's money on the books. So I think we're taking a little bit of a long-term look on this one versus there, which is a little bit more of let's get this done now.
Here's a old former Seahawks still getting a paycheck now. The Panthers have brought back David Moore, wide receiver. So he's getting those checks.
He's got to get a 10-year career in this sport, isn't he? He's got to be about 8 years in.
Wasn't he the guy who caught like the 4th down, 50-yard touchdown from Wilson to beat the Panthers in, I want to say 2018? I think that was him.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
4th and 3. It was kind of to save our season, and then Wilson just moonballs. I think that was David Moore who caught it. So now he's on them. So that's cool.
There we go. Congrats, David.
With Canales, his old wide receiver buddy.
Yeah. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5. Since the Raiders signed Linderbaum, should the Hawks try to acquire Jackson Powers Johnson? I almost called him Jackson Paul, but yeah, Jackson Powers Johnson. He's not really a great fit for what we do, honestly.
No, it's not. He's not a great fit, Mark. He's a very talented center, but he's not an athletic center. In Oregon, if you look at their offensive linemen, even offensive linemen in this last year, when you look at them, they tend to be the bigger pregnons this way. Lapani, the center who's gone back to Oregon this year, is this way. They're just big dudes and they don't necessarily move well. It's like the Oregon offensive linemen would be more like for the Bills than they would be for the Seahawks and the type of athletic lineman we're looking for. So with Linderbaum, with JPJ, he is a bit in that mold of being kind of just a big, his big benefit is that you can go and take your right guard and have him go do a variety of stuff, and you can go take Jackson Powers and have him take on a nose tackle one-on-one, and he can handle that block. But as far as mobility, getting to the second level, pulling out in front, it's not really Jackson's game as much. So I don't know if it'd be as much of the fit to Seattle for what they're going to look at. I mean, it's a 9-day difference between Sundell and him as far as their athletic profiles are concerned.
Yeah, and last year there was a point where I was open to trading for JPJ. That was kind of a beggars can't be choosers situation, though, because at that point Sundell didn't look very good. There was definitely kind of motivated by, look, we just have to try to get better, even if it's not a perfect fit. But now I'm in a different place. It's the off season. If I'm trying to upgrade at center, which I don't even know if I'm looking to do, I'm not trying to get someone who is on some level slightly better, but a worse fit. I'm trying to hit a home run, and there's no home run to hit right now. So I'm cool.
Yeah, that's well said on that part. I think there's something to that. And then again, there's only so many bullets in this particular gun for resources that we can shoot this off season. And you don't just get to fire it in every direction. You got to be pinpointing which bullets you're going to fire where. So you want to shoot your load on the Raiders for a JPJ, like Brendan just said, for the marginal upgrade, or do you want to really shoot for something that's going to be an upgrade at a position that you're much lighter on? And I think I would go with the alternative.
Yeah, draft Connor Lew, sit him for a year because he's got the torn ACL anyway. He's the best center of this draft. That's a guy who could be a really good player.
Sure. I'm completely open to that. And let's face it, you're probably not going to have Olatimi after this year, regardless of whatever happens with Sundell. So that could be very smart.
Yeah, and with what Linderbaum just did, these centers, when they hit the market, are going to get crazy overpaid. So maybe Sundell is signing some $19 million a year deal next offseason. I don't know.
Might be. Might just be.
One little side note here, not that this is really news, but the Josh Jobe signing is now official. He's put ink to paper.
Yeah. That's good to hear.
So punch it in. I guess technically it's possible for a player to back out or a team to back out of an agreement before it's signed. And it's happened once or twice. It's very rare.
Yeah, it's very rare. The agents don't want to, because you're going to have some fallout from that as an agent if you do that as far as future negotiations go. So you don't want to be doing that. Hawkline Heritage says, how have the Rams flown by us if we're bringing back basically the entire defense and offense outside of Brian and K9? I don't think they've flown by on us, but have they? Remember, these two teams were even Steven, right? These games all 3 games came right down to the line where they were as close as you could get. So have they made themselves marginally better this offseason without losing anything? Yes. Have we been marginally pulled back a little bit with the loss of Brian K9 and probably Woolen on top of that? Yeah, a little bit. So it's just a bit, I wouldn't say that they've flown by us, but there's been a bit of the Rams have overtaken you a little bit so far this offseason and what they've done with the moves.
Yeah, and let's not forget, George Halani's our starting running back right now, and this is a run-first team. That's no small thing. I'm not going to downplay that just because I think letting Walker go is fine.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree.
Kevin Kirby, thank you for the $1.99. Do you think Hawks overpaid for Shaheed? Sucks about K9. It's complicated. Did we overpay Shaheed by a tiny bit? I think so. It's not by enough for me to care.
Yeah, I'm in the same place where Brennan is. Is it a slight marginal overpay? Yeah, a tiny bit. You didn't give him a 4-year contract. It's a 3-year deal. You can get out from him in 2 years. So you're marginally overpaying for a deal that you can get out from fairly quickly if it goes wrong. I can't hate on that. I think he's got a variety of things he brings to the table that increases his value, Kevin, not just as a receiver, but as a kick returner, as a punt returner, that you can give him some handoffs Give him 25, 30 carries over the course of the year. It'll get you a couple hundred yards. I think when you put all that together, that makes it worth $17 million.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like this, I'm not interested in grandstanding over $1 million. Like I could argue I would have given him 16, we gave him 17. I'm not grandstanding over $1 million for a player who I think is good. I'll grandstand about it over a player that is like depth to me. Like if there's a player that I think is worth 2 million and then we give him 3 million, I might be like, wait a minute here. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case here.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
And as for K9, it is unfortunate, I will admit, but at the same time, I get it. And he's got to get paid. And look, I can't even say he went to a bad team, right? He didn't go to a bad team just to collect the money. He didn't go to the Titans or the Giants. He actually went to a team that could be good this year.
Yeah, it makes sense. I get where K9's coming from. And hey, look, he hasn't been paid. How do you blame a guy for going out there and trying to maximize the absolute most to get paid at a running back position that has been devalued and whose careers are cut so very short?
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so again, a little bit off topic here, but I do want to ask you, so which NFL player do you want to see fight Logan Paul? Like who needs to take up that offer?
James Harrison. Because he'll try to actually do some damage.
Yeah,
did you hear the whole conspiracy too about Paul's brother on that whole fight with Anthony
Tyson?
Joshua?
Oh, no. I hadn't heard about that one. What's up there?
So you see Paul in the fights, and he did this with Mike Tyson too. And he does this move. He goes, right? He does the tongue hanging out wag thing. And it's like he's trying to do it in the moment to look like he's, like he's so confident in the ring. But supposedly what people were thinking is that he does that move to tell those fighters to back off because the fights are kind of fixed. And supposedly as you watch the Joshua fight before he gets hit, he does it a couple of times. And Joshua's just like, yeah, I don't care. And he clocks him, right? Joshua then is in Africa a couple of days later and gets into a serious car crash where 2 of his friends are killed. And a lot of people are saying that because he didn't stick to the script in that fight and he went off script with it. I don't know. Kind of weird though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because he broke his jaw. He broke his brother's jaw. Logan, whatever his name is. Paul.
Anthony?
No, Paul. He broke Paul's jaw in the ring on that hit.
Jake, was it Jake or Logan?
Jake. I think it was Jake. It was Jake. He broke his.
Jake is the better Paul brother. They're both not exactly exemplary examples of humanity, but Jake's the better one.
Yeah, they're both. I don't know. Both of them are pretty.
Yeah, not shining examples of humanity, but Jake's. I think Jake's better. But because we were talking about this in the stream the other day, and people pointed out, look, he's a professionally trained fighter, so even like these big, strong NFL players, you send them in against Logan Paul, they're not just going to kick his ass because they're football players. You're gonna have to send somebody in there who's either got a big advantage or really knows what they're doing. Yeah,
I mean, potentially, I will see with him. I think that these NFL athletes, and you bring them in a guy, especially if there's somebody that outweighs it by 50 to 75 pounds and just takes one hit and you're toast. So that's the thing with that is that like these guys are big dudes. They got a lot of power. Size classes exist for a reason. But if he's trying to take on a wide receiver or something or a defensive back, then
yeah, he'd probably win that. Oh, by the way, since you mentioned Tyson, did you know that he's going to fight Mayweather soon here?
I had heard that. Yeah. I mean,
I feel like that's going to be a really boring fight because Mayweather already kind of drags fights down with the way he fights. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I know Tyson's trying to get his money. I like Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson's a cool dude, but I don't know. I can't imagine that being that entertaining.
No, I can't either. And the Jake Paul fight was awful with Tyson. You saw Tyson biting on his glove just to try to keep himself from swinging hard at him. Because again, I think that this is probably why I don't like the Paul brothers. You're fixing fights in boxing. Like you're doing something that used to be completely one of the worst things you could do for the sport, and you're just doing it so that you can elevate your own stock in the sport somehow. And I think it's kind of lame, and I think he's lame. I think they're both lame. I wish they would both go away.
Yeah, well, boxing's dead, man, and it sucks because I loved boxing when I was little. I watched a lot of boxing matches. My dad had hopefully I don't get him in trouble with the law here, but he had the box where you could get the pay-per-views on.
Yeah.
So the first boxing match I ever saw was Holyfield Tyson 2, and I just thought every boxing match was like that. I was like, "Oh, do people get their ears bitten off all the time in boxing?" And people eventually had to tell me like, No, that was something special."
Yeah, that was a wild time. And yeah, boxing definitely is struggling now, but it's not going to be aided or helped by guys like Paul coming in and
Mhm.
you know, pissing on the sport all that much more at that point by what he's doing.
Yeah. I I never did the MMA thing. I don't really know why. I think I would like it, but I just never got invested into it. UFC.
I liked it in the early days, but when it started to just become a wrestling fest, it kind of lost me at that point. It doesn't really wrap me up. You sitting with two guys rolling on the ground for 15 minutes and nothing really happening doesn't do a lot.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and my friend's into it. My friend's into it, so he tells about it, and he talks about how everybody's on steroids and everyone constantly gets busted for steroids, and it's like, oh, okay, that's not very fun.
Yeah. And it's got its share of issues with it as a sport, and it's fine. When you get a good fight, it's cool. But when it's just one of those, just like they're rolling around constantly, it's like, ugh.
Hmm. Yeah, that's. I remember I had a UFC video game for the PlayStation many years ago that I played a lot, and I never figured out the grappling system. I just kickboxed the crap out of everybody and never got on the ground because I'm like, That's boring, and I don't know how it works anyway, so I'm not doing it."
Yeah. It's like, it's lame. I don't want to do that. I want to
Yeah.
swing.
Yeah, Bears signed Cam Lewis, a nickel corner from the Bills, to a 2-year deal. So another piece of the Bills defense leaves.
Okay.
Mm,
There we go.
Not much
If
sure what
somebody's
to say
asking
about
about
that.
Tyree Wilson, I don't think I'd be particularly interested in him. He's a bigger edge, but he doesn't do much for me. I didn't like him that much coming out of Texas Tech.
Mm. Okay, so apparently in April, so like a month from now, pretty much exactly, Ken Walker's doing an autograph signing at a local card shop around here. Even though he's no longer here, that's actually kind of cool. He's apparently going to keep to that.
Yeah, that's nice of him, keeping his word on that.
Yeah, should I go? I mean, it's not too far away.
Yeah, why not, man?
That's a Super Bowl MVP we're talking about.
That's right. Hell yeah.
Hmm.
Go say what's up.
Yeah, I've actually have a lot of player autographs because my dad meets a lot of players with what he does. So,
Oh, nice.
hmm
That's cool.
all right. Let me make sure we're still caught up on everything. Oh, Rob Gronkowski says he wants to fight Logan Paul. That could be a. I don't know. I think he could win that. I don't know. I don't know if
I
Gronk
think
knows how to fight.
I don't know either on that one. It's hard to say there with the Gronk. Could go
Hmm.
either way. It could be dominant or he could look just completely like a horse walking on ice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the sport can't be taken seriously anymore, you may as well embrace the fact that people don't take it seriously.
It's true. It's very true.
Mhm. Um, yeah, I'm just seeing stuff about Josh Jobe. And again, guys, I know the Seahawks have been quiet today, and I know that can be frustrating. I see people in the chat getting a little bit antsy, but this is the way that it typically goes. And the team did actually kind of bust out some pretty big ones yesterday. So this is just the way it goes sometimes. Nothing wrong with it. I don't personally have a problem with the way things are going yet.
No, I think that this has been a free agent period that's made a lot of sense, and I think John's taken the right approach to it. And you always got to wait till the end point of this. You can't go through the first day and a half and say, "Well, this is what we've done." Let John go all the way through. He's got a lot of cap space to work with. There are trades that are possibilities here. Let's let him kind of figure it out. So I still think John's going to find the answers here, and I like what he's done so far.
Yeah, and you're gonna be getting out of here in about an hour, right?
Yeah, that's
All
right.
right. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I could stay for another 2 hours. I could go to a different stream. I could leave too because again today's been kind of quiet, and I haven't eaten since like 8:30. But I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. I don't want to come back for another 2 hours on a different stream and then have nothing happen anyway. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but for the record, for anybody wondering in the chat, we're gonna wrap this stream up probably around 3.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that works for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, Jeremy Fowler. Let me check something here. Reek Woolen, Reek Woolen. I still think the guy left who's going to get the most money, and this could screw up our This is the one thing that's going to be a little bit tough. It could screw up our comp picks if Hendrickson gets the money he's looking for on an average annual value basis. That's could push our comp picks down a little bit. So I'm hoping he ends up getting less than he's hyping himself up to get. Like, I would love it if he would get a little less than Boye Mafe, as an example.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say with him on what he's going to get paid here because it's the short-term contract, but he wants to get paid. But how much can he expect for where he's at age-wise? It'll be interesting. I do think he probably goes past the 20 million a year, but that's as much just because he's probably not signing past a 1 or 2 year contract.
Yeah, again, I don't know what his agent is up to. It seems like he's got a pretty bad agent.
Yeah, hard to say on that one. It definitely doesn't have a good agent. He hasn't proven his mettle up until this point. So he's definitely one that you're sitting here going, okay, you know. So yeah, I'm a little bit thrown off by Hendrickson as well, not getting a deal, not being able to find one. Couldn't get done to Cincinnati, couldn't get out of Cincinnati, can't get a deal now in the first couple of days of free agency. And maybe it's just the age, but I think he's probably also wanting to be paid max prices, which I don't know how many teams are lining up to do that for a guy that's 30, was he 32, 33 years old? And
I think he's 31 this year. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to ante up at that point, isn't it?
Hawkline says, did you guys see Ernest Jones and Mike Morris at Monday Night Raw last night? I'm not a wrestling guy, so I missed that one.
I'm not much of a wrestling guy either on that one, so I didn't get a chance to see that one either.
Yeah, I actually know a lot about wrestling because a lot of my friends are super into it and I pick up stuff through osmosis, but I don't follow it.
Yeah. I'm vaguely aware.
Yeah. I think some of the stuff's kind of cool, but it's just, especially now, it's a little bit hard to really get into for me. It's hard to take that seriously.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It was great when I was a young kid, but I'm good.
Yeah, they did a great job of like pushing it to little kids when in the 90s and stuff. They did a great job of making that appeal to kids.
I agree. Yeah, they do a good job. I'm surprised it's still kind of as around and vibrant as it is at times, as I would have thought it would have been. All the options we have in the modern era for entertainment, that might be one of those things that starts to kind of lose a little bit of traction.
We have re-signed Josh Jobe. Yep, we are chill right now, people. We are chilling. So it's 206.
And I'd say War Chief, he says, that's fair, guys, but representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu in Hawaii, your basic Jiu-Jitsu player will defend himself properly against any fight in the world. It's the most effective fighting style in the world. Make no mistake about it. That's Jiu-Jitsu is that. So I think it's absolutely effective. It's just it's not the funnest to watch as a viewing sport.
Yeah, exactly. And that's often the contradiction, right? Sometimes the most effective things are not fun. Like Mayweather's a little bit tough to watch sometimes because of the way he boxes, but he always wins, and he's not gonna be in a wheelchair when he's 40 years old and he not being able to string sentences together.
True. Yeah, he's the best fighter in boxing history at avoiding getting punched. And that's kind of beyond knocking a guy out, that's kind of the most important thing.
I mean, realistically, Mayweather probably struggles to string sentences together now, but that you guys know what I mean. Like, I remember reading that shortly before Muhammad Ali passed away, his effective IQ was like 47 because he just couldn't do anything because his brain was so mush. Like, that's what I'm talking about, because Muhammad Ali was a pretty sharp guy for his life.
Oh yeah. No, it's Parkinson's can be devastating, and those hits to the brain can be devastating. So there's a price to be paid in that sport. Part of why it's probably fallen back because there's many people lining up to go and partake in that in that way.
Adis, thank you for the $1.99. Never thought Gino would be back in New York. Yeah, I mean, when you get your jaw broken over a gambling debt or whatever by your teammate, you figure that's it. You got to figure that's the end of the line.
Yeah. I would not have thought he'd gone back there as well at us, but it does make sense as a fit for him that the opportunities that are out there and chances and are few and far between. And I would love to see him go to Minnesota, but New York's not the worst of areas to go land in, and maybe find that one last final footing there.
Yeah, I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. And according to this thing from Schefter, I guess the Chiefs are saying they expect Mahomes to be ready for week 1. I got a pretty bad feeling about this. I got to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he is ready to go. Some of these, it's always hard on this ACL stuff. I mean, some guys take a long time. Some guys can get back quick. It just kind of, everybody's a bit varied, and what's good for one guy is not necessarily going to be good for another guy.
Mm-hmm. Adis, thank you for the $4.99. Who would you rather have, Rashad White or Keaton Mitchell, assuming John is looking for a year deal on a running back, if true?
You're going to have to probably trade for Keaton Mitchell.
No, he's a free agent. He was restricted, and the Ravens didn't tender him, so he's unrestricted.
Okay. I mean, they're two different style of players, really, I guess, is a little bit of what you're getting in both those two guys, which makes it hard.
Well, Mitchell is a better fit for us, and he provides something that I want. The issue is he's never proven he can stay healthy. At least White can stay on a football field. Even though I don't think White's a perfect fit, I would still say White.
Yeah, and I think, too, it's with White, there's more of what you get with him as a pass catcher and what he does out of the backfield. I think that's more improved than what you would get out of Keaton Mitchell on that side of it as well. So they're different players. I would probably go to more of Rashad White, but I'm open to both. I think the thing that would determine this more is that White's been a little bit more healthier. Keaton's had a hard time over the last 3 years staying healthy. That would probably lead me in the direction of saying go with Rashad. But I'll tell you what, Keaton Mitchell, 2023, 47 attempts, almost 400 yards, averaging almost 8.4 yards per carry. Last year, 59 attempts, 341 yards, averaging almost 5.8 yards per carry. So when we talk about him really having success when he's run the ball and being at a real kind of crazy mark, he's got a couple of those years where he's been at that, but the injuries have been real too.
Didn't he roast us that year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the game on the road with Gino, and that was the Mike McDonald game that basically sold us on Mike McDonald, but Keaton had a really good game in that one. Yeah.
I think the Ravens ran for 300 yards in that game.
I believe you're right. Yeah, something around that area, and he's really good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I mean, look, if he comes in here and gives you 6 good games on a vet min deal, which is really all he should get, you didn't do that badly.
No, especially if it gets you to the other side of Zach Charbonnet. So if he can kind of just get you through the first part of the year to get to that spot, and especially McIntosh too, coming back at that point, you can maybe cobble enough of the running game together at that point to make it work.
Ethan, thank you for the $1.99. One being most hated, rank the teams: Astros, Rams, 49ers.
The Astros. You cheated at such a blatant level, and then you didn't pay the price for it. Like the Chicago Black Sox in the 20s cheated, and they didn't even really cheat that hard. Like guys like Shoeless Joe Jackson hit like 350 in the World Series and still was made guilty for fixing that series.
And I think he set the all-time record for most outfield assists in a World Series.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, it's like the Astros straight did multiple years of cheating, and they did it on a day-by-day basis. They did it to the nth degree, and they got caught for it, and they didn't have to pay any price for it. They didn't have to rescind any of their titles. They didn't have to get suspended. It all got wiped under the rug. That's the most hateable thing I can think of in my mind by far. Blatant cheating.
Yeah, probably that. And then after that, I'd say Rams. And I'd put it in the same order as the tweet, honestly. Rams, then Niners. Because I don't know. I have more respect for the 49ers and the way they put their team together and the way they go about things. With the Rams, it feels like the NFL props them up, and it's I don't know. I also, when I was first really getting into football when I was a young teenager, the Rams were the main rival, and the Niners were destitute at that time. So I'd say Rams second, Niners third.
All right, can we talk to that? I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here. Adis, thank you for the $1.99. Bengals really paid Mafe that much. Not a big fan. Honestly, you look at the other deals that edge rushers are getting, it's probably about right. I guess teams have just decided that edge rushers are quarterbacks now.
I don't know. That was the deal to me that I found myself going, That's surprising. My man had 2 sacks last year. He's never
Mhm.
put a 10 sack year together where it's like, well, he had the one down year. Like, Grenard, you go, well, he had a little bit of a down year last year, but the prior 2 years, 12 and a half sacks. Mavi doesn't have that. And that he got not just a 1-year deal at 20 million, Brendan, but that he got a 3-year deal at 20 million per for 2 sacks last year. I mean, I can't understand that. I think the Jalen Phillips one's right there with it, by the way, because
Yeah,
Phillips
yeah.
has had
I was
multiple
going to say that.
Achilles and multiple ACLs. And so it's like, it's the same situation. He got 4 years. But I think that is for a Bengal team that didn't want to pay Trey Hendrickson to then go this way with it.
Mhm.
I don't really understand that one myself. I found that wild too.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of the other stuff from yesterday, though, just to refresh my memory. I mean, it's probably a little bit worse than the Alec Pierce contract, but I don't think it's that much worse. I think the Alec Pierce contract is kind of wild too. Like the Odafe Owe contract is a little bit better, but I'd still kind of trying to figure that one out.
Those would be in
Y-
question for me too. I wouldn't say that I'd be like sign off on those deals either. But these other two are just, I mean, Jalen Phillips is going to get injured again. He's going to
yeah,
probably tear his ACL or Achilles again. And in Mafe, just, you might be paying for almost no production for that. It's kind of
yeah,
odd.
yeah. I think it's just the Super Bowl tax. I guess that's the only thing I can
I
really say
suppose.
about it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I like Mafe too. I loved him when we drafted him. I was really excited when we drafted him, but he's just probably the ninth most important player on our defense last year or something.
I mean, he got 2 million more per year than Khalil Mack did with the 2 extra years on top.
Yeah, and I wonder. I mean, obviously the age plays a role in that, I guess,
Sure.
but it is that's tough to swallow.
He's significantly better though as Khalil Mack, even at that
Yeah,
age. So it's like, yeah, he's older, but he's still way better. And so he shouldn't be behind him just because of that age factor. And I think you're right about the Super Bowl tax. That's
yeah.
really what
I
this
think
came down to.
I think there's a perception that when you're playing edge in Mike McDonald's defense, you're not going to get a ton of sacks for some reason. People seem to think that like, oh, the way he has his guys play, it's not conducive to getting a lot of sacks. And I don't. I think people are putting a little too much into that. Like
Yeah,
Clowney had double digit sacks with McDonald.
yeah, I think that that's right. That's a little bit of I think where I found that there's the confusion on Brendan is that there's the two type of edge rushers as we work into two different archetypes here in the modern era. There is the power guys that work off of length and size and bowling up a tackle. And then there's the, I'm going to go chase the edge guy. So I don't know if you looked at Malachi Lawrence, for instance, in this last draft at all, taking a peek at him. He's a guy that a lot of Hawk fans are hot to trot on. He's got some Cliff Averill looks to him, but he's a snatch the edge guy. And the thing is that you're not going to be really looking as much as I think we go forward for those snatch the edge guys. You're looking for the power guys, but the power guys can create quick pressure. They can walk a guy right back in the backfield and go get the sack just as much as the snatch the edge guys, and they don't have to do so by opening up the door for the mobile quarterbacks to be able to leave the pocket, which is what the snatch the edge guys do. Like you think about the old Bruce Irvin types of those guys that are quick to even Cliff Averill. When they miss, they're a little bit long around the edge, and the tackles are able to push them through the back of the pocket. And then there's this big hole for a quarterback to step up and go and find a pathway to either throw the ball or go scramble. And Mike, I think part of that is him getting ahead of that with these mobile quarterbacks in this era by having his edge rushers operate from a different alignment. But it doesn't mean that they can't be tremendously effective too.
Yeah, yeah, it's a style thing, and I think there's a place in the world for more speed rushers in McDonald's defense, but I do always gravitate towards that guys for those guys for that reason. But I don't think it fully justifies getting 2 sacks in 17 games because Mafe played every game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I don't think there's nowhere that comes close to justifying that, especially because he's not dominant against the run. He's fine against the run. So, what are you paying for here? I mean, even with the pressure numbers, like people sometimes often present the pressure numbers with Boya here or Mafe. It's like, okay, the pressure numbers are fine, but took him a long time to generate that pressure. These are not quick pressures. These are not always right there in the backfield. These were the quarterback held on the ball for 4 seconds, like the Brock Purdy game in the playoffs where he's running for like 800 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and you eventually generate pressure. Well, that shows up in the column of you generating a pressure, but is it truly a pressure you've generated there because it took you that long to get there to make that happen?
Mm-hmm. Right. It's a little bit confusing to me, but at the same time, the edge rusher market has gone a little bit crazy, and if you're not willing to keep up, you get left behind, or you're left hoping that there's a DeMarcus Lawrence out there, somebody willing to pay for half his value.
Yep. Yes, sir. That's true.
And I'm thinking there are going to be a couple of those guys. Like, I don't think Clowney cares about money that much. I don't think Von Miller cares about money that much. Cam Jordan. There are going to be guys who are like, I just want to play football and win a ring.
It's been historically that there are those guys that exist at this age and this time and where they're at in their career collectively. Are all of them in that mentality? Probably not. But is there just all you need is like two of them on kind of those 1-year flyer contracts. And I think you could really stack this edge up really nicely and deep and be able to come at them in waves. And I hope that's John's approach this offseason.
Mm-hmm. Adis, thank you for the $1.99. Also, Saints are stupid. They will never win. They're finally getting out of cap hell. I'll say that. Like, they're finally almost out of the jail cell they've been in for a while now.
Yeah, and the first thing they do is they sign Travis Etienne to a 4-year, $50 million deal. Just like, I mean, Noah Fan, David Edwards, 4 years, $61 million.
Yeah, that one I don't get. I don't think he's that good.
I'm kind of, Saints don't seem to have a plan of attack, and they're selling themselves on that quarterback having a strong finish to the season, and that Tyler Shock is going to be the guy that can carry them forward. But this is an organization that has never shown a willingness to be patient, has never shown a willingness in the last 15 years to reset the deck. They didn't even do it once Drew Brees and Sean Payton left. They just kind of refused to do it. And it's costing them. And I agree. They don't have much of a plan in place. They feel like the Steelers team. Every year you're reactionary. You're reactionary to the prior year, and you're going to react to that year, and then you're going to try to do this into next year. And there's no like 2 or 3 year vision in play. It's just kind of always kind of just reacting to what just happened. And I think that's the difference between smart organizations and dumb organizations. Is dumb organizations go year to year. Smart organizations have a 2 and a 3 year plan in what they're doing.
Dove Kleiman tweet, breaking, the Bills are now the heavy favorites to sign former Bengals superstar defensive end Trey Hendrickson on Poly Market. This would instantly make them the Super Bowl favorite. Buffalo might land the NFL's scariest defender.
This it. Who wrote that?
That was Dove Kleiman.
Oh God.
That's a
superstar pass. Not a star pass rusher. A superstar pass rusher.
NFL's scariest defender.
Scariest defender.
Have you ever heard anyone be scared of Trey Hendrickson? Like,
ever? No. That's hilarious, dude. Like, these guys with their clickbait stuff, it's you gotta kind of give them like a tip of the cap because they're committed to it and they go hard with it, man. They do not scariest.
Yeah, it's even Skip Bayless wouldn't say something like that.
No, he wouldn't. Oh my gosh,
that's a good one.
That is a good one.
I like these accounts. Good for them.
And Super Bowl favorite. Yeah. Super Bowl favorite after signing Hendrickson.
Yeah. Trey Hendrickson, I guess he's going to play both sides and be also a wide receiver, I guess.
I guess so. And that was another one with the move Bills. You talk about another organization that keeps just rinse, repeating. You got the guy that they took for a couple years ago that was at the end of his last of his legs, and you traded him at the deadline, and he was done. Kid out of Alabama that went from the Raiders to the Cowboys and eventually got there.
Amari Cooper.
So you got Amari Cooper last year. Then you did this with Brandon Cooks at the trade deadline. And now you're kind of doing somewhat of a similar move here to DJ Moore. A guy that's probably his best days have probably been had. He's a little bit maybe getting close to just about at that over the hill phase. And you're going to make him your number one. Haven't you seen that this hasn't worked every single year the last 3 times you've tried it?
Yeah. It's I guess a team like the Bills, kind of a small market team that has historically been pretty crappy, is just happy to be competitive. And I don't know how much they think about the Super Bowl. Maybe to them, it's winning the Super Bowl to be able to sell out your home games.
Hell, they got a new stadium they're opening, so that's would understandably be why they'd want to make sure they can keep that going. Fill that stadium up.
Yeah, and I do think there are teams like that. I think some people do need to keep that in mind with some of this stuff. There are teams out there that I don't think care that much about winning, or at the very least not winning at the highest level. Like, to me, the Bengals are like that very much. And people would dog on Marvin Lewis back in the day. I'm like, I think Marvin Lewis is doing great, given the fact that he's coaching a team that doesn't really care about winning. Mm-hmm. Like, he built 2 separate pseudo contenders and never got him over the hump because the team didn't really care that much. But I was impressed for the most part by what Marvin Lewis was able to do in Cincinnati. I think people gave him way too much flack.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. I'd say that in other words, just unserious organizations, that you're doing stuff, but you're not really trying to do everything you can. And this sport's so competitive with the teams that are trying to go for championships that if you're leaving stuff off the table in all that you're able to do to maximize everything across the board, you're going to not get anywhere. You're not going to just luck your way into getting there if you're taking advantages off the table like that. And Bills are one of those teams that do that. They should have been way more aggressive with Allen and where they've had him the last couple of years, especially last year with how open up the AFC was. If they had one more difference-making wide receiver on that roster against that Denver team, they probably beat that Denver team. And Buffalo probably gives us a lot more of a battle and a fight than either Denver or New England would have given us. And they didn't move, and their conservativeness bit them in the butt on that, but they don't learn from their lessons on this. They're going to do more of the same now as we go forward.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got a little bit of kind of tragic news here, I guess. It is NFL news, though. So just a little bit ago, this was announced. Matt Snell, probably the guy who should have won MVP of Super Bowl III with the Jets, has passed away at 84 years old. Damn. Had 121 yards and the only touchdown for the Jets in Super Bowl III.
Rest in peace out there. 84 is not a bad run.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He had a nice little career, fullback. Back when fullbacks actually got the ball a lot, he carried the ball 30 times in that game.
Yeah, they'd handed to him back in the day on that.
Mm-hmm. It was fun. I was looking back at like some old 70s and 80s Seahawks team, and it's fullbacks. It's surprising. And of course you would know the Seahawks teams of that era. With John Williams, they love their fullbacks.
John L, baby. Yeah, John was great. One of the more unique fullbacks kind of in NFL history for all that he could do, because you could line him up as a tailback, fullback, great pass catcher out of the backfield, elusive, but also really big, but also a really good blocker. Just a complete fullback as you would ever find. Really fun player. But yeah, those, especially with the Chuck Knox days, man, you were going to run a fullback out there. A lot of I formation looks.
Mm-hmm. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Favorite moment in Super Bowl parade, Ernest, for me. Ernest probably stands out the most, admittedly. Like the John Schneider, Ken Walker thing in hindsight's just kind of weird because it didn't end up happening. That one's just feels a little bit funny now.
Yeah, that one feels a little odd. Yeah, I think that's good. He's wearing the Sam Darnold shirt, and it brings that whole moment full circle from the you don't trust my quarterback, F you. So it was just a great kind of punctuation on that moment from earlier in the year in a nice way.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'd go with that. Heritage, thank you for the $1.99. Vegas made a lot of centers happy yesterday.
Boy, did they ever. Yes, they did.
Who's the next center who gets paid? Let me take a look here.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of this stuff because centers are not typically guys that get extended immediately. But Skoronski hasn't moved to center yet. He's still a guard, I think. Steve Avila. That's probably the next. I know he's not playing center, but
he's a left guard.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah,
probably Zach Frazier.
I don't even know if he's good. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's been good for the Steelers since he's come there, but probably Frazier would be the next guy. And then after that,
could be Jalen Sundell if he has a good year this year.
Yeah, could be Jalen Sundell, Cooper Beebe. Also on that note,
that's a good one. Good one.
Yeah, so not a lot of great A centers out there right now as you look through the names on this one.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, BY, thank you for the $4.99. What are your super early predictions on the E-Man Worry extension? It's hard for me to forecast because he doesn't play a traditional position. Yeah, I think we're entering an era where slot corner is becoming a lot more valuable and important.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the market has really accounted for that yet. So I feel like we can't know.
I think the one thing you can do on this is that you can take a look at the Kyle Hamilton contract to get a basic understanding of where, now you don't have the numbers right, but you can I think you can project out the numbers a little bit on what he's going to end up getting a little bit based upon this contract. So you have a 4-year, $100 million deal at $25 million per year. If Wari's got to wait 2 years, and this deal was signed in 2025 by Kyle Hamilton, I would estimate that you're probably somewhere between $32 and $35 million per season at that point.
Right. And that's, another reason why you can't be talking about giving Woolen a bunch of money. I mean, there was a time, I remember over a year ago during the season, we talked about how we can extend Witherspoon and Woolen. We can afford to keep both guys. It makes sense to keep both guys. But then that was before we had Wari. And now I think that it goes from something that doesn't make that much sense to something that is kind of untenable.
Yeah. Well, I think it's where when you have the answers in tow and you have the young answers in tow and they're going to be here for a while, there is this place I keep coming back to the word load balance, and that you have to build your roster up position by position by balancing off how much money you spend. There's $330 million, but there's a 70-man roster when you take into account the practice squad on top of this. So you're really having to move these numbers around to make it all fit. And you can't just operate from a standpoint of everybody gets paid when they're up to be paid. You got to make some tough decisions in there, especially the better you get, the more talented you get. And so you can see the long-term future of this being, Brendan, that you pay Witherspoon, and by the time you're paying Wari, you're probably going to try to go very cheap at the other cornerback position. Just like with Love making what he's making, you're not going to pay Kobe Bryant the money that Chicago gave him because you don't want to pay 2 safeties at the high watermark money at the same time. You got to balance the load a little bit on some of these positions. And I think they're going to do that in this way. Wari's going to make probably 33. I'm guessing Witherspoon's going to make probably 31 this offseason. So you got like $60 million in your secondary going just between your first 2 cornerbacks. So you got to be a little careful on how you spend the rest of the money.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be fun, but I think we've learned that Wari, he's not the best player on this defense, but you could argue he's the most important.
Yeah. He makes it go, man. I mean, living in nickel was a big, big benefit to this team. How many teams last year had to operate out of base in order to stop the run when they had to face 2 tight end sets or 3 tight end sets or I formation looks? And you get to just sit in nickel 24/7. It's what every team's going to be chasing this offseason, Brendan. You're going to hear all these teams in the draft day going after their Wari, their guy that's going to be able to do the things that he does for Seattle's defense. We're going to be able to live in nickel now because of this guy. He's the driving force of that league wide in what he does. And so I'm perfectly happy with him as a player. He's a trendsetter. He's going to be a superstar in this league. He's going to be well worth that money.
Yeah, I've never heard any NFL fans say that their team needs to find the next Carson Schwarzenegger.
No, I've yet to hear that one as well.
Scott, thank you for the $1.99. Is the jock tax a real thing? I think so.
Yep. It's a California thing. Yep.
Yeah.
It's where you come in and you work a certain amount of days and they take a percentage of your salary as a tax indicator for what you should pay. So you're in California and you work 10 days in California, they're going to take that up against your cost and they're going to tax you on that for what you make. It's not very fair. It's jacked up, but quite frankly, in California, they love coming up with new taxes every which way but loose. Like they love coming up with gas taxes in the middle of the night that, we don't even get a vote on, that they just kind of like pass on through for the hell of it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, we've got another Super Bowl in California next year, and by the way, I don't mean to get anybody too excited here, but I am going to be in the area for that Super Bowl, I believe, and if the Seahawks are in it, I may find my way to that stadium.
There we go. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I probably will do by next year. I'll probably do it for roundtable at that point if we got there.
Very nice. But yeah, I wonder if you're going to see very many Super Bowls in California after next year. I wonder if maybe they say this is a problem that we can't solve unless we just stop having Super Bowls in California.
Oh, this is the problem. You should tax people to death and then you push them out of your state. And now you're getting nothing. So what's the best thing? Shear the sheep multiple times or skin it once. And in California, they like to skin you once.
Mm-hmm. McLeod Dart, thank you for the $1.99. Seattle now has the scariest defender in Ty Okada.
There we go.
At this point, it's probably a little scarier. I mean, Hendrickson has nowhere to go but down, right? He's on the other side of his career. Okada's, he could be coming up. I don't know.
Ain't nobody scared of that old man.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Tezukako, thank you for the 279 Canadian hot take, but I got Robbie for MVP next season.
Robbie
Oots, I think, is what he's getting at there.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Well, we almost had a kicker win Super Bowl MVP. So
it's true.
Maybe we're bringing back the old ways of doing things, because one time we had a kicker win league MVP. I know it was a stupid year, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, Robbie, I think he'll be better this year. I don't think he was very good this last year, but I think he'll be a lot better this year.
Yeah, and hopefully his health could get right. That's as much anything. He seemed like he was getting better with the blocking as the year went along, and we're seeing a couple fullback contracts given out here in free agency. It's becoming a position that's starting to rise back to the forefront a little bit.
Absolutely. Latin Gin, thank you for the $1.99. I just paid my Washington State tabs.
Those are pricey too. Didn't then Washington State vote to keep the tabs down at a certain price, and the Washington State still decided to overrule the voters and keep the rates high when they tried to flatline
they capped it at $30, I think.
Yeah.
And I remember this. Well, I mean, in Washington State, we never get what we voted for, what we vote for. To my recollection, Washington State voted to not have the city fund the building of, at that time, CenturyLink Field.
Mm-hmm.
And it still happened. I don't believe they voted to fund Safeco, and it still happened.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, it was called Safeco, of course, not anymore. So sometimes I guess there's no right answer.
No, it is what it is on that. It's just,
Yeah, and I am watching the feeds, still not seeing anything new. Things have really kind of slowed down here. Top remaining free agents, according to Ari Mirnov, Hendrickson, Woolen, and then Rasheed Walker, who I think is the guy who humps players on the field.
He does.
He does? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember him now.
He loves the hump.
Jaquan Brisker, Kevin Byard, Leo Chenal, still a free agent. I'm actually a little surprised by that.
That is a little bit of a shocker on that one. I thought he's a pretty decent player. Every time I watch the Chiefs games, he was making plays.
Elgton Jenkins actually just got officially released. I know you said he's a good utility offensive lineman. That's maybe somebody worth looking at for being a universal backup.
Yeah, it seems like the Packers have decided to go with a couple of their offensive linemen that they want to spend their money on. But he's been a pretty good do-it-all kind of guy.
And I think I saw somebody somewhere up there ask you if you're doing roundtable today.
I am. I will be on a roundtable at 6:00 tonight. So we'll be doing that over on the NFC West roundtable side of YouTube. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be interesting. How are those? Did you guys do it last week before free agency? Okay, so everybody's feeling pretty good. Everyone's in a good place.
Yeah. It was interesting to hear Jake, Rams content creators, really was hot to try on a couple of Seahawks that he was looking at potentially targeting, like Shaheed or like Job. But it's going to be fun tonight to hear. Part of it too is going to be Jesse, our Niner guys. He's wanting them to reset things, so them signing Evans is going to be like, ugh, what are we doing? And I don't know what they're doing either, honestly, on that one a little bit. So, and the Cardinal guy just sits there and he's like, dude, this is not it.
It's a tough existence.
It is. I feel for him. I really do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't completely hate their offseason if they're tanking. If they're just throwing this season away, I think their offseason is okay. But I mean, if they're actually trying to give their fans something to get excited about, they're doing the exact opposite of that.
Yeah. I mean, nobody likes to tank. Tank doesn't tend to work, but I can't blame them if they landed on that. There's no other real creative answers here to turning yourself into a winner next year. And in light of the fact you're going to have to eat the full amount of dead money, which is almost like 50 million or something for Kyler. It's a significant amount. Might as well just eat the money, clear out the bad cash, get to next year, be picking top 3 in a better quarterback class with money to spend. Still a very young up and coming defense at that point. Hopefully you've rebuilt your offensive line a little bit better. So now that the next quarterback that comes in can hit the ground running and potentially have that success. Or if you need to go find a guy, you can make a trade for reclamation project if a quarterback's not the right way to go next year. I think it's a better route for them.
Yeah. It's probably the right thing to do. But I guess if you're a Cardinals fan, you have very little faith the organization will handle the rebuild correctly at this point.
they've been pretty beaten down. I mean, especially you could see it with the coach they ended up landing on because they all had other ideas for different coaches they would have wanted, but it was kind of like, all right, well, I guess we'll just take this guy.
Mm-hmm. Someone in the chat asks whose free agency approach has been the most confusing. I still feel like it's Denver. I don't understand what they're doing. This is the window. They were very lucky to be where they were last year. They need to get better, and they seem to have no interest in getting better.
Yeah, I think Denver's one that probably does stand out to me as one that I don't quite understand. I would probably throw on in there. I'm not a fan of the Saints and their approach.
Mm-hmm.
Raiders had to do what they did, I guess. So that's whatever.
But that's what do you think about the Titans? That's an interesting one to me.
Well, I think to me, the Titans and the Raiders kind of get a pass on these deals they're giving out for two different reasons. They both had the most amount of money to spend in free agency this year. And then the second part being is that you're going to have to pay extra to have players come to your organization. You can get mad about that if you're a Raider or a Titan fan, but that's the reality. Nobody's coming there because you're a destination location. So if that's the case, you're going to have to pay a little bit more right now until you can turn yourself into a winner, until you can prove that you're that kind of program to do that. So those two teams I have less of an issue with. I think it is more of the teams like you would say with Denver or Houston, where I look at those moves and I just kind of go, you're a team that's in the midst of it right now. You should be trying to do things a little bit more smarter, and I should be feeling like you're really pushing the envelope rather than just kind of treading water and fitting to form, which I think with both of those organizations, that's kind of what they're doing right now.
Yeah, if you want to include like the trades that happened right before the free agency started, Buffalo makes sense because the DJ Moore thing, like a second round pick for DJ Moore making $100 million over the next 4 years is it's not even a disaster. It's beyond, I think.
How many times has he not looked engaged on the football field in the last 2 years, including that bad interception in the Rams game where he decided to just dial back the route and not run full speed all of a sudden? I've seen him do that a couple of times in the past couple of years. And I'm watching a player that I feel like same thing I had with Amari Cooper, where I just thought with Amari Cooper by the end that he doesn't love the sport. He was done with the sport probably 3 years before he actually left. And I do feel a little bit of that with DJ Moore right now too.
Yeah. It is one of those times where I haven't loved everything this team has done over the last decade, but it does kind of feel good to be part of a strong organization. It
does. Yeah. Mm-hmm. An organization that's doing things smartly, a strong organization that's doing things intelligently. And that's where this all comes down to, as I see it, Brendan, is that you build a championship up with a bunch of small, intelligent moves that you just keep stacking on one on top of the other. You don't do it with some big Hail Mary swing that gets everything fixed and that's going to solve all that you've done wrong. You do it by consistently making intelligent choice after intelligent choice after intelligent choice. And then you look at the assembly of it going over a long period of time and you go, yeah, this is how we accomplish this. But I think a lot of teams look at it as more of, let me get one or two big major moves done right. And that'll be the thing that drives this. And I disagree with that.
Mm-hmm. Right. So we are in like the last 20 minutes or so of the stream here. And this isn't a big deal. In fact, maybe it's barely even a small deal, but I was under the assumption the Seahawks had pick number 212 in this draft. So a 6th round pick at 212. Mm-hmm. They are now saying the official slot for that pick is 188. I don't know what happened. It's not the pick I thought we'd have, but it's better. I think a bunch of these websites realized that the Seahawks gave up their original 6th round pick in a trade and have the 6th round pick of Cleveland, which is obviously a much better one. I think that's what happened. So we actually pick a little bit higher than I thought in the 6th for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I think that wasn't that the lineman that we traded them?
Yeah, that sounds right. I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember. Nick Harris.
Yeah, I think that's the Nick Harris trade.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what else. Okay, we're caught up, man. We're caught up here.
Nathan, the sports guy, asked about Rachaad White on a 1-year, $4.25 million deal. That's about right. That's probably about the right cost. I'd be okay with that.
But the way things are going, it might be even a little cheaper than that. He is slipping through the cracks. And He's been slipping through the cracks for the last year. Bucky Irving showed up and everyone forgot he existed.
That's true. That's very true. So it might even be cheaper than that.
Yeah. And I think that it's weird to me because I was looking it up last night because I was researching it for an article I was writing, and he had 1,500 yards his second year, and it wasn't super efficient, but it was 1,500 yards. It's no joke.
No, and a guy with legit skill as far as pass catching and being that factor out of the backfield for sure, especially the screen game. I mean, he's great in that way. He's a very smooth runner of the rock. Not a lot of wasted motion or in his running style. He's not going to be a hyper dynamic or hyper fast, but he'll get the job done.
Mm-hmm. So if we get White and Brian Robinson, yeah, I'm not gonna do backflips, but I could see it being moderately effective. And I know it's a little bit different because it was like a tale of two halves, but in 2025, our run game was not super effective. It got super effective at the end because the offensive line got better, and Shaheed, I think, was forcing defenses to not stack the box. But overall, the run game we had last year was actually pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I think it is one of those things too where when you have a running game that's dealing with stacked boxes, it's not going to be as effective. And you need to be passing the ball and you need to be tearing their heads off over the top. When they're going to go to the cover two shell and drop into a lot of cover two looks and they're going to drop 7 guys into coverage, now you need to hammer the running game. So like what you just kind of said there, it's like you have the stacked boxes early on in the season. Kubiak comes out with those condensed splits offensively. We see JSN absolutely feasting deep because he's getting single coverage and there's no two shell. There's no safety on the top side. Teams start to transition, realizing JSN is going to have a Calvin Johnson season. It's as much of this beyond, I think, the Rashid factor here. And they go, okay, we're going back to the cover two shell. Okay, we're going to roll some of this coverage to JSN's side. And now the running game's got more room to work with. And that's that thing that we come down to where it's so much of, historically speaking, with the running back position and effective running game, we all pull that back and off of how talented he is, how good he is. But it's these other factors. It's these 8 or 9 other things that really do factor into the running game's success beyond the individual talent of the running back. It's not that the individual talent of the running back can't be good. It just isn't the main driving force factor. It's down the list, and you want to take care of the things up ahead of the list before you get to that particular item, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Right. And look, I wish we had better running backs. It'd help, but you can't have everything. I think I said this last week on the show. What if this team had decided to not extend Abe Lucas last year, and this offseason they had a decision to make, either Walker or Lucas? They re-signed Walker, Lucas goes. I don't think people would be very happy about that, but you look at it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a part of this as well is the Russell Wilson trade allowed you to soup up a lot of talent on your roster you wouldn't have had otherwise if you didn't have those extra picks. And one of the fallout from that becomes, when you get a couple years down the line, you got a couple too many guys that are up for contracts, and you don't have quite enough the amount of money to get them all kept in tow. That's a bit of what you would expect to kind of deal with all of that talent you brought in-house.
Mm-hmm. Kieran asks, overall, considering most Hawks fans were somewhere between irritated and anxious at this point in the offseason, how are we feeling? I'm kind of chilling. I don't know. The only thing that I think is worth being anxious about is the running back spot, because that is bad, but otherwise I'm chilling.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about everything where it's at, Kieran. I think that you've made a couple nice signings. I think you got a lot of money to spend. I got a lot of flexibility to make moves here. I think John's a guy that you got to give him the full breadth of an offseason to make your determination about what type of offseason he had. And that if you're doing it through the first day and a half of free agency, you're not getting all the moves that are going to come. So I love what we've done so far. We've not overpaid. We're playing a little bit of the compensatory game as it's set up ahead of time right now. I think things are set up really nicely as it stands here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now Dove Kleiman is tweeting about Travis Kelce's mom. So that's how slow things are going today.
It's a light football day for day 2 of free agency, folks.
Yeah, apparently Kelce was shocked that his mother didn't ask him to help her with her home renovations. Okay. Should I put that on the ticker?
Dove thought that was needed to be tweeted out, huh?
Yeah. Maybe I'll put that on the news ticker.
I guess Travis, Dove's trying to hit his engagement marks for the day or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No hate to Dove. No hate to Dove, but Don't hate the player, hate the game, I guess.
I guess not. That's right. He's just playing
Let's
by
see.
the rules.
Oh yeah, I see Steven asking, am I going to get back on live after you have to leave, which I believe is in about like 10 minutes or so. I'm not. I'm thinking about it. Like nothing has happened for a pretty decent amount of time now, but at the same time, I know the Seahawks tend to make their moves late in the day, so I would like to be live if something happens. So I might end this stream and then go live on my own stream. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I haven't eaten in a while, but I'm thinking that I may do that because I usually go till 5.
Yeah, I feel you on
Yeah.
that. I gotta get some food for the round table show myself, so gotta get prepped up for the 6 o'clock on my side.
Mm-hmm. So
Rams House says, what free agent would we want to bring in right now? What's the one? I think Clowney's our guy right now that we like most.
yeah, and I'd say Rashad White, Brian Robinson. There seems to be some mutual infatuation there. Who else? I can't really think of anybody other than that. Maybe you could say Von Miller because Vaughn seems to want to get in here.
Mm-hmm. That'd be another one. I'd be completely open-minded to that.
Santiago, thank you for the $1.99. Do we know the contract details for Job? We looked at them earlier. They're pretty tame.
Yeah. You're at a $4.5 million cap hit for 2026. You're at a $9.3 million cap hit for 2027 and a $10.8 million cap hit for 2028. So you got a little bit of the discount on the deal here on this initial first year of the deal. Half of what the cost is going to be on the next 2 years of the contract. You can get out of it after 2 years pretty easily at that point if you need to. But a good contract. This definitely is not one that breaks the bank or really hurts you in any way. And we know he's a solid player in what he brings. He's a good fit to the defense. And the Hawks currently right now have about $43 million of money to spend. That would put them as having the 5th most amount of cap space in the entire NFL at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got a little something here. The Browns have signed Elgton Jenkins 2 years, $24 million. So they must be planning to start him if they're paying him that much money, I think.
Yeah, they had to rebuild all 5 of their linemen this offseason, did the Browns. And so them making a couple signings, going after Elgin, they're probably going to draft 2 guys in the first 2 or 3 days of the draft too. So they've got a lot of work to be done on that offensive line. A ton of work.
That's such a bad idea to depend on Jenkins to be able to start the whole season. I feel like he's going to get hurt.
They're not in a good spot. Browns are in a tough pickle here, and we'll see what they do with the Deshaun Watson contract. That's the next thing kind of coming up for them on, what are you guys going to do here with that? But yeah, they're an organization that's in a very, very strange place right now.
Yeah. So I saw somebody kind of talk about this a little bit in the chat. So one thing I wanted to ask you, if the Ravens do release Marlon Humphrey, would you still be interested in signing him if it's cheap enough, even though we signed Job, or do you think that's just done?
I'd be okay if it's a 1-year deal. If it's a 1 year, like 8, I can't think he's going to get into the 1 year, 10 million at this point, because we're starting to get into the where now teams aren't going to have as much money to spend for a guy like that at that point, especially coming off the year that he did. But it's like with the Woolen thing. Will I reinforce the depth of the 1 year, $7-8 million contract? Because number one, I'm not as high on Nehemiah Pritchett as others are. I think Nehemiah Pritchett has that one part of his game that remains from Auburn that's not going to change and is going to remain a problem. And I'm not talking about his covering ability. What he is as a tackler and how he plays the run game are going to be, I think, problematic. And so having a guy in Humphrey that can handle that stuff and give you the reinforcement there. I mean, I was kind of surprised last year in looking at Job for all he started last year. And all of you ran Witherspoon, all of you ran Imanwari. Woolen still had over 900 snaps last year. He still had the exact same number of snaps as Witherspoon when it all bore out. So injuries will happen. Guys will be in and out. You need to have the depth is kind of what I'm saying. And having good quality depth is a good thing to have.
Yeah, I think it would still make some sense. Maybe they're confident just letting Job be the full-time starter now, but you're right about the injury stuff. And we know, as much as we love him, Witherspoon is probably not a 17-game a season guy. He's just probably not.
No, and that's okay. This is the way the new NFL works too. You're going to have guys that are going to lose a couple games a year with the 17 games. God knows it's going to happen when the 18 games comes into play. So just build it into your new strat, build depth. And that's probably why I think John and Mike talk about the 1 through 70 is that you got to stop thinking about it as we would have old school football wise of just your starters. And you got to start thinking about it really through the lens of total depth too, not just in lip service, but in actually how you build the roster and how you construct things.
Mm-hmm. Heritage asking about D'Angelo Pons, and that's actually a good one because he's very controversial with Seahawks fans. Some Seahawks fans love him, and other Seahawks fans love him, but seem to acknowledge that it just cannot possibly work in the NFL. Where do you stand on that?
He's 5'9".
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a guy at the corner on the outside that's starting in the league at 5'9" in the NFL right now. So here's my thing with that is that nobody's starting out that size. He's a guy that's going to probably have to be moved into the slot because of the size thing. The one thing that he has that gives him an equalizer that might give him a chance is he's got a 43.5-inch vertical leap. So why outside guys can't tend to play out there is that they just don't have the length or the size when you get bigger wide receivers that can box him out. And it doesn't become about generating separation. It becomes, I can beat you on the contested catch because you just don't have the length to get there. But if I have a guy that can jump through the roof and can mitigate that distance, close that distance, and D'Angelo Pons is a guy with really good ball skills and ability to get up there and high point things, maybe that's a guy that can make it work. But we don't have a rich history, even in recent modern era, of guys at 5'9" being able to operate on the outside. And that does probably mean that he's got to transition inside. And if he's got to transition inside, he's not really a Seahawk target at that point.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. And it kills me to say it because otherwise he's a real good fit for what we do.
Yeah, he's a great player. I love him as a player, I do. But it's hard to overcome that size, man. 6'3" receiver that can jump through the roof who's got 33.5-inch long arms. There's going to be plays at the NFL level where D'Angelo Pons just can't do anything about it. And you don't face as much of those guys at the college level week in and week out.
Right. Let's see here. Misfit says, unfortunately, the Browns have 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks because Flacco and Shadur both made it. By the way, Joe Flacco's first Pro Bowl, he never made it in Baltimore.
Wow. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Whereas the Pro Bowl just keeps getting more devalued by the year, it feels like.
Right. I think this year has to be a breaking point. Like there were some bad ones in previous years, but I think this year is the worst ever.
Yeah.
Shadur, Sanders, and Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I would agree. It's again, everything about Cleveland's kind of a mess of a situation, and they don't seem to ever be like moving to rectifying it. They just kind of almost doubling back down into the messiness of it.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. So we are headed to the close of this stream. I do think I'm going to come back shortly after we're wrapping up here, but thank you to everybody for hanging out with us.
Let me get just a quick couple. I got a couple questions on my side. Good afternoon, Brandon and Brando. What's the holdup on the free agent Trey Hendrickson not being signed yet? Is it the core muscle surgery he had that has teams concerned, or the money he wants? Probably the money is more of the problem. It's got to be a short-term deal for an older player. I think, Tony, that's just a deal that there's not a lot of teams that are looking to sign up for that.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. We had over 1,000 people total in the streams for a good chunk of the day, over 900, still got over 850, and we didn't even do anything today. So we are locked in right now and I love it. I think Brandon loves it as well. And I think we're doing well personally. I don't know about you, but I'm chill with what is going on right now.
I feel so at peace, dude. Don't you?
I'm
sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, part of it is like, I'm not that anxious about it because we won the Super Bowl. I know that's not a great mentality to have, but there is a part of me that's kind of like, you know what, if we don't win the Super Bowl this year, then we won it last year. I'm not going to throw a fit about it.
No, it's where me and Brennan have been as hardlined as anybody out there doing the content creation in the Seahawks fandom, as far as being willing to put feet to the fire with this organization when things are not being done smartly, intelligently, and they're being done that way. And now you have the success on top of it. So it's not just being done smartly, but that you've just come off the ultimate success. This team has earned the right to be given the goodwill by the fan base right now. It doesn't have to last forever. It doesn't have to be a 10-year run like we kind of did with the Coach Carroll run, where it's like, you just got to give him a blank ticket to decide when he wants to leave. It doesn't have to be that. But we're coming just on the heels of a Super Bowl victory with the 3rd youngest roster in the entire NFL. There's got to be some goodwill that earns you towards the general manager, the first general manager in the NFL that's ever won 2 Super Bowls with basically 2 whole separate units that he's done it with. So let's trust in John on this just a little bit. Let's have that faith in him because he's earned the right for us to do so.
All right. So before we start wrapping up here, if you haven't already, please like the stream on wherever you're watching the stream. My side on mobile, my side desktop, Brandon's side on. I got it going to X. I think he's got it going to his X account as well. Wherever you are, just click the like button. Subscribe if you are new. I am on the road to 22,000 subscribers, hoping to maybe get there by the end of the off season. And subscribe over on Brandon's side as well. He is climbing up those ranks as well. So great show, man. Longest show we've ever done by at least 2 hours, I think.
Let's go, Brendan.
Yeah, and as soon as we get off, I'm sure something big is going to happen because that's what happens. So,
well, I saw somebody put we had a Seahawks fan put Seahawks finalizing trade with Vikings for Jonathan Greenyard for a 2026 fifth for Nwosu and a 2026 second. The only problem with that is we don't have a 5th round pick. So,
yeah, it was a nice try, but you could have done a little bit more there, man.
You got to get you can't include the pick we don't have. We're gonna know it's BS at that point.
Yeah, it's like you don't turn the F into an A plus. You turn it into like a B. You know,
yeah, or C. Yeah, you gotta be innocuous about it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, I'm doing this all week pretty much. I'm hoping that we get a little bit more action tomorrow, but at the same time, I'm hoping we're not the team that drives the action because I see what happens when you try to drive the action in this league sometimes. So thank you, Brandon.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
This is great. And guys, off season, we're almost 2 days through. I believe I'll be back shortly after we wrap up here. But for now, all I can say is go Hawks.
Go Hawks.